right. Thunderdome Boxing. Let's get this started. 1 minute. Pop out this chat. Almost. All right, here we go. Close that. All right. All right. What's up, fellas? All right. Oh, real quick. Well, let me share this real quick. I knew Broner was gonna say he won before the fucking fight was over. I think most of us probably did, right? I was joking with my son, like saying he's gonna say he won. My son thought I was like literally just talking shit, and then he said he won. Like, yeah, that's what he does. But hold on. I just saw this from '90s boxing fan. It's about the Masvidal Nate Diaz brawl, right? I'm sure most of you saw this. But he goes, there goes that myth that MMA fighters are killers in a real fight, just as sloppy as the next street fight. And it was. Everybody involved is an MMA fighter, right? Everybody involved fought like a girl. The only dude who didn't fight like a girl, I guess, was Masvidal's coach. He's the one that hit that blonde dude with the fucking blonde dreads, hit him with the left hook in the eye, busted his eye. Everyone else though was literally fighting like a girl. And I'll get to Broner. I just wanted to address this real quick because I just saw this while it's on my mind. The you know, because you always hear this, right? A UFC guy will kill this boxer in a street fight. It's like, really? Like, maybe, right? It's a coin toss. You don't know. I don't know either. Really, it's 50-50. They're both fighters. In a ring, in an octagon, whatever. There are officials. There's your cornerman. There's the ref. There are people there to protect you. All right. Subconsciously or consciously, you're like not gonna die, right? You even saw they'll get comfortable with worst case scenario. Like you have heard John Jones, arguably the goat of MMA, right? Say going into the Ngannou fight, I had to get myself comfortable with the worst case scenario. What is the worst case scenario? He said it. Worst case scenario is I get knocked out in front of everyone and he breaks a bone in my face. Like that's realistically, that is the worst case scenario in like anything like that. Like worst case scenario in a street fight, even a situation like this, it's on concrete. There's no gloves. Like there's multiple people. Dude, any one of these guys can just get hit with one punch, fall to the ground, hit their head. They're dead. Get kicked in the head. They're dead. Like subconsciously or consciously in a street fight, you are aware of that. Like you might die here. This is so you're not going to see. Yeah, it's a controlled environment. The UFC cage is absolutely a boxing ring too. It's all a controlled environment with people there who are only there to protect you. Like they'll let you go so far, but they will protect you from getting really injured. Like generally speaking, obviously. But like in a street fight, you see all this shit they do in the ring, all these little kicks to the calf, and that shit ain't happening in a street fight. Their adrenaline is sky high spiked. It's no longer a sporting competition. They're just fucking, they're not even, dude. Their adrenaline is so spiked, they're not gonna kick you. He grabs him by the hair and starts running. Like running with it, pulling by the hair. Like the other guys on Diaz's team are punching like girls. It was embarrassing. And I know they all know how to punch. I know they all know how to fight. They train every day. But when shit hit the fan, did they look like they look in these controlled environments? Absolutely not. And I just think this is a good example to point that out. Once again, I've pointed this out for years, but it's always good to point out once again. Yeah, you just can't compare it to complete unpredictability in a real life scenario where there are no rules. Like, there's no rules, there's no one to protect you. God knows what might happen to you. Like, jeez. To I mean, come on. Like, I don't know why people feel the need to be like this is better than that. Like, because I'm not saying that because I think boxing and wrestling are like equal to me. I would prefer boxing myself just because like everyone generally knows what to do on the ground a little bit, but there's a big gap with on the feet, and every fight is starting on the feet. I mean, even if it goes down, you might get right back up. I don't know, but wrestling is extremely important. I'm not trying to say it ain't like they're relatively equal to me. Um, so I'm not like saying one is better. I don't know why it's mostly UFC guys who say this shit though. And I get it when they first were starting their league. They had to, build their fighters reps somehow. Like Tito Ortiz being like, "I'll kick Mike Tyson's ass" and all that stuff. Remember all that? Like, I I remember people believing it back then. It was utterly ridiculous, but you know, I understand why they were doing it to make it seem like no, our fighters are the toughest guys in the world because in a street fight they destroy Mike Tyson or such and such. Really? I don't know. I mean, I know Tito Ortiz got fucking flatlined in a street fight over in the UK. You know what I mean? I know Tito got fucking flatlined in a street fight in the UK in like 5 seconds. In like 5 seconds, the fucking as soon as the fight broke out, he was asleep. So and hey, he was the champ. He was the fucking champ. So in a street fight, a guy who ain't, come on, man. And I'm not saying Tito's a bum. I'm just saying, see how different a street fight is. 5 seconds, Tito's out cold, asleep. Did that ever happen in a UFC fight? No, and it won't because it's a totally different ballgame. Yeah, and this is a little uh this is I try to address this as well. Okay, a boxer, right? 8 ounce, an 8 ounce boxing glove to a 4 ounce UFC glove. Will cut the fingers off of a boxing glove, cut the fucking gigantic thumb off of the boxing glove. It's 4 ounces. That's what you have. You now have 4 ounces. On top of, I don't know, it's like, has someone never wore a boxing glove and a UFC glove? It's the same amount of padding on the knuckles. The padding is still exactly the same. Generally each glove might have different materials, but the thickness and density, it's all relatively this. It's basically the same. And 4 ounces ain't changing shit. It's the same thing. Yeah, I saw that Usyk said Bud outboxes Canelo. I've been thinking about this. Um, I've been thinking about this, right? Like with Bud and Canelo. Because Bud, think of Bud and Jermel Charlo. All right. Bud should beat Jermel's ass. All right. He definitely should. Would he? I don't know. Charlo can crack if they get into an exchange. Bud is susceptible. He might get KO'd or something. But I would favor Bud. But Bud ain't gonna have that mindset that Charlo had. Charlo is just bitch. He's just a bitch. He's a bully. He's a weakling. He don't have that dog in him, right? He don't have it. He don't have balls. He don't have heart. Soon as there was resistance pushing back on him, he turned into a literal fucking track star, and is That's according to his own fans. His own supporters said he turned into a track star and he's a bum. That ain't even me. I agree with them, but that's their words. So that happened. All right. But how much of that was because of Canelo? Because he didn't turn into a track star versus Castano, right? Even in the first fight, I thought he lost, but he wasn't like timid. He wasn't pussy, right? So how much of that timidity he showed versus Canelo was because of Canelo? Um, you could chalk it up to say it was a lot of it, but I really don't think I saw that about Pac and Barrios. I'll talk about that. I don't think it was all that much to do with Canelo because going into the fight, he was already defeated. Like I talked about it on every time we talked about it leading into the fight. He clearly was showing uh, beyond respect, beyond respect. He was the fight buildup for Jermel was like how Caleb Plant actually fought Charlo or Canelo. Like fought him with so much respect. It was you're not even here to win. So he didn't even give it an honest try. If he would have gave it an honest try, then Canelo would have broke him and made him start running. Well, then okay, I can give more of it to Canelo. So like generally speaking, now I think Charlo could have done better. All right. Bud, I would say, is better than Charlo, so he could do even better than Charlo could have done. Um, does that can he hurt Canelo? Can he hurt Canelo? Can he can he even stop Canelo from just marching forward? I don't think he could hurt him. I really don't. You know, Canelo don't have a granite chin or whatever. But he got a very good chin. Like you think Canelo's too big. Crawford has no chance of KO and dude has not. Yeah, yeah. Again, I'm not going to say iron or granite or whatever because I have seen his leg go a little stinky leg, right? Like I was talking about this with someone like we give credit to Floyd for having a hell of a chin, but it's more so the ability to stay calm when he is hurt because you've seen him stanky leg, seen him do the stanky leg numerous times. But you never someone with an iron chin like a Golovkin, like you've never saw that, right? There are plenty of guys you just will never see that, like you know, stanky leg. But someone Canelo got a pound for pound better chin, I think, than Floyd did. Um, and even Canelo don't have a granite chin to me because I've seen him hurt. Like obviously anyone could be hurt, but you know, some guys, dude, they just don't like they don't go down. They don't. Or their leg don't even wobble. But more so, it's like the like Tyson Fury. Like you'll see him get hurt, but he stays calm, rides it out, finds a way to survive through it. And that is probably just as important. Do you see? I saw what? Geez, I always forget this dude's name. Punch Drunk. I saw a short Punch Drunk put up about Shakur Stevenson's. He just did an interview recently, but he was talking about Punch was talking about Shakur's mindset. I was just talking about this, right? So I like this video because it pointed it out. But he was talking about the Garcia and Haney fight. Once Haney started getting hurt, Shakur was like, Haney should have said, fuck the fans and just ran. Like, just point box is what he was saying. Box for points for the rest of the fight and just put on a stinker fight. He said, fuck the fans, quote unquote. Um, if that don't tell you everything you need to know about the dude, So he just like I've always said this, right? If you because we've seen it with him. As soon as you start pressuring him, hit him in the face, he just runs. He doesn't he won't return the fire, right? He just told you he won't himself. He just said, I think if I got hurt, I'm just saying fuck the fans and running. It's on my liked videos if you want to see him like say it. But yeah, he absolutely said it. I thought that was pretty fucking crazy. Crawford's lose for Canelo. Pacquiao wanted no part. Where do you get that from? That's not true. I mean, top ranked matchmakers literally didn't want that fight for Crawford. They said that. They said he's a sucker for the southpaw straight left. He was too green. Oh, he was. He wanted no parts. Yeah, but Canelo, I hear you. Like Bud might be too small. I don't. He's not too small, right? He's not. They're generally the same frame, right? He's not too small frame wise, but where he is too small is Canelo has had years to fight at that weight, get comfortable at that weight, spar numerous guys at these bigger weights, and he's still fast. You know, yeah, I'll give I'll give both both guys credit if they take the fight. Honestly, I would have to favor Canelo. I would, but that's literally only because Bud Crawford is so much of a question mark. That's literally the only reason I would favor Canelo, just because I don't know what you know. As a I don't know. I probably shouldn't give credit to someone for something I haven't seen them do, but I don't know. Maybe it's me being brainwashed by everyone telling me Crawford can do these incredible things that he's actually never done yet. But if he is what people suspect he is, then that's a 50-50 fight, right? That he's absolutely in the fight. And I think yeah, if he lets it hang out, he's in that fight. I don't think he should box though, like box to points and shit. I think the I think the judges would favor Canelo, honestly. I'm not falling for the size fallacy anymore. Same trap people fell into with Furious. Yeah, the size fallacy is only really matters when everything is like equal. When they're, like, okay, pound for pound, like they're about the same level of guy. But if one guy's 20 pounds heavier, well, now that's when this is a big problem, right? That's when it will become a problem. But their speed kills. The littler guys are always going to be faster. And if they look at like Cotto Canelo, all right, look at Cotto Canelo, for example. Cotto Canelo. Cotto and Bud ain't different. They're the same size. Like they're the same fighter generally, right? Like same size. They're yeah. Cotto did great versus a prime Canelo, juice to the gills, and Cotto did great. Arguably won. Like definitely, I mean, was putting hands all over. So if Cotto, I think Cotto's a better fighter than Crawford, or better. But I think Cotto was better. But you know that it shows it can be done. So why couldn't Bud do it too? And the fact that someone just pointed out, Canelo is getting old. His legs don't work. Yeah, Canelo's a little slow on his feet. Loads up on his shots. He'd be a one punch pony. Yeah, he's definitely for sure. He's gonna try and corner Crawford. He has to, right? You have to get him against the ropes because he's just gonna circle around you. He's gonna be too fast. But a lot of Canelo is deceptively good at cornering people. He really is. You have to be like a Golovkin and be able to stick him with something hard right in the face to keep him from just pressure, pressure, pressure. Caleb Plant's fast on his feet. He couldn't get away. Charlo's fast on his feet. He couldn't get away. I mean, even guys like Lara fast on their feet, even versus a younger Canelo, had a really hard time getting away, and he was running. So it's hard to get away from him. There's no doubt about that. Unless you can, keep sticking them like a Bivol, uh, like a Golovkin, even like a Floyd, at times. As long as you keep sticking them with something, which is why I don't think Bud should be boxing, like running around, circling the ring, jumping in with pot shots. Because if he Alan had a good point that he is going to be slinging one at a time. He's going to be trying to get him against the ropes and just whack, well on him. And I think his punches will definitely count for more than if Bud is circling the outside of the ring, jumping in with pot shots, even if they're clean headshots, but pot shots 1v1, Canelo's are just going to look better too. So I don't think he should be boxing. I think he should be throwing combinations, like mix it up between Floyd and Cotto and Bivol. Like you got it. That's the game plan. You have to follow that game plan. It's what beats them. The you can mix up the Golovkin fights, Bivol, Floyd, the Floyd fight, all those fights. That Bud should have a mixture of that game plan, but he has to let his hands go. He has to let his hands go. What I mean by Floyd is you got to stand in front of him and punch him, not boxing, fucking running around, jumping with pot shots. None of that. You got to sling some leather, man. That's what I mean. He's gonna That's what I mean by Floyd, right in front of him. Whap whap, hit that motherfucker. You give Canelo time to just keep walking down, and thinking and shit. He'll fuck you up. Because he'll let you hit him one or two, boom, boom, take that, but you got to keep them coming. Because he'll trade one for ones, and he's probably going to win that battle. Yeah, Cotto also didn't even want to really win, and he jabbed Canelo's face all night. Yeah, Cotto could have dug deeper and just outright won. Even caught him with a signature check hook. Yeah, but Canelo had problems with Cotto. Cotto did really good. Yeah, Crawford, even when walking around, the dude is buck 70 something, shredded, no fat or nothing. He never got to lose fat. He is a much bigger guy. Yeah, he's absolutely killing himself to make these weights because he's cutting muscle. He's not cutting fat like a lot of these guys. Crawford is cutting muscle. When he is walking around, like you see him right now, or before he even entered training camp, not now, but before he entered camp, he was buck 70 something, not an ounce of fat on him. So, I don't think he'd have much of a problem going up at weight. I really don't. I mean, let's see how he looks at 54, right? Let's see how he looks at versus Madrimov and go from there. Oh, on that Broner card, you guys watch that middleweight fight? There was that dude. He entered the ring. He was a 14-1 dog. He was a 14-1 underdog. He entered the ring ashy as shit, right? That guy versus what the hell was his name? The number 5 ranked WBA middleweight. I can't remember either of their names. But did you guys see that fight? The 14-1 underdog versus the fucking bum. But that underdog, that dude won that fight. He beat that dude's ass. He won almost every round, and they robbed him bad. Did you guys see that? It was on the Broner undercard. Bud can't hurt Canelo, and that's the difference. Canelo likes to use extra spongy rings and will likely want a small one if they do it. Well, yeah, in America, I agree that would probably happen. But the thing is, well, I hope it would just be done on a completely fair playing field, like level playing field, like a normal ass ring, average size, because it'll probably happen in the over in Saudi or whatever, and so far, everything's been pretty fair over there. Um, yeah, so I wouldn't. I would hope that the turkey dude would, give them like a fair ring. But I agree that Bud ain't gonna be hurting Canelo. That's the thing. That's the thing. What is gonna? I don't think he hurts him with these one or two punches. So that's why I'm saying he's gonna have to put punches and punches all night long. He's gonna have to keep slinging them. He could break him down and hurt him that way, bust him up. But yeah, I don't think he. I don't think I wouldn't favor Crawford if he's planning on boxing, quote unquote boxing, moving around, you know, 1, 2 here and there. If he's coming to kick his ass, then I'd give him a legit shot. Oh yeah, the bum hunter and that corpse. Oh my god, that Cheney dude. Yeah, that Cheney dude was horrible. It was the fight. I think it was the fight right before that. Right, the fight right before that Cheney fight. Yeah, yeah. Golovkin, he won. He beat Canelo. Not the third one, but yeah, it's a different style. Bud can't fight like Golovkin, but yeah, you think Canelo stops Crawford 7 or 8? I I'll be honest. I'll just be shocked if Crawford takes it. I'll give him a ton of props if he just takes the damn fight. I'll give both of them credit if they take it, but I think it is a bigger gamble by Crawford because Canelo should absolutely feel I'll smoke this dude. So look, oh, Canelo didn't beat Bivol. He didn't beat Floyd back then. I don't even think he beat Golovkin the first two. Very tough fight with Cotto, but these are all much better, tougher fighters. Like Crawford ain't beating Bivol at all. He ain't beating Golovkin at all. Um, you know, that version of Floyd, I don't know, maybe probably still doesn't even do that. Probably. So, you know, just because these guys did something, I don't think he beats Cotto either. So just because like these guys did something with Canelo, don't no that don't mean Bud's going to. But I would like to see it. Yeah, I mean they're a lot bigger than him, obviously. Yeah, that's a big reason why he ain't gonna fuck with Bivol or something like that, of course. But yeah, I mean that's still the point because Canelo ain't a giant. He's not that size. He's a little dude. He's shorter than me with littler arms than me. He's not a big dude. What is he like 5'7", 5'8"? He's a little guy too, man. He might be thick, but he's a little guy. Yeah, definitely invest in the body if he fought him, and I think that's what he would do. It's I like the fight. I do. Either guy can win, but I think Crawford has to do a lot more. Um, he would have to show us a lot more than he's ever shown us before. That's okay. That's how I'll put it. Like Canelo just has to beat Canelo. He just got to do what he does. I don't know if Crawford could stand up to that no matter what. But for Crawford to win, he's going to have to do a lot more than he's ever shown us versus other fighters. Which is why I would like to see it though, because it's like, hey, everyone keeps telling me this guy can absolutely do it, and I have some faith he could show out a lot more than he has. So let's run it, right? But he's gonna have to do a lot more. He's gonna have to throw a lot more punches than he usually does. He's gonna have to engage a lot more than he usually does. I don't know if he would do that. Oh, Don King is horrible, man. Like I was saying, like boxing when they were doing like 10 counts to Gary Shaw, Soliman, the senior, and I was like, oh, so Don is just like celebrating his old organized crime clan, right? They're just literally celebrating all his old captains of his black mafia and whatnot. That's all that shit was. It was insane. It was all they were just celebrating all the guys who have hurt more fighters than any men in history, right? Which was pretty bonkers. But oh my god, boxing fans almost kind of deserve to just see a fighter beat the shit out of Don King. Like we should be able to just watch him get thrown into the ring and just pulverized by someone he fucking ruined the life of. The weird punch angles to take Canelita by surprise. Possibly, possibly. Yeah, I like Crawford. How it went. Like it's hard to explain how he punches, like just with words, but how it's like he'll keep his hand like here, and he'll just like it's real quick. It's like pow. It's and when he even throws the hook, he'll just sweep that shit the whole way. It's like all shoulder motion. You can even get the torque, and he can sling it from like all kinds of angles. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's like a whip. He's like, whoosh. Yeah, and he can shoot it from anywhere because he got the torque with the shoulder. Um, it's an interesting little punching style. It can leave you vulnerable though, but the also with I wanted to just point out with the before I forget with Deontay Wilder when Wilder gets zapped by Zhang, right? He if he would have just kept his watch the left hook, the hook that like spins him around or whatever, with the punch that spins him. If if Wilder would have just had his left hand on his chin, he wouldn't have gotten hurt like that. But he punches like he's on a crucifix, chin out, arms spread wide, and gets cracked. If he would have just kept his left, young fighters, keep your hands at your chin. It won't happen. Crawford, Canelo goes the distance. It would be a good time to cash Canelo out, seeing as his last pay per view that wasn't a flop was Plant, based on the amount of money he's making. Um, I mean, look, this is the perfect time for Crawford to jump on him. It definitely is. If there's fighting Canelo like now or next year or whatever is absolutely going to give him the best chance at winning. He's on the downside. Like Canelo's definitely on the downside. I wouldn't I wouldn't say Crawford is on the downside yet. maybe a bit, just starting, but still relative in great shape. Wilder's a bad razor. Oh, way worse than razor though. Yeah, the wear and tear. I mean, yeah, it's injuries. Like the when you think of like a fighter, like aging, right? Like the wear and tear. What does that mean? Injuries like your back, your knees, your shoulders, and that shit all starts to add up. All of a sudden, you ain't moving too well. You're not moving too fast. Your punches ain't slinging like they should. And Canelo has a lot of these problems, right? It's Yeah, I still have a hard time. I agree. Yeah, I still favor Canelo, man. I Canelo's on the downslide, but I still have a hard time seeing Bud win. Because Bud is gonna have to do more than he's ever shown to me he can do. I know he could win. Like I know he has the physicality. It's just does he want to do it? If he wants to do it and let that leather fly and lay it out there, he can definitely do it. But I don't know if he will. I don't. I don't. Yep. I mean, yeah. PEDs have consequences and benefits. Like he probably couldn't even have been going this long though. Like they'll definitely tear some ligaments and all that stuff, but it might help some too. Plus with the stem cells and shit these guys are using nowadays. And that's a good point. That's a good point. But would Canelo ever do that? Would Canelo ever let himself be drained? Because I don't think he would. Like he said, he'll never fight at 60 again, right? So why even agree? Like why even agree to a rehydration clause? And it is Canelo. I don't think he would ever. He don't have to agree to something like that. I don't think he would. But that's what I'm saying. Does the fight even happen then? Because I look, I have high hopes for all these guys. I wish Crawford would do a lot more and do some amazing shit, right? But no, I don't have faith he would challenge himself like this. I don't. Look, when you're 36, 37 years old and you haven't done it yet, hey, yeah, it's hard for me to think you're ever going to. It just is. There's a like how come guys will be 20 years old challenging themselves like crazy, fighting anyone and look at just a Ryan Garcia. Literally, Ryan Garcia just fighting whoever, anyone, like run it. Who's the top guys? Line them up. Why hasn't Bud ever done that? You know, he hasn't. Um, and there's been a lot of fucking guys out there he could have fucking got it on with. And then well, he was with Top Rank. Well, why'd he re-sign with Top Rank when he could have went over to PBC and fought them all years ago? I don't know, man. To me, I have to believe there's it's not an accident. He didn't ever fucking fight a primed up A-level guy. It's not an accident. Yeah, facts. It's absolutely better to burn out than fade away. I was just talking about this with my kid yesterday. I saw a video Paulie Malinology put up, right, and the video was my greatest night. Paulie Malinology said my greatest night was the beating and loss to Miguel Cotto, and that was his greatest night. That is when dude showed his greatness, like in a loss. You don't have to win. You can get you can get not you you can get just as much respect from a loss as a win, but you can get more, way more respect in a loss and love in a loss than a guy from wins that are fucking meaningless. Like for real. So yeah, yeah, you want that love? You got to give people memories. When they remember they were jumping on their feet and screaming in the crowd in the stands, like, yeah, that they love you for that. when they just sit on the couch and watch your whole career, like, yeah, you don't, you're not a memory. You're not a memory. No one's saying Vargas was pound for pound elite or anything. He was fucking exciting. And he was not trash. Far from trash. And he was exciting as all shit. If you think that a fighter like that is trash, then that is insane. Dude had one of the most fucking exciting runs you'll ever watch. Alan says he gives Bud credit for fighting and beating Kavaluskas. Yeah, for sure. But again, I'm going to give him the credit he deserves for that because that was Kavaluskas on a half a camp, less than half a camp. That ain't the same like in shape Kavaluskas that Virgil Ortiz fought. Virgil fought the dude on a massive camp. The guy was in tremendous big difference. So it's like, you know, look, if Kavaluskas can, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, you can get great respect on a loss if you give it your all, leave it in the ring, lose the decision. Everyone thinks you won. Yeah, absolutely. Numerous ways. Yeah, but look at the guys who beat him: Trinidad, Winky, De La Hoya. I mean, these are fucking Mosley. I mean, these are all-time greats. These are like great fighters. Like, you don't have to. Uh, Dude, Floyd Mayweather would have probably lost to every one of them. Like, right? Every one of them guys who beat Vargas, Floyd, they would have all beaten Floyd. In their primes, they would have smoked Floyd. They did. De La Hoya, old coked out De La Hoya, did beat him. Like, so how trash is Floyd then? I don't know if you're a Floyd fan or not, but I'm just saying, is Floyd trash? Because he would have got smoked by every one of them guys too. Prime Mosley smokes him. Prime Oscar smokes him. Prime Trinidad smokes him. And he didn't want no smoke with Winky, so we know Prime Winky smokes him too. Like, is he trash? No, he's not trash. Come on. Them are all-time greats. Should Broner retire? Yeah, Vargas had Vargas was like a shooting star, you know, young, like a Tyson. Do amazing shit, young, burnout though. I don't know, man. Like at a top, like probably right. Well, he's not gonna ever make any real money again, but he probably needs money. But look, Broner was so out of shape, like so out of shape. He looked kind of funny. He was so out of shape, and that was him in shape. Like that was Broner in shape. He was so out of shape. But like look, okay, look, it's hard for me to tell him to retire because look, let me use Pacquiao Barrios, right? Now I'm not trying to. I am gonna compare Pacquiao with Broner, but I don't, not in terms of greatness or whatever. But okay, Pacquiao's like my age, right? A little older, maybe a couple years older, not much older, right? A little older, um, but a crazy physical specimen. Dude, even at my age, if I thought I could get into shape and go beat Barrios's ass and take the title again, I'm doing it. Like, I'm doing it. Even if I'm rich, like, I can go beat this guy and get another belt, set another record. I'm doing it. Like, why wouldn't you? Like, if you can, go do it. Just because you're 40, you shouldn't do it anymore. What? Because you're 40 and have money, you shouldn't be hungry and want to prove to yourself something? No, go do it. Go do it. If you can, try. Why not? Now I think there should be a reason you're fighting. Like with Pacquiao, he's at least coming back to win. And actually, if he does come back, it's because there's a vulnerable guy with a title, right? So you could go take this title off of a vulnerable guy. I get that. But if Broner can find a situation like that, maybe 140 pounders, vulnerable, uh, maybe you can get yourself the fight. But I don't know. But it was, I look like going into that fight with Broner. Me and my kid were watching it, and we're like, neither one of these guys is ever going to really be involved in like a very significant fight. So, like, just give us something entertaining. Just show out and give us something entertaining. I was just hoping actually for Cobbs to like show out because Broner's gone. Hopefully, Cobb can come show out and do something spectacular and give us a new interesting fighter. Right? He didn't do that, but I started finding myself just rooting for Broner just because like he wouldn't give up, he wouldn't quit. He's an old man. Like I was like just thinking to myself in there, like he's still trying. He's just marching this young guy forward. He keeps trying. Um, you know, Cobb should have did a lot more. Cobb should have got him out of there inside of 6 rounds. The fact he didn't, like, it says a lot about his mentality. Like, dude, you're faster, you're stronger, you hit harder, you're bigger, you're taller, you're longer. Like, you have every advantage conceivable over Broner, and you're going to the cards. To the cards. Do you think young Broner fighting like an old shot? You think fucking Broner would have went to the cards versus some old bum like an old has been? Fuck no. He would have took his head off. Yeah, Cobbs got exposed as well. He really did. It was a pretty shitty performance. Um, like that, you're supposed to show out. That's you make a highlight reel and talk all kind of shit afterwards. You don't go to the cards, pitter pattered, like just sticking these jabs, like plant your feet and start slinging like hooks, ripping them. 2, 3, 4, 5. No, he wouldn't do it at all. Prime Broner would smoke Prime Haney, no questions in my mind. No question in my mind. But what I wanted to ask him, what do people think Broner's best win is? What are his two best wins? What are Broner's two best wins? Because someone, and I haven't looked into this, but someone was saying Broner never beat anyone that mattered. Like four division, supposed, full quote unquote four division, right? Full bullshit ass four division champ, but four division champ and never really beat anybody. Like, has he? Jesse Vargas, maybe? Ponce de Leon whooped his ass, bro. Ponce de Leon whooped his ass. DeMarco, I think, is his best performance as well. I agree. I think that is his best performance as well. I actually scored that one for Malignaggi. I scored Ponce and Malignaggi for both of them. I thought they both beat Broner. But so I'm talking he actually won. Like he actually won. You can say he actually beat Paulie because I could see someone having it for him there. So yeah, Paulie and DeMarco maybe, right? Paulie and Gavin Reese. Okay, yeah, this is. Yeah, I got you, greatest. Yeah, because I do too. But on paper, yeah, exactly, right. This guy's never done shit. He's never done shit, and he's a four fucking division champ. You know how crazy that is. Ashley Theophane. Didn't Theophane whoop his ass too? Uh, what? Oh shit! I just saw something. Who's in that club with him in the four division champ? De La Hoya is 5, right? Is Sugar Ray Leonard 4, or is he 5? Because he's in company of all time greats, and he's never done anything. Yeah, he did beat Granados, huh? Did he? He fought Granados? I can't remember the fight, but that would be a respectable win. Yeah. But I was even talking last night. Like Broner's never been a bitch. He ain't never been pussy. He's tough. He's definitely. You saw that last night. Even as an old man, he's still tough. Alan Broner took tough fights. Give him that for sure. My Donna Pacquiao, Garcia. Yeah, you ain't really getting him. That's a nasty lineup, bro. At welterweight when he's not really a welterweight. Well, not that either of any of those guys were really welterweights either. I guess Porter. You gave Granados every round, if you remember correctly. Oh, jeez, I can't remember the fight. I know Granados was robbed. God, like every fight he fucking had versus a name, he basically won them all to just get robbed. But I can't remember the fight at all. But I was thinking if he did beat Granados, that would be respectable. Yeah, skipping 140 was his huge issue. That was he fucked up bad there. Bad. That's a 12-pound jump with guys who have been competing at welterweight for years. They're gonna, yeah. He made Porter weigh 44 as well. That's right, he did. That is right. Porter still whooped his ass. His net worth ain't worth $1 million at all. That dude's in debt. Yeah, I don't know much about this card on ESPN coming up, but I'll be watching it. Yeah, Alan says this generation murdered boxing in a dark alley and then butt fucked its corpse. Oh my god, they did, man. They did. Yeah, that's right. He did knock Porter down in that last round. But like that's the thing. Like you got to give Broner credit because he always tries. He don't stop. Last night he wouldn't quit. Kept coming forward. Kept slinging. Kept trying. Maidana ended the fight. Kept coming. Kept trying. Kept slinging him. Even started hurting Maidana. Started doing good. Porter never stopped. Like he got that dog in him, right? Like he will always keep coming, keep fighting. There's no bitch in Broner. Broner ain't pussy. Don't get that twisted. Yeah, you're not gonna jump from like pizza. You ain't jumping from 35 to 47 and fighting guys like Maidana and like. Well, I think Paulie, right? But still, you get the point. Like, he's fighting legit dudes, man. That's he got confidence. That's balls. Yeah, talented fuck up. I mean, Broner, look, if he had a carefully, a machine around him, like a lot of these guys, he would have had a much more successful career. They would have just picked his opponents a lot more carefully. He finished the fight stronger than Maidana, despite Maidana beating him up for a good chunk of the fight. Yeah, he finishes strong. He does, man. There ain't no quitting, dude. You have to respect that. You have to. Yeah, yeah. Well, and yeah. I mean, they had a little bad blood before that, but yeah, it was definitely because it was an easy belt for sure. We know that's why but and I guess yeah, once you win the belt, it's like why give up the belt and go try to win it? Yeah, but still, it was a bad move. Broner's only 34. That's right? Holy shit, does he look bad for 34? Broner, he can't only be 34. Is that right? That's wild. If that, I mean, I believe you, but yeah, dude, a pudgy old man. Yeah, he literally looked like dude. Yeah, like a pudgy old man. 34? How's that possible? I, I'm almost 10 years older and have a six. That's insane. Yeah, 44 last night. He looked older than 44 too. He looked swollen. His whole body looked uh like he had a layer of fat trying to stay warm and he was swollen. He's all puffy and yeah, he didn't look in good shape. He looked in terrible shape. Holy shit. Yo, Aiden. Uh, They're the same age. That's crazy. Cobb looked like a 16-year-old. Like he had like a body like a 16-year-old, and then one had a body like a 55-year-old. Well, I mean, he dropped a lot of weight. I don't know what kind of training he. I mean, he fought for 10 rounds. I would say he was in shape, but I maybe he can't afford PEDs anymore. I mean, I agree there, K-Ops for sure. I mean, Broner don't live the life. Boxing is a lifestyle, not a sport. Like when you abuse your body, it catches up to you sooner rather than later. I agree, but I abuse my body, and I don't look like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. This guy's a professional athlete. Like that's wild. The fact they're the same age, and one guy's body literally looked like a 16-year-old and one looked like a 50-year-old is shocking. Man, that you know what though? That also exposes Cobbs to me. Like you're in your 30s and you're still fighting like that because he fought. He had every advantage conceivable. Again, speed, power, size, weight, height, reach. I mean, every conceivable advantage Cobbs had, and couldn't get this guy out of there. Didn't even really like show confidence to let it fly. The only time he showed any confidence or balls is when like he hurt Broner, right? He drops Broner, Broner gets up, he does unload then, but really doesn't do it ever again. Okay, there's more people here. Did anyone see the fucking robbery that was on the Adrien Broner undercard versus the number 5 ranked WBA middleweight versus that 14-1 underdog they brought in to lose? I called him Ashy Larry because he entered the ring so dry he was ashy and he won. They robbed him though. Like it was disgusting. That dude won. He was a 14-1 underdog, brought in like right off the fucking couch, like out of shape as all hell. Ashy. Called him, I don't even remember his name. I just called him Ashy Larry on it. He won. And they robbed that dude, man. Yeah. Imagine losing to Ashy Larry. He did. He fucking got pummeled by Ashy Larry. Skinny. Dude, he looked like he was right off the fucking bar stool. Beat his ass. I gave the number 5 ranked guy, I can't remember his name either. 3 rounds tops, like 4 maximum 4. He lost clear as fucking day, and they robbed that dude, man. And the fight had like there was no meaning, like there's no belts on the line. The guy, I think he had losses. It wasn't even that like just it hurt even seeing somebody get robbed in a fight that meant nothing. The fight meant nothing, and it was still yeah, it was still sad to see. The guy fucking won. 14-1 underdog, brought in to just lose and fought his ass off, won. And they just robbed, clearly won, and they blatantly robbed him. If you missed it, I'm be thankful you did because it made me sad. The salt miner looking dude. I don't know. Was he ashy? He was so ashy. Fried his endocrine system. That's a good point. Actually, that might be what happened. Broner also probably didn't use PEDs like properly and paid the price for that. Fried his endocrine system. That makes a lot of sense. That's probably actually what happened, bro. It probably is. What were the scorecards in the Ashy fight? They said the Ashy Larry won like 3 rounds. They said Ashy won like 3 rounds when he won like 7. 8 rounds, really. Yeah, robbery on a Don King card? Nah. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. He fought the number 5 ranked middleweight, WBA ranked number 5. I don't know his name. Yeah, I'd call him his name now, but he entered the ring fucking gray. He's a black dude, but he was so ashy, he was gray. Do you know fucking Blair Cobbs, Adrien Broner are the exact same age? Yeah. How did one look like the body of a 16-year-old? One has the body of like a 50-year-old.
You're talking about Don't Blink?
Oh, yeah, Don't Blink. He had Don't Blink on his belt line.
I think his name was like Derringer.
Derringer. Something Derringer?
Behringer.
Behringer, I think that was his name.
I
think his name was Behringer. Yeah. He had Don't Blink on his belt line. His opponent had R.I.P. Mom and R.I.P. Dad, which was ridiculous, but yeah. That guy got robbed. Disgusting. Cobbs is a cringy asshole. I saw a comment. I still think about it. He goes, no wonder his last name's Cobbs. He's corny as fuck. Justice for Ashy. Yeah, justice for Ashy. Dude, he won. It's like, that's bad, man. That's bad. And how the guy after the Ashy Larry fight, Behringer, I think was his name, Behringer. My son just said it. Ian Green, Roy Behringer. Okay, yeah, I guess. Yes, that's their names. That is who I'm talking about. Behringer. Roy Behringer won. He won. They robbed him. 14-1 underdog. And that Ian Green should just leave. Just get out of boxing. You suck. You don't belong. Like, for real. Tough guy, get whatever, but you suck. Like, the guy has no ability. He looks like a fighter, right? He looks like he's chiseled from granite, but he can't fight at all. It was crazy. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Behringer or nothing, but he kind of looked like a crackhead right off the corner and punished this guy. This dude who's like a giant steroid freak, muscle bound, just got punished. All Green possibly could do. He's like Dubois. Bro, he was Dubois. He even started headbutting fucking Ashy Larry at the end. He started headbutting Ashy at the end too, because that's all he could do. I was even trying to think of like, how could Green turn this around? And I was like, he has to just start getting rough. He doesn't have the ability to do anything else. He's really like Dubois. All he could do was march in, take some punches, get inside, wrap you up, start getting rough, little short shots to the body, little short shots up top. Like, the guy had nothing. Just a tough guy, march forward. Yes, he sucks. He fucking sucks. And the WBA is going to tell me this guy's number 5? Are you kidding me? Yo, go get that Arab dude. Go get that Arab dude who fought, who beat up Ammo Williams. Put him in with Ian Green. That shit don't go 3 rounds. Number 5. I don't even think that Arab kid is ranked. Like, come on, man. If I'm the head of the WBA, I am stripping. The Green has to. He's absolutely getting stripped of his little title. He has his little international nonsense belt. I'm stripping him of that. And I'm saying I'm stripping you of your ranking as well, unless you rematch this guy. Like, now. I smoke crack, Joe Rogan. Yo, oh my God. I don't want to shit on him, man, because he was a fucking warrior and he won. I don't want to shit on him, but it's funny because he was right off the corner, but he came out fighting. Oh, yeah, exactly. There's teenagers in some whatever the fuck stand who are better than that guy. Dude, there's teenagers in your city who are better than that guy. No doubt about it. I don't even know where you're from. It don't matter where you're from. Oh, yeah. Ashy gave him a fat black eye. Bro, that was the first cut woman I've ever seen in the history of boxing. There was and they kept calling cut woman. I think it was just his fucking fat girlfriend. and she didn't do anything with the cut. All she did was empty a can of Vaseline on his face. After the fight, she's still rubbing Vaseline on his face. The fight's over. The decision's been announced. She's still rubbing Vaseline on his face. It was insane. Why his eye was ridiculously swollen is because she didn't have an inswell. She didn't use an inswell. They didn't want to criticize her because it's a cut woman. So it was like Buster Douglas, with Tyson, it's just a fucking condom with water. But she was just plop slathering Vaseline on him. That's all she did. Just after the fight, she was still putting Vaseline on him. It was insane. Like, I was cracking up, man. I was cracking up. Your eye is the size of a fucking soda can. And she's like, it just needs more Vaseline. Let me shine your eye up. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing, lady? Yeah, cut woman. It is kind of funny, though. I think it was just his girlfriend. I don't know what the hell. Like, come on, man. Or maybe she's like a fucking nurse he knows. I don't know. It was ridiculous. It should have. That was one of the things that cost him the fight. Obviously, they gave it to him on robbery, but that was one of the things that probably could have cost him the fight because he couldn't see out of that eye. Oh man, I never even thought of that. But no, she didn't have an inswell. However, in like going into the 9th round, I think it was, somebody must have brought her something or gave her something to use as an inswell. It wasn't an inswell. I don't know what it was, but it was like, dude, it might have been like a compact for makeup. I'm not joking. It might have been like a makeup compact, and she's using that to press his eyes. Someone clearly finally came up and was like, what the fuck are you doing? Spread that swelling around, like push it back. And she was using something at the end of the fight. I don't know what it was, though. It wasn't like an actual inswell. But it don't have to be an actual inswell. You can use a lot, whatever. Yeah, yeah. Not even ice. Just cold water on a condom. Crazy. Crazy. Again, you don't have to have an actual inswell, dude. You can use your thumb. Just use your thumb. Like, just push it back. Yeah, exactly. Reverse. Exactly. Yeah, I just said it, and then your comment came right up. Boom. Exactly. Same time. Yeah, just use your fingers. What the fuck? What are you doing over here? Yeah, I'm sure it was. It was probably above room temperature. It was probably like 99 degrees. Yeah, she just puts foundation on the cut. Dude, I'm not joking. This is what was happening. I think it was like a compact, like a little makeup compact. I think that's what someone had to have said something to her. Yeah. But he had 2 other men in the corner with him, and they didn't do anything. They didn't help him at all. They just watched her round after round only put Vaseline on a closing and eventually closed eye. Again, I don't think I hope I'm making myself clear here as well. The fight was well over. We already knew who won the fight, won the fight, and she was still putting Vaseline on it. Like, she had no clue what she's doing. Like, why are you putting Vaseline on me after the fight? She had no clue what she was there to do or supposed to do. Yeah, the fucking woman diversity, bro. Like, he better not have her in the corner in his next fight. No, yeah, boy, I would like to say yeah, but no, no. How like 40-something-year-old dude blowing out his knee, and I get it. The it seems from the date, the rescheduled date for this fight at what is it? October or something. It's the end of this year, right? I think it's October 21st or something. Yeah, like she might as well have been at the post fight presser, still putting Vaseline on him. Like that's basically what was happening. Does it make a difference if it was 5 minutes earlier? Or was the it's after the fight. But the yeah, that's a good one. Like grandmas think Tiger Balm fixes everything. That's funny. Uh, but the excitement with this fight with no, I don't, man, because he's I can't believe he's going to be the same fighter. Better be if that is. So like I right now I would say no, but being that the fight got rescheduled for like October and not next year, it makes me think, well, maybe the injury wasn't that serious. If you only needed a couple months for recovery, is it really as bad as I think it probably is? Uh, I don't know. It probably still is as bad, and he's just willing to fight with it barely healed up, But what's really gonna make my mind up is I want to see training footage. I want to see footage. I want to see how he's moving. Is he wearing a brace? Um, if I see some training camp footage and he looks the same, uh, you know, the knee wasn't. We eventually find out the knee injury wasn't as bad as we suspect it is. Stuff like that. Then I guess then the you know excitement or could come back, but it's damaged. The excitement has been damaged. Dude, that was the Usyk Fury, Bivol Beterbiev were bar none the best fights you could get in boxing. Period. Period. There's no two fights, no four fighters I would want to see matched up. Those two fights were the number one fucking fights because they're elite, best of the best in their divisions, and they don't they're real ones. They're coming to fight. They're not going to point. They're there to go to war. You're going to see war. So it's those were, but and I might have apart for like the historical shit of you know Usyk and Fury, a better fight is you would be like, man, it's hard to get a better fight than that, right? Bivol Beterbiev could have definitely been a better fight. I was actually looking forward to that fight more in terms of just the amount of action and smaller guys, more punches. Just it should have been a actually better fight with the same amount of emotion and will and desire, all that good stuff you saw in the Usyk Fury fight. So my excitement was at 100 for that, but it's cut. It's drastically down. It's like 70 now. I don't even know if I'm looking forward to it. I don't even know if I want to see it. Like I do, I guess, but imagine it like just think of it like this. Beterbiev comes back one-legged and just loses like in shitty fashion, just an embarrassing loss. When you know that would never have happened ever, right? Before. So like I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. Beterbiev has the potential to have arguably the greatest light heavyweight run ever. I wouldn't say it is, but it's arguably undefeated. If he knocks out everybody, becomes undisputed, does all like that's incredible stuff. But imagine if he's one fight away from doing all that, gets injured, still fights, but just is a shell of himself because he's one-legged. Yeah, Martinez Cotto vibes definitely could be something like that. Exactly. Yeah, I think it was gonna resemble Vosdick Beterbiev. That's what I think it was gonna resemble. I think Bivol would do better though. But my God, I don't know. It's going to be a war. It would be a war. I think Bivol would do better, just because he's not. He's going to try and keep his distance a little bit more, and he's better at it than Vosdick was. But it was gonna look like that fight. And no, and he didn't. And should he? That's the thing. Like, that's the other problem, even for Bivol. You beat Beterbiev if he is on one leg. Like, so if he's, wearing a brace and you can tell he's debilitated. If that's how you do get undisputed, you get 3 belts off the guy who went and collected them all, smoked everything moving, and you get him like off of him that way. It's not even good for Bivol's legacy. Yeah. Beterbiev or Bivol don't have the body of work to be mentioned in the same league as Archie Moores or Charles. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. At all. It's, it doesn't change the fact of like the greatness for what they do in their eras and shit though. But yeah, come on. To me, Ezra Charles is, all-time greats, like, with all eras combined, like, you gotta have that dude definitely in your top 10. He's going to be in my top 5. Yeah, I don't. Archie Moore, I don't think Archie Moore fucks with Beterbiev either. Honestly, just look at Rocky Marciano and Archie Moore, and it might even be worse. But Ezra Charles' greatness is undeniable, so I ain't gonna say anyone's just running through him or even beating him, honestly. Dude, yeah, any okay, this is the thing with the different eras. I'm telling you, man, you can go just watch these fights. You can just go watch them yourself. Like, go back to the light heavyweight fights of the 70s and 80s in particular. 70s and 80s particularly. Watch how many punches they're throwing around, how many power punches they're throwing around, how fast and powerful these punches are. I mean, they're just slinging them. Just whoop, 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 like guys are fucking cooking. I've never I like Bivol, but I haven't saw any of the guys from this era fight like that. Literally, I've seen no guys from this era fight like that. And I use this example for generally all weight classes because I'm not seeing welterweights fighting like or lightweights fighting like Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard either. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's that unlimited steroid tax. And you're probably right because Bob Foster, that's literally who I'm thinking of when I'm talking about the light heavyweights slinging. Like, how were they able? Yeah, nowadays 1, 2, maybe 3 punch combos. Back then it's 4, 5, 6s. Whoa, 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 fast as hell. Like, and they didn't stop. There's no way these guys could. I don't see how you could match them kind of guys. I just don't see it. I don't see it. And it probably is because they were on rocket fuel. Because what is so much different? I don't know. Was it just the mental? Was it just the mental? I don't know. Because they're super mentally ferocious and determined guys now, and they're not doing that. Yeah, they're still on shit, just not allowed to inject that rocket fuel, right? It might be smelling salt. I mean, they had all kind of tactics back then, right? Meth, we know they were greenies, benzedrine, right? Greenies. We know they were all doing greenies. baseball, football, boxing. That was the biggest drug in sports was greenies. But what? Yeah, even the distract. But still, what the hell makes them just not fight as hard? 15 rounds too. Like, yeah, great point. Great point. It's got to do a lot with the mental because even the better drugs today, they can't go 15. But yeah, how much are they on? It has to be the mentality, though. I mean, that's clearly going to have a lot to do with it, right? No way it can't. Stephen A. said Lennox Lewis isn't a great fighter. Stephen A's a fucking idiot, dude. I'm not a fan of Lennox. I was wanted him to lose bad multiple times. He's a great fighter. Did you ever see Stephen A. hit the mitts? You ever see Stephen A. hit the mitts? That's all you need to. That's all I need to say. Did you ever see him hit the mitts? That's all that needs to be said. This guy should never talk sports ever again. Did he even play on his high school basketball team and he talks all this shit like he was some great fucking basketball player? Yeah, never liked Lennox. Great fighter, though. You could have classified me as a fucking Lennox hater. I was Mike Tyson, Holyfield all the way. Mike Tyson all the way. Oh, fuck Lennox. But could never deny his abilities. He was always the most dangerous fighter out there for any of them. You know, like in the mid-90s onwards, like 96, 97 onwards, Lennox was the man. Stephen A. misses the pads. Yeah, well, again, they were all on steroids back then. Again, not look, every weightlifting gym in the 70s had steroids in it. They all did. It wasn't just Gold's Gym. By mid 70s, the steroids were extremely common in sports. But I think also a bigger thing. Look, I've only ever sparred with like 7 milligrams of Adderall. I take like 7 grams of Adderall and sparred on, right? I told you guys before, it was unfair. While I'm boxing in the ring, I'm like, this is unfair. I did not get tired at all. I did. I just threw. I didn't get tired. I was so lasered in. It was unfair. That's on 5 to 7 milligrams of Adderall. I didn't know it could have such a significant effect. But boy, did it. Boy, does it. So, someone was talking about the rocket fuel. I think it might have been Tally. They had greenies back then, which were just basically Adderall. It was just greenies. They're just Adderall, right? Basically the same thing. And that was in every sports locker room. Yeah, you would definitely gain a tolerance, I guess, lose effectiveness. But imagine you're only taking it, during your fights or a few times throughout camp, sparring, and then your fights, and then don't touch it anymore. But, what I'm trying to say is one little thing does give you, it can give you a crazy advantage to where I said to myself, this is cheating. This is unfair. In my head, obviously, but yeah. Now imagine you're on a stack of the best shit that you have practiced with and figured out what is the best formula for you. Holy shit. Yeah, I could imagine these guys in the 70s and 80s. That's why they're slinging 100 power punches around fast as lightning. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. All these little things start to stack. These little advantages, they all stack up and multiply into a fucking significant advantage if you do it right. And the other guy isn't doing it or isn't doing it right. Yeah. They didn't have, SARMs and EPO and all this crazy shit we have now. They had like tests, anabolic steroids and greenies. That's really all they had, uh, shit to give you some energy and testosterone. That's really all they had. But yeah, tensing up and yeah, dude, that's what I was saying with Blair Cobbs with Broner last night. Broner was very loose. Broner was loose, calm, relaxed. He did get tired, but he wasn't like that's just because he's out of shape. Cobb though, I thought he was younger, but looks in much better shape and gases too. But he was so tense, like he's he's in his boxing stance, but like flexing at the same time, super tight. It's like, yo, do you know how fast you're gonna gas out doing that? The greenies, probably most of it, you see in a crackhead get tired. Also, they weren't worried about the long-term effects of steroids back then. Yeah, they didn't even really understand there were long-term side effects then. So, yeah. Well, and that's the other thing. This is why I will chalk a lot of it up to, you have to chalk a lot of it up to being mental, because, stuff like Gaddy Ward series was commonplace. I'm not going to say commonplace, but I get what you're saying. Action fights were just the norm. Not to that level, I get it, but a lot of action, right? Go watch any lightweight title fight from the 90s. Dude, and then compare it to any lightweight title fight you've seen in the last 5-10 years. They're nothing alike. They're really not. So, yeah, I get it. Those guys, you have to chalk it up to being mental, right? Because I'm not going to say Gaddy and Ward were clean. I would assume they weren't on rocket fuel, obviously, right? But they were clearly hurt, gassed out, tired, spent, kept throwing. Both of them just kept throwing, right? That's mental. That's just, they're pushing that wall. They're breaking through that wall and just going and going. I just saw an interview with Habib Nurmagomedov from the UFC, right? And they were talking, I don't know, they're talking about rounds or something. And Khabib said something about 5. He goes, 5 rounds? He goes, a fighter will fight 5 rounds, 10 rounds, 100 rounds. I was just talking about this to you guys like 2 weeks ago, right? He goes, 100 rounds. He goes, it's a mental thing, a block. He goes, you push through that barrier, you can just keep going and going. Eventually, your body will die of exhaustion or whatever. But yeah, there are fucking fights. They used to fight 100 rounds, and a round wasn't 3 minutes. A round might be 10 until you got dropped. Now that's a round. That's a round. So there's these guys fought for hours. Hours. Fuck the amount of rounds. They fought for hours. So it is a big mental thing. So clearly, there's no debating that, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You always hear it. The person who's going to have the most success in the boxing ring is the guy who's relaxed. Be relaxed. Take in everything. Be loose. Yeah, you'll always do better. What? What are you talking about, Hawker? Who? Sex crimes? Steroids? Who? What up, Friesen? I was watching a true. Oh, okay. I was watching a true crime documentary about a serial killer who's a former NFL player. The I-5 killer, I think it was. He said he was doing a lot of steroids. He tried blaming his sex crimes on taking steroids. Yeah. Yeah, that's no. Might rile you up a bit more, I guess, but it ain't gonna, no. You know that's wrong. Yeah, that's a great point. Okay, this goes back to that UFC brawl. I just dropped the link, guys, if anyone wants to jump on. Some guys don't tense up in sparring, but they tense up in a real fight, like a boxing match, with shit on the line in front of everyone. Gym warriors, to the guys who freeze up under the lights or whatever, right? And that goes back to this brawl on the screen with these MMA guys. Yeah, the more controlled the environment, the better certain people will do. In the gym, it's even more controlled, because in a big stage now, there's a lot more eyes watching you, so the nerves ratchet up, and then to a street, they ratchet up even more, which is why they're fighting girls like they've never even fought before, but they're all trained MMA fighters, but they're just panicking. It's kind of funny. Hey, what's up, fellas? Yeah, Nate is probably getting slept.
What's
What's
up?
up, Anthony? What's good?
Hey guys.
How you guys doing?
Someone hold this down for 1 second. I gotta go pee real quick.
All right.
Sure. You and everybody.
What's up? I still don't know why they didn't make Tony Ferguson versus Nate Diaz.
Man, some of those fights that this slip out, man. They get in hindsight. You're right. Like, I think it was something along the lines of both sides being unprofessional. Like,
Yeah, Tony too busy throwing holy water on his wife.
oh God. Oh, good old days, huh?
Bro, I love Tony. He's like my favorite fighter. I'm still delusional. I think if he'd fought Khabib the first time they were scheduled to fight, I think he would have beat him.
I mean, who knows, man?
He was so good, man.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, Tony Ferguson in his prime, man, he was a problem. I think he got robbed once. I think after that he got discouraged and he didn't give a shit anymore.
Yeah, he kept on getting injured, and you're just not the same, right?
Yeah. And
when
then
fighting's a sport where you can lose it real quick.
No, that's true. No, and also like the sport was evolving underneath his legs, so you got guys that not really grapplers, they're more like strikers, and the matchups in UFC they kind of a little different than boxing.
Yeah, matchmaking's a little interesting in UFC because they can totally make guys go to the top. Like Adesanya, for instance, he was totally deliberately given matchups so he could become champ.
I'm gonna tell you something though too. To me, UFC, it's not like I'm a big fan of it, but I like some of the matches, because I even myself I have a little bit of a wrestling and a Kempo background.
Yeah.
Not deep, but I have some. And the
That
thing
is a
about
good point.
the thing about
In the UFC,
let me explain real quick.
it's more organized.
A little bit, and at the same time not, because the thing is, to me, like the matchups, they could be a little bit of a toss-up. Like sometimes they can have like good matchups, but sometimes they can have like on paper good matchups, but this like aesthetically and visually, they just don't look right. A lot of grappling, a lot of waste time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, grappling's fine if they're like actually doing stuff when they're grappling. Like the problem is when they're just sitting there. That's the problem.
The bad thing is like when they put like two jiu-jitsu guys, like they cancel each other. You know
Well,
what I mean?
don't get me started on jiu-jitsu. I think that
Yeah, like you put like two Dylan Dennis like on the ring, it's gonna be boring.
no.
Like two
Also,
guys
a lot of wrestlers like fall in love with striking. I feel like wrestlers can adapt to striking pretty well, like because they're probably
but the
gonna be
good
big,
thing
strong.
about wrestler is like they can, they can suplex you. That's exciting.
Yeah.
They can like slam you if they can have the chance.
Ground and pound usually. Yeah.
Exactly. Like they can like slam you. Like wrestling is more like grab your opponent by the weak side. Let's say like right underneath your hips. You can control like somebody's body weight like that. Like doesn't matter how much they weight. As long as you pick them up by that side, bro, like they don't weigh nothing.
Yeah, and then they get you can just then you just get them, and also they clinch it against the cage, fighting against the
Yeah,
cage.
like I see
like
so
that.
many, I see so many guys like they go for takedowns, but they're going like all completely wrong. That's when you know like they're not like wrestlers at all. Like
No.
they just going for like desperation, like random shits.
I like it when
Oh, did you guys see that fight with Eddie Hall versus those two littler guys?
Oh, the bad of the midgets.
Did you see that? They need more freak fights. Like they do. I
they
want
kind of do.
versus 4 of them now.
They need to do the pride stuff, the pride like back in the day.
They did shit like that? Yeah.
They did so much bizarre stuff.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we need more of these freak fights. Give us these giant freaks of nature versus like average people, multiples, and let's see what happens. Like, I think he could crush like 6, 7 dudes at a time. I mean, shit. I've seen guys average size.
Yeah, pro wrestling was fake, but it was always entertaining.
Yeah, and them falls and shit, they're not fake. Like, the predetermined outcomes or whatever. But yeah.
I mean, there were predetermined outcomes, but the thing is, like,
I would rather box than do WWE wrestling. That's myself, because I don't want to know I have to now take a jump off of this cage and fall into a table or fucking get thrown off the top rope. Like, I don't want to know what is about to happen to me.
You know what's crazy?
Yes.
Well, the thing about like the WWE back then is like the script was like really, really dramatic and nice. Like, the fights that were a little bit more credible. But now is everything is like, they talk a little bit. They talk more than the fight nowadays.
That's more of a reality TV show. That's what it is now.
Exactly. It's more like a soap opera nowadays,
I love
Even though like back then they used to be kind of ridiculous. I don't know if you guys remember, like it was a point of time between like Edge and like Timbo as Vicky Guerrero and like Rey Mysterio, and they had like a whole like.
I was like Hulk Hogan, Macho Man, Ultimate Warrior generation, but I fucking loved wrestling as a kid. Like every Saturday morning, I used to do it. I remember, dude, I don't know what it is. Like, it's in my DNA, I guess, because I have never changed. I love warrior shit. Like, it was, I think a lot of us do, but as a little kid, I remember, like, seeing on TV, like, Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant and shit, and being like, those guys are awesome.
I mean, think about it. Think about it. Two big, right up guys just fighting, man. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I was like, this is incredible. Like, I fucking love
hell
it.
Yeah.
I feel like kung fu movies, the boxing. Yeah. I love it all.
I feel like that's a pretty normal like the life cycle of a fan, right? You're a kid, you watch WWE like martial arts movies, and then you get into like UFC. That's what my cousin right now, he's like training all the time, working at like a gym, and like he started like I remember as a kid watching WWE with him, and then he just naturally goes into UFC and boxing.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. But we had like GI Joes. Like again, it was based. Like it totally.
It was masculine, right? They don't want kids to be masculine now.
Stand up against bullies, protect the weak, like do the right thing. Like now, it's like literally do the evil thing.
but they call the evil thing good, though. They try to disguise it.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Not the evil thing. The misunderstood.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I want to touch kids. That's just. I'm sorry, I can't kill myself. Sorry,
because
I was gonna say something worse, but I don't want to.
Yeah, it's because like my dad never touched me.
I was watching a shout out to Del Boy. I was telling him I saw Shane Gillis talking about him the other day. But I was watching this other thing on Shane right before this stream. It was like a little short I saw. And he was like, could you imagine having an MSNBC dad? like fuck, I didn't know dad was gay. He's like Fox News dad. At least Fox News dads are like real dads. They're like cool dads. He goes and shits on them too. But like it's just funny how he's like, could you imagine your dad at dinner be like, we really need to focus on renewable energy sources? He's like, I didn't know dad was gay. Like, and it's so fucking true. Like, what happened to just
Bro, I'm the head of the family now. Gosh.
Yeah, for real. Go to your room, dad. Go to your room, dad.
Yeah, Kurt Angle was an Olympic gold medalist in like freestyle.
Yeah, 81 born. The best years of fucking WWE and WWF. I'm telling you, great.
Yeah, Kurt Angle was was like legit a fighter.
Yeah, gold
like-
medal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's from Pittsburgh.
And you can tell
I
like he
remember the
was
whole
because like some of this I also heard like in some of the skits they used to tell him like go easy on the other guys because he actually came like suplex guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, a decent
he
amount
act-
of them do have a real background.
Do you remember his like actual move? Like not the lock, the ankle lock, the other one. Like he used to like grab you like by your midsection and just like slam you all around.
He's
It's
after.
one of the dudes like didn't matter if you actually didn't want to perform the skill or not. He used to like pick you up because he used to like grab you by the hip and like pick you up. He used to put like your shoulder pressing like by your rib cage and grab you by your hip and then his other hand like by your neck.
Oh,
So he used to like exactly just like grab you like a little kid and like pick you up. Like didn't matter if you were the big show, whoever. Like he he used to just do that because he used to grab you by like your not your weak side, but like if you grab anybody by any of those sides, like they that's like paperweight. You know what I mean?
yeah, he won a gold medal with a legit broken neck.
Yeah, the wrestling.
Yeah, legit broken neck. Insane.
That's what I'm saying. Like he was one of the few guys like everybody was like terrified of him being in the ring because
Yeah.
even
If he snapped, if he was like, no, I
No,
don't
Yeah,
want to do it.
no,
exactly.
no, because the thing was like if he's not following the script, he can whoop your ass.
Uh,
You know what I mean? He was one of the guys like, yo, can you
Yeah,
follow?
or if you piss him off in the ring, you got to go backstage with this guy still.
Well, if you look, I think was one of the interviews with Brock Lesnar. It was like on some of the fights, it's like, okay, after this point, it's no script, guys. It's really more free for all. If you can land like your best move, like you can land your best moves, especially like WrestleMania and shit.
yeah, kind of freestyle it after this point.
Yeah. And the thing is, like Brock Lesnar actually pressed, I think it was Vince McMahon or some other dude, like to make them follow the script because he didn't want to be like get his ass whooped by him. He was like, oh no, man, like this guy actually can like suplex me. Like last time, he picked me up like a piece of paper. Like he found out like his muscle were in shape against like Kurt Angle because Kurt Angle wasn't like a guy who's like like a huge guy. He was like a regular 6'1", like 100, like 200 pounds.
he was at least 220, I'm pretty sure.
No, yeah, but that's like pretty small for WWE standards. Like you got guys like the Undertaker, like guys like they just regular power forwards in the NBA. You know what I mean? Like, well, actually, like muscle band. Like I remember, like everybody used to look like Karl Malone. Like,
Yo, did you sorry, did you guys hear about the NBA player getting caught fixing the games?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got arrested and shit.
Yeah.
Well, there's a it was I told this story before about an NFL owner who was involved in gambling, and his two right hand men were also murdered. Like one was found in the trunk of a car, murdered, and I forget what happened. The other one I think got shotgunned. And he was the owner of the LA Rams. They were doing this is back in the day, but they were rigging their own team's games and betting against like their team to lose, making tons of money. They got killed for it, but it was the owner of the LA Rams. So I tried to tell people like what to go look up if they wanted to look it up. But now that this shit broke, a lot of people have been going and digging all this stuff up. So in my liked videos, there's a good documentary on like professional sports rigging and stories of it being fixed. But I didn't see anyone come out and just say this is commonplace, right? But I've seen numerous professional like NFL, NBA players saying like this is just the tip of the iceberg, or he's the only one, shit like that. But not like
Well, it's weird because they condemn it, but they also just are constantly promoting these gambling sites. So
and that's the other thing. They said it's only gonna get worse. This is like on that McAfee show with stars, and they're saying it's only getting worse. And they use that as
they condemn it because those apps. They condemn because those apps they actually now they can like manipulate the Las Vegas odds. Like for example, like the Loma and Devin Haney fight by the 10th or the 11th round, Devin Haney wasn't the favorite anymore. It was Loma.
Well, the live betting.
Yeah, that's why like they against it. If any of you follow baseball, like baseball.
Not really.
Oh,
okay, never mind.
Why? What's up, though?
I know enough
Nah,
about
nah,
it.
nah.
Though.
It's like
I have the
one,
background knowledge.
like listen, like if you remember one of the guys in the background, like the referees or like the umpires, it's
Yeah.
because either they're doing a great job or they're doing a shitty job. And in baseball, if you remember the guy, it's because he's doing a shitty job. I don't know if you know Angel Hernandez,
Wait, was
Yeah.
this dude
the
umping
legend,
last night? Was this
the
dude
man, the
umping
myth, the legend. He's gonna. I think he's gonna retire this year. Like finally.
I saw a bunch of baseball players snapping on some ump last night.
Yeah.
I don't know who it was, but they were.
I mean, umpires. I
what?
feel like umpires in baseball have the most power to manipulate outcomes of any referee in any sport.
Well, and
There
look,
was
I also want to point this about this NBA player, right? Because you always hear this, and this is every fucking 10 years. They say the same thing. They make too much money now. Back then, they didn't make enough money. It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Right?
Well, inflation is a bit of a
These guys
bitch.
are making fucking the average ass player is making like star NFL money. These guys are paid, and they still fuck it up. Like
Yeah.
the owner of these, I don't care how these guys are getting paid. Like with checks.
What happens when you get that much money that young?
Well, and think about it. They're still getting paid checks weekly. It's like I don't care if your check is $100 or 100,000. These dudes are in the mind. They're just spending it all. Like
I mean, remember, Anthony. Now NBA is basically Disney product.
yeah. But I'm
So
tired of hearing like they make too much money. No, it don't matter.
You always want more. Humans are designed to be unsatisfied no matter where you're
Yeah.
at in life.
Yeah.
That's why we got here. That's why we're talking on the internet. It's
I
like,
mean,
And
you
you
think
don't
humans
have
would have
to-
invented this if we were
and it
we were
doesn't
happy?
and it doesn't have to just be you're in debt either. It can literally just be you're being extorted. It could just be they have you sucking dude's dick on tape. Like it could be a bunch of things. Like
I mean, they get more money now, but they're also like wasting more money now because now they're moving more. Like free agency is more like open, like wide open. Like these dudes, they're moving every 2 years. Imagine buying a house every 2 years.
Yeah.
Instead of
So-
being steady money, same
Yeah.
city. You know what I mean?
They're also just so young, and then you suddenly have that much money. It's like you don't
Nah, and then
you don't
like
get tempered. You're not tempered, right? If
Well,
you get
look,
that money older,
I'm
you're
think
more
I'm think
tempered.
about it like this. Let me just give this point. Let's go very quick. You're young. You're getting hundreds of millions of dollars in this era when you have Instagram studies, OnlyFans studies. You know what I mean? Like it's you become a huge target. Like back then, you used to have
Oh,
just like people used to just be by their own devices. You know what I mean?
And it just comes down to human greed. Look, I'm gambling, right? I'm an NBA player. I'm gambling. I'm $500,000 in the fucking hole. I have it. I have $9 million in an account. I can absolutely pay that $500,000 off, but I don't fucking want to. Like I can literally just not hit a three all game, and I'm clear. Oh, that's all I have to do. I'll tell my bookie, bet on the prop bet. This is what happened with this guy. Bet on the prop bet that I don't make my set number of threes. It was like 2.5 threes. I'm not going to shoot a three. We win. And it's that simple. Like, and it was the biggest bet on DraftKings that week. Was a prop bet for no three, like the him to not make the threes. He didn't shoot any, and they won. But that set off red flags. Like, but that's all it takes is I don't want to pay this fucking debt. Like, this is a game that means nothing. I can just basically throw the game or whatever, just not shoot threes.
Yeah, you might even still win the game, right?
Yeah, and I'm exactly. Yeah.
I mean, look at this guy, Ben Simmons. The dude, he already is worth like around like borderline 200 million. Like he's not even 30 years old, right? Now, apparently, he has like a back injury, which is bullshit. But if the whole point is that if the kid wants to retire now, he can't. You know what I mean? He's already rich.
I mean, he
He
doesn't
can
have
care less. Like
he
he's
doesn't have
fucking
that
with the
much money.
Kardashians now. Like he's like a driving Rolls Royces. He can care less about if he ever like dribble a basketball anymore. Like he's rich. He don't care.
Taxes and stuff. Also,
Yeah, but
these people have constantly been told like how smart they are and how great they are, right? And it's like if you've been told that, you don't know how dumb you are, right? So you think, oh, I'm smart, I'm not gonna get outsmarted, right? Like it's like
oh man, I'm so great. I made like $100 million at 25, but life goes on. you're gonna be 40. Like you're gonna be.
Right.
And then
They're
you hear stories
brainwashed so
like
badly.
they broke or they went crazy or something.
It's also the
That's why
attention. They're used to attention too.
that's why like back then some players used to have contracts like Allen Iverson that he had with Reebok. Like they hold his own money until he turned like
Yeah,
40 something
he
because
still must
they
have.
no,
He's
because
still,
they knew he was a nut job.
yep.
He was a talented nut job. Like, okay, this guy's doing orgies, shooting people around, and let's just make sure this dude don't go crazy because we're gonna need him in the future. Hey, Alan, just sign this here. We're gonna give you, 100 now and 50 when you turn, I don't know, like 40.
Yeah, and dude gets he gets like 20 million here in a couple of years, real soon.
No, he already got the other part of the deal. The
Did
thing
he get
about
that?
those guys, they used to have better lawyers too.
Did
Like
he get
Allen
the?
Iverson, he didn't really went broke. The thing is, you have to go broke so you avoid the baby mama dramas. You know
Yeah,
what I
but
mean?
with Iverson, there was part of the contract was like he don't get. There's like 20 million that's held for like 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
Take it in an annuity. Yeah.
yeah,
so he's got.
he either got it or he's about to be getting it.
So the thing of what they did was, he got like $100+ million from Reebok. So every time he used to get his paycheck from Reebok, they did their own IRA. I
IRA.
think that's an yeah. So they did they used to discount money from that and putting it into his into an account for
401k.
for
Maybe a
himself.
trust or something.
Yeah, a trust fund, and they hold like the 20 millions and mentioned. So all that came up like around like almost 100 millions without taxes. So he has his life set up by Reebok. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
it's
they
like
actually did something. They actually did something like good for him. But also, Allen Iverson was a fucking icon. Like
it's like
shit.
the Japanese baseball player who just signed like $700 million contract. He's taking it later when he's outside of California, so he doesn't have to pay the California taxes.
Smart, smart.
Yeah.
Right? Shohei Ohtani. Okay. That's crazy, buddy, though. 700 million. Heavens. He's for sure worth it, though, because of just the marketing and international appeal. So.
Who was wasn't there a Japanese baseball player that just got caught gambling?
I mean,
too?
yeah,
That was him.
That was him? Okay.
Yeah,
It was his translator that got caught. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
no, and you have a great point. Like he has Japan behind him. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's also just the best player. Like, so he has like both. He gets a double dip, right? He's that good. So.
Oh, he is that. He is
No, he's that nice. Like
Yes.
he pitches and hits. He's the first person who's done that since
Oh.
Babe Ruth. So it's like he's that
Shit.
good, and he's elite at both. He's a freak. So.
Oh, he's in the MLB. I take it, right?
Yeah.
Still, they can't get rid of him then, huh?
No, he's too big. For that. There's no
Like
way.
Jordan. It's
That's
like
why
Jordan.
that's why the translator guy took the fall. He's just.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, he's the scapegoat.
Yeah.
You got to eat this one. That's
I mean,
funny.
he was on some shitty team, so I don't blame him for gambling. It's like, team sucks.
Yeah.
Baseball is weird like that. You can be like a like all-time great player and just get griefed by your team. It's not win at all. Oh yeah, I have a question for you, Anthony. I wanted to ask you this. What do you think was closer, Fury Usyk or Kovalev Ward?
Fury Usyk.
Yeah, I think Fury Usyk almost won. Like Ward was never like on the verge of winning, like at all. Like, he picked up some rounds, but
the thing about that fight is the fact that like you can't really count the points that Ward got because they counted some shitty ass points like they count like his punches in the clinch and shit like that, which you're not supposed to count.
Yeah, the rabbit punches. Yeah.
Yeah, like they count a whole bunch of punches that you're not supposed to count. Ward took some of the middle rounds. I'm not gonna say he didn't. Like I'm not gonna say like Ward was just a complete bitch and he didn't do nothing or he wasn't effective. But no, like I had it. I think I had a 7-5.
Yeah, I just think it's sad that like
I had
Usyk
it.
won.
I had
That's
it
7-5 without the knockdown though. That's 7-5 without the knockdown.
And Kovalev is remembered as the loser.
Like,
of that fight,
I count that
officially.
round with the knockdown just like a single round. You know what I mean?
just like on the scorecards would have been close, right? But the action in the ring is just light years. It's so different. One guy, Fury had he had Usyk close to going. If he could have kept it up for a couple more rounds or something, maybe. But whatever. Ward never had any momentum like that at all. So yeah.
Yeah, the flow of the fight definitely felt. It's just
much clearer when.
I still think about Kovalev Ward like too often because it just makes me mad.
Yeah, it was one of the worst things in modern boxing.
One of the worst decisions in modern boxing.
Just one of the worst things we've seen.
Yeah.
And then the rematch to put
It might
will the media say that? No.
Between Loma and Haney and Ward and Kovalev, those are atrocious. Knowing that both of those guys are their whole life goals just to become undisputed. They did it.
Yeah.
They both did it. Fucking.
You know what's funny? Since you mentioned, that they compared Ward and Usyk. Usyk got punched in the same area by Daniel Dubois that Kovalev was punched by Ward.
Oh, Bradley Pack won too.
Yeah, like they got punched in the same area, and look at what they did different. One kind of a knockout, and the other one, and I'm not saying was privilege for the same with Usyk, because Usyk actually, was fairly judged, but it's funny how they count the Ward thing as a knockout. Like he has so much
I have
power.
to say something here that's very important. We with those two cards, with the 114, 113 Usyk and 114, 113 for Fury, we were just like one round away from a bullshit Fury win or a draw. That's how disgusting that would have been. Only the Spanish judge who had it 115, 112 saw the real fight for Usyk.
Damn, thank God he did though. That is too close for comfort.
Like this, what the fuck?
I'm not saying there weren't like other horrible robberies like Bradley Pack 1 or something, but it's and obviously it hurts. It's not good.
Because the connotations, the stakes of the robbery.
Yeah, it's like the kind of significance. Like number one, those guys had never lost. Like they're going for like all the marbles, achieving their life's goal was undisputed. All this, so we know what their goals are. And Pacquiao's just kind of a warrior. He's like just fucking running, right?
He's the GOAT. Like
there isn't like a set goal. Obviously, it's fight per fight, whatever. Yeah, so to see like someone's hold everything they've worked for their whole lives and they achieve it, but it's just stolen from them.
By corruption.
Horrible to witness. It's horrible. It makes you feel terrible.
I think it broke Kovalev. Like I think a lot of his alcoholism, all that stuff. Like I think that was like.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man.
It's like I don't know.
Yeah.
Ward.
But see now Jose Sulaiman. Mauricio Sulaiman still wants to use 6 judges for the Usyk
of course he will.
Kovalev rematch.
Listen,
but that's not going to fly.
The gig was up when they gave the thing to Fury, and that judge was oddly enough was from the WBC. He don't want 3 more judges. He wants his judges in that fight.
But more judges does not equate to better scoring. I sent an email to you with a Google attachment, Anthony, of WBC feedback. You should review it. It's really good. It makes up. I put some good points in there. We need instant replay back. I'd like to see noise reduction headphones. I'd like to see more 10-10 even rounds because the 10-9 10-point muscle system is severely flawed. You win a round by a little or win a round by a lot without a knockdown, it's still 10-9. I think that is wrong.
Something that we do at the gym. Something that we do at the gym is when we're scoring fights, we don't go for swing rounds. Like we rewatch the round until we pick the winner from that round, which is kind of exhausting, but.
Yeah, Josh, there is a place in hell for Ward for sure.
Yeah, look, he calls himself Jesus.
That'll
blasphemy. He's supposed to be a Christian. He's blaspheming of the highest order.
Who calls himself
Son of
Jesus?
God, who's God's son? one and only Jesus Christ. He's saying it's insane. It's wild.
It's like, bro, like, it's just, and then also he's always like in the new, like I always like when I was like really into the whole media thing before I got out of it. It's like he's always talking about like, oh, I could fight Usyk, I could fight. It's like, it's shut up, bro.
Yeah,
Like, you're just like a
didn't even have the balls to fight Golovkin, bro.
bro. Golovkin would have like. Golovkin's one of the best fighters I've ever saw.
Absolutely.
It's just is what it is. I also think he's probably like one of the most talented like just ever physically.
Andrew Ward, bro. Andrew Ward is a talented dude, no doubt about it. But he used to talk out of his ass a lot of times, man. Like I remember one time in an ESPN podcast, I think it was right after Joshua lost against Andy Ruiz. He was saying like, "I go to heavyweight and beat Joshua." I was like, "Come on, bro!" Like,
bro, you're going like Ngannou, bro. Like you're basically an MMA fighter in boxing. Like you're basically
oddly enough,
equivalent of Ngannou.
he's fronting like he's gonna do a comeback. Like he if you go to his social media, he's training like he's gonna do a comeback.
He's just addicted to attention, right? He wants to be relevant. He wants to feel like he's special, right? But inside, why he's doing this is inside he knows he's not real.
I mean, he is special. Don't get it twisted, but he's basically PBC product pretty much.
He's not though. He's not.
No, I do love how Carl Froch and Ward's fight were the only clean fights that either fighter fought.
Yeah, that's funny. Right. And you know what's funny? Since you mentioned that, like, that's one of his best fights that Carl Froch won. Cause he clearly won it, and he did it like based on skills. And it's like,
yes,
you don't really.
But he based his whole career on. That is his whole career. That's it.
No, but here's the thing though. That's funny because it's like, yo, it's clearly like you don't really need to spoil a fight. Like you can do it. Like you just choose to be dirty. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. He won that fight fair and square. That was a legit win. Respectful. Yeah.
Elite username.
Mikkel Kessler was disgusting. Ward.
Oh no, man, that's the fight, bro. Like that's the most disgusting fight, man, that I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, gross. It basically ruined Kessler's career.
His whole life, bro.
Yeah, for real. But hey, he's holy man.
I would have loved to see Beterbiev versus. I would have been on the Islamic side. I would have been for the jihad if it's Beterbiev versus.
And you know what's funny? Like he's
like this dude's he will only ever come back if he sees a ripe opportunity. He'll never come back to challenge himself. You know, like
it's a real fighter.
That's funny. Like he's actually around Beterbiev's age.
Beterbiev was his Mando.
Yeah. He retired younger than Mayweather. He's actually younger than Mayweather.
Yeah.
Like by a good 6 to 7 years.
Damn.
Yeah, because he retired at 33. He's now like 41.
And then we have Shakur Stevenson, the low blow king. Another hype job.
The heir apparent.
Yeah,
Shakur's last interview, he just said, like, if I was Haney and I got hit with that shot by Ryan and got hurt, I would have said, fuck the fans and just stunk the joint out to win. He's like, sometimes you have to say, fuck the fans.
He said that, holy shit.
Yeah, he said, fuck the fans. Quote, sometimes you just have to say, fuck the fans. Like, I'm like, yo, like, I know what you're saying, right? Because Punch did a little short on this. Punch Drunk, so that's where I got it from. And I had previously been talking about this. But I'm like, because he goes, look, I get what you're saying and I understand what you're saying. But, dude, you certainly can't say that because that is your just go-to. Like, I've always said, if you just punch this guy in the mouth, he'll just run away. He don't want smoke. Like, you just take the fight to him, hit him in the mouth, and he'll just run. And like, he just told you that's what he would do. Like, it's not me just making this up. He's telling you, punch me in the mouth, and I'm running.
Listen, if you ever guys have the chance to watch the interview he has with Say Cheese, Shakur Stevens, I'm talking about, you can see a lot of his attitude and like the way he thinks, like through that interview. And By the way, I'm like around like the Jersey area, and what I heard is like he's just being controlled by his girlfriend. Like that's why he's been talking like the way he talks. Like
Doesn't
he's like
surprise
Like
the
a
last
woman?
Pepsi Cola in the desert.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it because he's talking like a fucking woman.
me. I hate it when they try to tell you like, oh, you just don't like defensive fighters. It's like my favorite fighter ever is Dimitri Pirog, and he was a
I
defensive.
love
Like
Chris Bird. Don't tell me
it's
I
like
like
it's just
little.
you can be defensive. You can be a defensive master and fight exciting. You don't
Hold
have
on,
to be boring to be good
I don't
defensive.
think people understand what defense is. What like? Oh my god! One of the I would say it was 75% of what made Mike Tyson was the great defense.
Yeah, especially for how
The
small he
great
was.
defense that got him into position to fuck you up. So like, no, I love defense, but like, there's defense, and then there's cowardice. There's a huge difference, man.
Yeah, but the thing that I don't understand is
You,
like,
you can be
can you bet
right.
defensive and like hit back? I don't think so. Like these guys, they can. How many guys from this generation they can slip a punch and punch you back? Not that many.
Very few. Very few. Here's
Very
the
few.
thing,
I
though.
mean,
How,
You can
how
be
many?
you can be defensive. You can be defensive, but you can't be boring. And today's defensive fighters are boring as shit. No one
I think
wants
when
to
they
see
say,
shit
I
for.
think, I think when they say like defensive, it's another
Floyd.
way to say a guy that didn't really have many fundamentals and they can only do one thing.
Dude,
I mean, to be fair, the only combat sport America is still elite at is wrestling.
I'll be honest. Like, I don't know what Duran is probably just the greatest fighter ever to me. Like, on all honesty, like on a pound for pound level.
Duran and Manny.
Yeah, because like underrated to me, you can't get better defense than Duran. Like I've never seen it. Like that's as good as it fucking gets to me. Like I've never,
Especially
ever,
when he was locked in, right? Like
Yeah,
peak
yeah.
Duran to me, like he's almost like if you
Look,
take any fighter at their very apex, it's like almost Duran. Like
Look,
Yeah,
another
to
guy
me,
that
yes.
is not known by their defense, but his defense was really nasty. Julio Cesar Chavez,
Yeah, exactly.
senior. I'm
Yeah.
talking about. That guy he used to just like cover himself with his shoulders while he was rolling. What was going in? His guard up, and like little to not punches was going through because he knew how to do it. You know what I mean? Like people don't say that. Like,
Look, I'm not gonna. Loma has, arguably the greatest defense of this era. Like you're not touching him on the chin, right? It's fucking damn near impossible to.
well,
get
he's
that
just 5'5" fighting guys who are 6 feet tall.
Yeah, like this is all very impressive. I'm not trying to shit on Loma at all. All what I am gonna say though is Duran fought prime Sugar Ray Leonard. This guy's 5'10", like a 74-inch reach. He's big,
Way
fast as shit. Hits like a fucking mule.
Mean as hell. Mean as hell too. Mean as hell too.
And this dude and Duran stood right in front of him, went to beat him, went to war. Like he's slipping 8-9 punches in a row.
Not only that, and he actually was stunning him. Remember what Ray Leonard was saying? Every time he went into his corner, he used to ask his corner man, "Oh, my teeth still there?" You remember that?
Hands of stone.
Absolutely.
No, yeah. No, also, like his technique was just nasty. Like I took a lot of the things from Duran though.
It's so subtle. It's just so subtle, little tiny movements, but just.
I think we mentioned this before, Anthony. How many guys nowadays you can see peeling the jab, which is when you throw your jab, you mimic the movement when you parry a jab.
Yeah.
So when you going back, that neutralize your opponent. Just how many guys you see that doing that anymore?
Yeah. You want to know who I think had underrated defense? I might be sounding like a fanboy, but I think Golovkin actually, when he was like trying to be defensive, he would slip so many punches. Like he just didn't like. I think after a point he realized guys couldn't hurt him, and so he made the fight exciting.
I think Golovkin has an underrated defense though, because how many times you remember Golovkin with like a hematoma in his eye or like cuts?
Yeah, never.
Exactly.
Never.
That's what I'm saying. Like he's not being slick or whatever. It's just the fact that he used to do like certain movement. Like
he's good at minimizing damage. He gets hit, but he doesn't take the full. Like he's able to
back
like.
to Duran Leonard won.
I mean, also he was a little guy, but
Duran Leonard won.
The thing about Golovkin,
most perfect fight of all time.
Also Golovkin was a little guy. He's in his weight class. Like he was like around Canelo's height.
I thought he was about like normal middleweight size.
His weight is 170 on fight night. He's 170, 170 on fight night.
Yeah, but
It's just
if
the other
you-
guys are so big now that it like
yeah,
he seems.
and compared to like a Danny Jacobs or whatever. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Bro,
'cause
that
he-
Danny Jacobs performance was crazy. He just walked up to this droid monster and just beat the fuck out of him.
right? Yeah. For real.
Just dog
In his
walked him.
backyard. In Jacobs' backyard. That's New York City, bro.
He just dog walked him. It was like crazy. Like it's just like it's kind of weird when you see like the bigger dude. Normally they're gonna have like when they want to take him. He just walked backwards. He's like the stronger dude. Clearly.
You remember when he got knocked down, and he is on like on the ropes, like he's hanging like Rey Mysterio's about to do a 619, like.
Look, I was thinking of something like this, not necessarily for like what amateur fights should an amateur study or whatever, but just anybody really young guys, amateurs, whatever. What I was thinking people should do, because I did this growing up, especially with once YouTube came around. Go fucking watch, like just pick a division, middleweight, lightweight, any division, and go watch every fight where the entire fight, watch it all, where the lineal title transfers. Watch like the, whatever, when the lineal fight transfers, the little lineal title transfers. Watch all those fights. Go back as far as you can, like every film, if they have it, watch it. Just because, people.
You need to go on a binge to know what you're talking about.
You're going to learn so much more than like one or two things. You're going to see countless different styles, old school tactics, like real old school tricks and tactics, the dirty bullshit.
A good example
commentating that you're going to hear, you just teach you old facts and little trivias or whatnot. The corner, like, dude, that's really where it's at.
And Anthony, you're going to hear fantastic commentary, not this Chris Mannix.
Yeah, Manny Stewart,
bullshit.
R.I.P.
And all the best guys, you're going to see all the top.
Larry Merchant.
So done, Dumpy.
Like one of a good example is Paulie Ayala against Johnny Tapia. That's a great example though.
Yeah,
like you learn about the history,
little details of two different styles, because Johnny Tapia was just not a brawler. Like he was pretty much one of the masters of like the bear claw or gar. He was one of the masters of that before he went like a little crazy.
I forgot all about Bob Sheridan.
I know that this would never happen, but how would you break down like a prime Roy Jones and a prime Triple G? How does that? Would a rematch be necessary?
I mean, how much steroids is Roy Jones on?
Well,
oh yeah, that's true too.
It's going to be really hard.
I think Kovalev versus Roy Jones would be more of a.
At 160, Roy was almost invincible, just on speed alone. Like, and he hit hard enough to where he's going to.
No, but he didn't like the Michalczewski matchup, so maybe he would have saw the same thing.
No, that's the only. Yeah, that's the only thing that can. Again, that look. There's that style gets beaten by a textbook.
But what about like Young? We never even like really saw it. Like Young Triple G kept getting ducked, so it was like when we saw him, like even though he was such a monster, he still wasn't probably as
run
good.
On HBO and all that. That's him like passing his prime. Like, all his big fights were past his prime.
Which is crazy to think about, because it's just like it's crazy. And also, I also think that he was so much better than everyone. Like I do think that he realized he didn't need to use all his amateur technical boxing because he wanted to make it exciting, because he was a foreigner, so he needed to be exciting to win the fans over. I think he made that.
Yeah, remember Abel Sanchez said they talked about this. Like after he worked with him, he's like, "Yo, we got to change your style. You need to fight like Chavez. We will literally make you fight Mexican style. You can do that style very well, and it will make you a fan favorite. We're gonna make a lot of fucking money."
I've seen some disturbing videos of Triple G, like where he's training and he's like going against heavyweights and just grabbing their hand, and they're like can't like they can't stay with him strength wise. It's like you're like, okay, like what is this? I swear he must have some Neanderthal blood in him or something. I don't know.
Well, I was there are just some people, like I grew up with a dude, like I was thinking of I was watching a clip. It was a member of Wu-Tang talk about Tyson robbed his mom, they were coming back from the grocery store, and Mike as a kid ran up on his mom, made her take off her jewelry, and give it to him. And Mike was like, well, I got the money now. Next, if he ever runs into me, I'll fucking give him some money. I'll pay him back. I was probably in a bad spot, right? But like, you think back to Mike was called Big Head Mike. When he was 10 years old, teenagers were like, Mike, go beat up that like 25-year-old crack dealer so he could take his jewelry and drugs and money. Mike would be 10, 12 and blast out grown men. Like, dude, think about I knew a 15, 16-year-old who I would put up against like any grown man in a street fight. But I don't, that alone is super rare. Like, I don't know any 15-year-old, 16-year-old now that I would really do that with. They're so rare. Then, like, even every year you go back is huge. A 14-year-old, a 13-year-old, a 12-year-old. Like, this is nuts. So everyone in the neighborhood clearly saw something. Like, this kid is fucking different. Like, I don't even want to go jump this guy with you, but we'll go send him. He'll just fucking flatline him. Like, that.
Yeah, there's just outliers. It's
yeah, there's just outliers. Like, some people are just much physically stronger. Like, I remember this kid, he's 15. There was like 6 of us. We're all the same age. We couldn't take him down. Like, we're like, these are some high school football players that, like, you couldn't, it was insane. Like, some people are just, yeah, man.
And it's like, they don't even, it's not even like if they lift. Like, there's this wrestler in my high school, like, he didn't even look that strong, but it's just, but when he gets his hands on you, you're just like, oh, okay.
That's it too. And you'll never know.
And I wrestled too. It's not like I'm a pretty strong dude, like, just pound for pound, but it's like, there's some dudes out there that are just,
it's like, whatever. I don't know why they're like that, but they're just stronger.
Yeah, I call them meat eaters, like, or a buddy called them. They're just what they are. And there's some guys who have like really good reflexes, like really good sense of balance too.
Yeah, like full body coordination and all that.
Yeah, my brother's like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those are the scariest dudes. The full, like, I look at all types of athletic activities, even like skateboarding, right? I think to myself, like, skateboarders have to be fucking amazing athletes. They have to be. Like, the best of the, like, their balance is out of this world. Their hand-eye coordination and foot coordination. It's like they have 4 arms. Like, they're fucking super full body coordinated.
Yeah, and it's just how you use it. And also, like, I think how quick you can pick things up too. It's like certain people can just pick something up and they don't get elite at it, but they get like really good really quick.
Like a Bo Jackson or something.
Right.
Yeah,
you can do anything. Anything. Yeah, maybe not like the greatest at anything, but like top of the line if anything you put your mind towards. Like,
basically better than anyone you're probably gonna meet. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, the problem with those people though is they get bored with things too easily. My brother's a little like that. He just constantly did sports. He got like pretty good at it, and then he just stopped doing it. He moved on to a different sport. It's just like, they sometimes get a little bored. I mean, that's like the talent paradox, right? Like, the more talented you are, the more likely you are to be like a little bit like relying on it. So you're more likely to like be
absolutely
less disciplined, right? Yeah. Interesting. It's like my younger brother theory. I think if you're like the youngest brother, so you're like smaller, but like you're more talented, like that's like the best way, because you're like used to getting the shit beat out of you, so you don't feel like you're talented. Then when you grow into your talent.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And your older brothers are going to make you build character because they're tougher, so they're going to make you push through a lot of shit, and that's going to build a lot of spirit, character, and knowing, like, experience of, I know if I push through this, I can overcome.
Yeah. And even it's like you're forced to learn skills that if you were more talented, if you were always the more talented one, you didn't have to learn that skill because you always just won without it, right? And so it helps at the top level.
Yeah, you see that. Yeah, you see that a lot, right?
It's why I actually have this take on Lomachenko. I think,
look at Roy Jones.
Yeah, Roy Jones. I think he might be the fighter who maximized his physical talent. He might be the best fighter who had the least amount of like, he obviously has a ton of natural, but like he doesn't have that like power to rely on. He doesn't have like that, like he has to master everything perfectly. Because he's fighting it because of the size difference, right? Because he doesn't have that natural power.
I know what you're saying.
I
That's
put a prime.
really good point.
I put a prime Leonard ahead of him, but even that's debatable.
On
Yeah.
who?
Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh, against over who?
Like you was talking about Loma.
Loma.
I think.
Talk about Roy Jones.
Oh,
Oh,
Roy.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure. On a physicality, Roy is standalone. Like he is a standalone, explosive. Like on terms of speed, explosiveness, that type of fast twitch. Like, in terms of fast twitch, the guy's standalone. He really is.
I feel like you got to drown him.
The boxing, that's why I brought him up when we were just talking about. Like, yeah, he didn't. The talent, natural God-given talent, took him so far. He never felt the need to develop, actual technique.
He was not a risk taker.
Well,
That's
that
the only problem.
too. I mean that too. But again, he could think of how. Imagine if like the natural talent he had if he was also like, focused on great technique and skill set rather than just pure raw natural talent.
Yeah, with those twitchy guys, like when I was wrestling, how I figured out how you beat them, you just need to do relentless pressure and be constantly showing them different, like, oh, I'm going to shoot here, I'm going to do this move, I'm going to do this move. Because even if their body is like a lot faster than yours, their mind might not be, and it kind of negates a lot of that. Just relentless pressure.
Those like explosions, that cuts like someone who's just like a middle of the pack workhorse compared to the fast twitchy guy. You can drown that guy because the fast twitch is just going to empty your gas tank. All these little explosions, or that's like a carburetor being, your pedal being forward and your carburetor open up and sucking in a bunch of fuel rather than just a 4-wheel drive first gear.
Especially if you're smarter than them and like you can think cognitively faster, right? Yeah. Like you can have 3 or 4 thoughts at a time.
And again, because you're not as just naturally talented, you gotta learn and develop other skills, tactics.
Yeah. Also identify where you are talented at, right? You want to be, you need to be talented enough, and identify, okay, this guy's more talented than me in this area, but I'm better here. This is how I win. This is my win condition.
Absolutely.
Right.
But the elusive boxer a lot of times has more of a skill set, has more a plan B, a plan C, a plan D. A lot of times these brawlers don't have a plan B. And I think that can be a problem for them.
Yeah. That'll happen.
Okay, you're just gonna lose.
Ball
right?
and Ford, like Bo, he's only gonna be able to fight one way, right? Just fight like Bo. But Marciano, he could only. You're not gonna expect anything. He's only fighting one way, right? But can you beat that one way?
Yeah, can you beat it? I have this thing is I don't think there's like a definitive like best boxer. Like if you take all the greats, right? No one's gonna there's gonna be one guy who beats one guy and then the other guy, because it's just gonna be like, what are your talents? What are you built to do, right? Tommy Hearns against Durant, for instance, right? Like
styles make fights.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when. Yeah, I mean, something's got to give, right? If your skills are equal, but your mental strength isn't, okay, the mental strength your favors. If the skills are relatively equal and
the stylistic
is too, but what is the style now? Yeah, like is this guy a lot faster? Well, that's gonna be a strength, and obviously.
Yeah. So I think Manny is the best. I think if you did that round robin, I think he'd win the most because I just think he's the best for the most styles, in my opinion. I think there's guys who'd beat him, but I think he'd overall win the most.
Yeah, I mean, you saw him against fucking every style.
In terms of accomplishment, yes.
He did good versus any style, so.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, he's the guy he's the guy who makes people fall in love with boxing, right? That's pretty rare. It was Golovkin for me. Golovkin's what made me fall in love with boxing, but for most people, like a little younger than me.
Ali was influential, made people follow boxing. Tyson was influential.
Tyson in the 90s, yeah.
Pacquiao, of course, made people follow boxing.
Pacquiao, yeah, and then
If only,
I'm
Can
sure.
you imagine what Golovkin, and Golovkin was so great, but and he just didn't get the respect that he should have gotten because he wasn't Mexican and he wasn't black.
Well, he's from fucking Kazakhstan. Like, what the fuck? No one
Which
even
is
knows.
such a shame because he's such an amazing fighter.
Sadly, we just had like a flood. The boxing community was flooded by a bunch of pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't just mean like the YouTube. I'm talking like even the mainstream boxing community was just flooded by pieces of shit because there were guys who like doing amazing shit, like the stuff that you write about in boxing books. Like, this is what a champion is. Blah blah blah.
And then they'll talk that they weren't a real champion, but that other guy is. Yeah.
They would shit on that guy and prop up a fucking bum, and it's not because they were dumb. They didn't. They knew this guy would smoke so and so or whatever. They were just bad fucking people, man.
Yeah, it's just about And hey, this Saudi guy. I mean, he's making.
They were just
boxing
following
seem a
the money
little
of the crooked establishment. So they were hyping up guys because they were doing what they were told to do by Heyman and the crooks.
I'm liking what the Saudi guy's doing though.
Yeah, can't hate it.
So far, it's
absolutely.
like he's been the one. Hopefully, it sticks with it. But he's been like, hey, like, oh my, Zhang Wilder was. Oh man, I watched that on repeat for a minute. The Zhang Wilder knockout. I knew it was gonna happen, but it was beautiful nonetheless.
All the
like Anthony said that Heyman should have done what the guy has been doing. Heyman should have done that for the last 10 years instead of promoting these like Wilder and these fucking hype Amero bombs.
Exact, Jack. Al Heyman had $500 million and 200 fighters and fucked it up. And fucked it. He didn't fuck it up. He fucked it up like he nuked it. Like fucking ruined. Oh my god.
I think they also just didn't account for like
word
America used to be elite at boxing, but we're not elite at boxing anymore. That's just how it is.
Dude, even halfway through when they're down to like 200 million, they could have reversed course right then and there and been like, go sign all the fucking good guys, spend every dollar we have getting the real ones over here. And
get like, you need to make a base, right? It's like, hey, we sign one guy there and then we can like we can start signing other guys. If we do right by him, the other guys will want to sign with us. It's like
bad people though. Bad people. Right. They couldn't do it.
Bad. Couldn't do it.
Insane.
It could have been like the original Boxing After Dark, Anthony, in the 90s, where we had great classic fights. That's what Heyman should have done with these Eastern Europeans and these Asian Pacific guys. Brought them over here so people can see some real fights like we grew up with in the 70s.
Yeah, teach them English too. Like, just.
Dude, some of the greatest fights were just on like real, just
undercard,
real free TV. Like, man.
You have to go on deep dives on boxing YouTube, like see and like to find them or hear about them, right? When you're first getting into boxing, anyway.
Yeah.
In Morales Barrera 1, that's one of the greatest fights of all time.
But how was like this is like the the basis of the whole question with PBC from the very beginning. How were they ever going to do what they were saying they were going to do in all their little fucking...
Well, it's money laundering. It's not.
Yeah, right. But like saying, look, how could you make... Because they were American boxing, dude, blah, blah, blah. American getting new fans and free TV, bringing all these new viewers. How are you going to do that when the product you put out is fucking garbage? Every card is someone to just fall over. There's no excitement, no emotion, no roaring of the crowd, no fucking people at home are jumping up on their feet, tapping their boy on the shoulder. It's like, you fucking say that. Nothing. No, you just stare and watch a fucking Amero bum dance until his opponent either falls or doesn't. And goes to the card. Like, but
the best thing about watching fighting is that feeling of tension.
Yeah,
like you feel that tension. Like, what is going on, right? Like, it's you don't know.
Like the opening round of Hagler and Hearns.
How many times would you be? Boxing is such a great sport where you can go into a fight 100% rooting for fighter A, but by round 8, you're rooting for fighter B.
Yeah. Or you just like both fighters by the end of the fight. You like don't care.
Yeah,
it's
just
like
because of like the shit they are, like the heart, the fucking like the come on, man. That's what boxing is. That's why you watch
the
it.
10
The,
exactly, Anthony. And in the 10 years that they had it, what's the best fight that they gave us? Like Thurman Porter, and even that
that's
was
what I was going to say.
not
Yes,
wrestling.
Thurman Porter. That was their best. That was as good as it gets. Yeah, that was their best. Yep.
Can you
That's what I was gonna say.
they had maybe like 3 or 4 fights in the last 10 years that are anywhere near decent.
Exactly. A handful. Yeah, of course you'll have a handful.
and like I'm a big UFC guy, but when boxing's like at its best, there's nothing like it in the world.
Yeah, I agree.
Like it's just the best. I don't like. And I say that from a grappler background. It's just the best. Like it just is. All right, but and also YouTube like cringes on you, so guys can't. So when you're looking into boxing, you think that this is what it actually is because they prop up the other stuff too. It's like,
and this is why it would never work though, right? Because obviously this is what they said their goal was, right? Create like a UFC model with the PBC. They were close to introducing the PBC belt. For some reason they never did. Yeah, because they knew it would hold no weight. No one would ever care about it.
there's already too many belts.
But beyond that, the thing that gave you got to remember, the UFC gained credibility to build a league off of. They had to have credibility first. Best versus the best, legit fights. They had to build credibility first. PBC never had credibility. So, like, how are you going to build a fucking, we're going to entrust, like, the most, a guy who's never shown that he has an ounce of credibility or integrity to be, like, the moderator of integrity? And, like, God, come on.
Like the Saudi guy might be able to do it eventually.
Yeah, exactly. We don't know. As of now, he's only shown us he has credibility and integrity. So
and he's kept it mostly clean. I haven't seen any egregious robberies, right? Like Usyk actually won, right? Like they could have easily robbed him, right? But
they almost did.
And
they almost did, but they didn't though. He kept it clean enough.
Everyone would just say you don't know shit about boxing if you said Usyk won. It's fucking nuts. Same way if
my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did steal all of De La Hoya's fighters. He even had to pay $50 million in damages for that.
It probably went straight up De La Hoya's nose.
Like, man, I'll never understand how someone who like brings you into a business like that and like makes you, how you can just snake, like from like Schaefer to Oscar, or whether it's like Gunner and Young Thug, like anytime, like when someone fucking makes a life for you and your family, you know what, you signed up for this shit in every way, shape, and form. You know how you gonna like. These people could have just left you where the fuck you came from. Like, it's such a bad, like that alone let me know back then, like what kind of people PBC was. Honestly, it's like you're not. You certainly don't have integrity. Like,
and I will never.
If you do that,
Anthony,
people will know you're like that.
Oscar down and said, "This is our plan." Like they never did that and said, "Like, do you want to come along?" or something like that. They would literally tell him they were signing these guys to promotional contracts for like 4, 5, 6 fights, and they were on a fight-by-fight basis. He had none of these guys under contract when he was told he did, and then they went and just signed, when they got the Waddell and Reed money, they went and signed them all to like 6, 8 fight, big long contracts with PBC guys. And he was like, what? That's how he was able to sue them, and they had to pay $50 million in damages. But you know what a snake, every day they're hanging out with this guy smiling in his face, man. You're a piece of shit.
If you're going to go your separate ways, or if you need to tell him, like, just tell him to his face. Like,
exactly. To hang with this dude for months, business meetings, dinners, have his family, his kids, like that's a fucking horrible person. Like
I couldn't do that to someone. Like,
I've never done that to someone. I never would, because I would just say that, I got a problem with you. Like we got to figure something out here. Like this is an issue, blah blah blah, or whatever. But No way. Like,
But pretend I could like just stop talking to someone, but like not like still talk to them and act like it's all good. Like how
Exactly.
could you like I don't know.
yeah, I
Are you
don't-
are you talking about Canelo his contract with Oscar?
No, just how Schaefer and Heyman stole all of Golden Boy's fight, all Oscar fighters off the back of the day to start the PBC.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Nancy,
What's
I
up,
will
guys?
never forget
Doing
that.
good?
I will never forget that brilliant documentary that you did when you read Heyman's contract verbatim and how sneaky he was back in 2014 when you made that video. That just said it right there. Everything for the last 10 years about him has happened. It's come true.
Yeah. There's that Mayweather video too. That was a classic. The sunglasses
I'm
talking
glad
about
that
Mayweather's
people
career.
read it, 'cause whatever link I found it in court documents, but I put the link in the description box to that slave contract thing, but it's gone. They nuked that shit. The link. Thankfully I read the shit, but yeah, horrible.
It's gone. Shoot.
Horrible.
Well, these guys all fight like once a year. All these PBC fighters, they barely fight.
You had no autonomy. It was a true slave contract. You were completely owned. Had to do whatever
It's
the
like
fuck said.
it's like these guys like Ugas, like Benavidez, like everyone you can think of who signed with PBC, like Thurman. All these guys you can think of, they barely fight like once a year.
Yeah,
I don't,
there's a bunch of reasons, but yeah.
like Boots, yeah, they barely fight.
Man, they're trying to make Boot sound like Prime Kovalev or Prime Triple G the way they're talking about him.
Hey, look, this is a good question. Do you think Heyman really owes Floyd $100 million? No, definitely not. Did he steal some money off of him? "Quote unquote steal," right? Yeah. All right. Floyd's just mad he's broke. I will almost guarantee you this shit was. He just signed retarded fucking contracts that gave Al all of his money. Like, I'm sure he stole a little too, but I would imagine it was mostly just legally taken. He's just mad now that he's broke. Heyman ain't funding his.
Yeah, Floyd's fucking broke, man. He spent all his money on shit, and he's selling it off now.
How do you I don't know how you.
He sells off all his cars and his watches because he spent too much. You know. Did you guys see those videos of him in like Israel and shit with all these? Did you see those videos, man?
No, but he looks weird. He just looks weird every time we see him now.
He's
they were calling them Rabbi Mayweather
on the adrenochrome.
He was like by the wall.
Like weird. It might be like I think he got like Botox or something. I don't know. He looks weird now. Like weird.
Yeah.
Oh shoot! I gotta take off, guys. Thanks for chatting. It's been a pleasure.
You take care, man. God bless.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on, Jack. Good talking to you, my man. I saw your little
see you later, guy.
Twitter too. I'll get back to you on that.
Oh,
hit you up on his
yeah.
DMs.
I'll talk about it more in the next show or whenever.
Gotcha.
Thanks a lot.
I respect you guys for being able to deal with Twitter.
Well, and this is the other thing. People need to understand. None of this shit costs what they say, and none of it.
Yeah.
I just watched this rapper be like, "I just got $100,000 grill. All right, my grill's $100,000." Well, I just watched Johnny Dang like 2 weeks before. The guy who makes all the most expensive grills, $10,000.
No, they pay more for it so they can say they paid that much for it. It's like the most. It's like so dumb. It's like
they just lie. The fucking $20 million. Yeah, when someone.
Did you see how much Kanye paid for his?
Show me a wire transfer that says that he actually paid $20 million or something. Because no, and that this shit is like rented. They just rent this shit anyway.
I just don't know why you'd ever buy why. I don't get jewelry. I think it's feminine. I don't think guys should buy jewelry.
I was thinking of this, right? All these guys,
Well, I think chains are nice, but
think of how many people. They have 5 iced out Cubans.
Low battery.
Fucking 5 Richard Millies, like the stupidest shit. They're just spending $200,000, $800,000 on like really useless bullshit. Like I could go spend $5,000 and get a way nicer, beautiful chain. Beautiful, like really intricate, like, beautiful, like a real piece of art. Something that's like you'll want to keep in your family, right? not just like a fucking Cuban. But like I was thinking, these guys don't know how to spend their money at all. Like I was thinking, Joe Rogan. Like I give Rogan a lot of shit, but this dude actually knows how to spend money. He buys cool shit. Like he'll just be like, I want an ancient artifact from 3,000 years ago, and go for like real cool shit. Like instead of spending $400,000 on a Richard Mille, like why not go buy like a fucking ancient Japanese samurai sword or some shit? Like I don't know, buy something cool.
Or do like a real painting or something.
A showpiece like that you can have in your house and be like, look at this shit, dude. This is so fucking cool. Like, dude, you can show me a Richard Mille, and I'm like,
yeah, or like buy dinosaur bones or something.
It doesn't
like,
even look nice. I don't get it, man.
Hell yeah, man! Give me an iced out prime chain. Give me an iced out PBC chain.
Dude, if I had money like that, I'd get like a whole Crusader set, like those knight sets from like Crusader times against
yeah, that's what
against the Islamic expansion.
The Reconquista.
Real motherfuckers invest their money, man.
Just for fun.
Yeah, buy assets. What you
put it in the stock market.
I saw a video of Devin Haney. He was like, "This is my 28th watch. This is my 29th watch."
Yeah, it's
you don't need that many watches.
And I'm like, dude, every one of those watches, whatever you spend on it, you lost 50%.
It just depreciates over time. Yeah,
you there's probably like $4 million worth of, but you couldn't sell that all for $1 million right now. Like,
yeah, you should have invested. You should have invested.
Yeah,
in it,
it's insane.
Just...
Like, yo,
and don't do it. Like you could just buy like bonds. You don't even if you're worried about the volatility, just buy the more stable investments.
Hey, here's the funny thing, bro, because we got Steve Kim on the screen. Someone said, hey, AB, it might be time to wrap it up. You know, if you invested your money in a Roth IRA, you should be all right. And Steve Kim just replied, I don't think AB is a Roth IRA kind of guy.
I don't think he's
That shit just cracked me up. I'm like, bro, you think AB, a guy who was getting molested by OnlyFans girls and posted on the internet for money? Like, seriously, have you seen that?
No, I've heard about it. I haven't saw it.
He was passed out, bro. He was getting molested by OnlyFans girls and whatever, like completely wasted. This dude is dumb, bro. This dude, how did he get so many big paydays and still fuck up?
Yeah, for real, bro.
How is fucking Don King still paying guys?
Broner has invested. He just invested in like crack cocaine operations. Honestly.
Trap house.
I didn't see it. I'm not trying to be mean, but was it that bad?
I was talking about this last night. What do you guys think Broner made? I'd be surprised.
I didn't see the fight.
I'd be surprised if he took home 30 grand. I would. I'd be
Bro,
surprised.
he did it.
It's scrap. It's scrap. He's not making money on that. Who's buying pay-per-views to see that?
No.
Who's paying for advertisements on that?
And you know,
Gate even make money?
It's just Don. I don't know how Don King is still running something, bro.
Don's gonna tell you it made no money anyway, so he's not like he's gonna never tell you it got a profit.
Yeah,
Don
King is just staying busy, bro.
Nails and flip houses. I don't know about
that. That's a good thing. Why don't these guys like you get 20 million? Just go buy $10 million worth of apartment complexes and pay a fucking service to manage for you. Honestly, like.
Yeah, but these guys spend it on cars and watches and
how many cars do you need?
Plugs
you and
shit.
One at a time.
They trick.
It's just assets that depreciate over time.
They trick for
women
smart too, bro.
Money.
I know Danny Garcia did a lot of that. He got real big into the real estate. He's good. Like he's good. Danny Garcia got a lot of apartment complexes.
I'll say the Ryan Garcia. Speaking of Garcias, Ryan Garcia versus Haney is the funniest shit. He was like training at an asylum, talking about like Trump, just like Bohemian Grove. I love that. He won me over then.
Yeah, he got based.
I feel like he just got drunk and watched some Alex Jones videos and then just went on Twitter. I think that's what happened.
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys a quick question. Who did you guys think won between Oscar and Trinidad? I rescored that fight last night, bro. I thought Oscar schooled the shit out of him.
I watched it live and scored it live. I had a 7-5 Oscar the night of the fight. I haven't rewatched it and rescored it though. But
I've never watched it in its entirety, to be honest.
Dude, I thought Oscar, seriously, I had him Honestly, I had him up 9 rounds to nothing, and then I thought the 10th round was like a swing round, and then I thought Trinidad won 11 and 12.
Yeah, Oscar did fantastic, and earlier in the fight,
That's a real pure boxer right there. Oscar could fucking move, dude. He could move. He could jab you.
These people who shit on him, man. It's like I was never a fan of this guy, but he's great. Like,
Yeah.
I wish if boxing had 5 Oscars right now, it would be the shit. Like this dude was, and he comes forward. Like in the end of that fight, he gassed. He started running. Okay. Whatever, but his whole career, he comes forward, punches. Like, just, he's all action, all guts, all glory. Oh, man, it makes me angry.
To me, Oscar is how you should school a fighter. Like, that's how you should school an orthodox fighter. Good movement, good high guard, good jab. That's the fundamentals of boxing right there. If you have good movement, good jab, good high guard, you're already like a fucking good fighter.
Yeah,
and pretty like average physical gifts overall.
Yeah, Durston asked me a few weeks ago, or whatever, fighters to like study it. I said, De La Hoya, that's who you study. Get the textbook down, build off of it. But
bro, you know what's funny?
Oscar's that guy, man. Like he really is.
You know what's funny though? I was here like on and off. Well, before I got on the panel a little earlier, talking about like Durant said, like the slight movements, dude. That's like what they're having me learn right now. Like, it's those little things that matter the most, and Oscar's a great example of that.
Yeah, man. I've been thinking about getting back into boxing training lately because I've been getting the itch, man. I've been shadow boxing like a madman. Like I've been watching all these fights.
Shadow boxing at home and shit.
Yeah, for real, bro. My neighbors probably think I'm a fucking schizo. Like I'm just beating up some fucking home invader.
Yo, bro, training's been great. I dropped I'm going like ham recently. I dropped like 6 pounds this past week around there.
Dude, I'm hearing all tons of people were fucking busting their ass again. I heard Nordic talking about getting in shape. I've been getting in shape.
I mean, I've been training for like a year and a half, but like the past couple months, I've been locked in. Like I might have some off days here and there, but the improvements have been like big. So, yeah.
You know what it is? I saw fucking Ryan Garcia beat Devin Haney, and I thought, man, these guys are bums. I could become a champ in 2 or 3 years. I said, you know what? Fuck my day job, man. Fuck my day job. Like, if I can't become a champ, I could still become a contender or something.
Yeah, I don't need one payday.
I just need to make a weight cut. If I could cut to these small divisions, bigger divisions where there's the Eastern Europeans, I don't really want that.
Yo, I'm sorry about the background noise. My sister just hit a home run.
It's hard. If Ian Green or whatever his name was that fought Ashley Larry can fucking be undefeated, anyone can. Anyone.
And I'm telling you, boxing, the quality of these young guys coming up is trash now compared to the old school, man. Like, we really just witnessed the last great era of boxing with Loma, Usyk, Chocolatito, Inoue, Crawford, these guys. We're never going to get an era like that again, I don't think, dude. Like,
it makes me so frustrated. Like, looking at, I'm like, man, I wish I was 17. Because, like, in my era, you were just like, yeah, not happening.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man. You know what's the crazy part?
Like, for sure. Like, nowadays, oh my God.
My thing is, a lot of these guys, like, there's good guys, but they're not getting the recognition they deserve.
Yeah.
And if they do get recognition, they get accusations, or they're just flat out underrated.
Dude, to me, guys like Tio, Tank, Haney, fucking Ryan, these guys aren't that good, man. They're really not. They're just fucking massive weight bullies who got politically protected decisions.
Well, in the 1990s, they are like the 8th, 7th, and 6th best guys in their division at best.
I do feel like Ryan did have some talent, though. I feel like he had talent, though. Ryan.
Bro, I think he's the worst of those guys, man. I really do.
I'm just talking like his hand speed's pretty good.
Again, Tank just don't punch enough. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Every guy back, they can all hit. All right, they all hit. Yeah, you don't punch enough. You're just losing.
His defense ain't that good either.
You're not gonna knock everyone out, and you'll be fighting killers. You're just losing. All right. Tio, we've already seen him lose to
also a midget.
Very average guys. All right. Ryan, yeah, come on, Haney, get out of here. Get out. Like, you see what I'm saying? Get out of here. These guys aren't that good. They might be some of the best of today, obviously, right? Yeah, man. There was, I don't know what it was. Like I saw a thing that Mike Tyson. Man, I should really pull this up.
Mike Tyson, Jake Paul.
Yeah, that sucks, but-
I think Virgil is good. That's the one guy I look at. I think Virgil, Bam Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I see skill in these guys.
Is the Zoo kid any good?
I'm not big on Zoo, to be honest. I think he's good, like he's decent, but I don't think he's overrated in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think he's anything.
People saying he'll beat Virgil. I think Virgil's gonna beat the piss out of him.
I agree.
Dude, it's gonna be like a clear 9-3 type of fight, in my opinion.
I think it won't. I think either way it won't go to distance. But speaking on Virgil, what do you guys think of the possibility of the Sergey Bohachuk fight coming up?
Yeah, apparently
That's a good fight.
it just said they agreed to it again today in principle. They still haven't signed anything, but they're still trying to get that card on. But here, listen to this real quick.
The thing is with that fight is that they very likely have experience sparring together because they both used to. Well, Sergey still works under Manny Robles, which he has been for a few years, and Virgil worked with him for some time. So they had to have had some history together at some point, sparring and stuff.
Hey, I wanted to play this real quick.
No, that's why I take the punches and get beat up and knocked.
About what do you want his son to fight, or one of his sons?
Oh, that's why I take the punches and get beat up and knocked out, for he doesn't have to. I don't want him to ever do that. It's humiliating sometimes. The man to be a fighter has to be hungry and to have nothing. He'll never know what it's like to be without. He has a different situation. A man who's not hungry and has plenty will die in there because the people in there have nothing. And their job is to die in it because they have nothing, so it doesn't matter what happens to them. They have nothing to lose. How could a man that has so much to lose win against a man that has nothing to lose?
And that's why the people from Stan countries are...
Exactly. This is it. This is why the Americans, we were just talking, like, why aren't they slinging, 100 punches around, lightning fast power play? Like, it was the ferociousness, the mindset. Like, they had nothing. You look at these guys like Devin, Ryan, dude, even Tank, dude, they still got an air conditioning house with food stamps. Worst case scenario, a fucking apartment, heat, air conditioning, food, food stamps. Like, dude. It's not really that bad.
There's like guys who grow up poor in the Midwest, farming and stuff, but they'd go into wrestling and stuff. They wouldn't go into boxing.
Yeah. But he's talking about it different. Like, think of Mike, where he came from. Nothing. Yeah. Roberto Duran, nothing. Alexis Arguello, nothing. Golovkin, nothing. Pacquiao, nothing.
Golovkin, both his older brothers died in war.
Yeah, there's a reason these guys are,
It's just a different thing.
Yeah, different.
I grew up nice, so I was never going to be a pro fighter. I can admit that. It's this is what it is. Right? If you have options, you're probably not going to try to become a pro fighter.
Yeah, there's a reason Victor Ortiz, is I don't need this shit. right in the middle of it, I don't need this shit. But like Mike's saying here is some guys, I do need this.
There's probably an outlier who's someone who's just born to be a fighter, right? Even if they had a decent background. But that's going to be way rarer, though.
Yeah, I heard Barrera was rich, and that motherfucker never fought like a coward.
No, Barrera. They exist. They exist. They're just very rare.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, that was the rivalry with him and Morales. Morales again came nothing. Literally raised. Sleeping in the dirt alleys of Tijuana at 8 years old. versus this guy who has a fucking mansion, villa, an indoor pool, and all this stuff. Like, grew up just in a lap of luxury.
That silk pajamas line, that holds
Yeah,
true.
but he still can kick your ass.
Yeah, it's because I think they just love the art, right? But back into that, the De La Hoya, like the thing about De La Hoya is he's imitatable, right? Like you can teach someone that. You can't teach someone to be Pacquiao. Like they're just two unique physical traits, right? So De La Hoya is definitely like imitatable.
Yeah, it's a much simpler movement, all that and everything. Yeah. But who didn't love watching Oscar just clinch his jaw and all the fucking like tendons in his neck bulge out, and he just starts swinging, like hit
and he
me
bites
with
down
this
and
shot. I do not care. I'm taking it, and he would.
Yeah, man. Today we get sold. Did you see the Ring Magazine's latest thing? And I would like for you to react to this. It's them predicting the pound for pound top 10 in like 5 years from now.
God.
Bro,
and just check that out.
Is Ennis in the top 3?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured.
Hey, hold on.
He's got pound for pound.
He's not top 3. He's number 1.
Oh God!
He's number.
Say that,
He's number 1.
I wanted to give them a little doubt, a reasonable doubt. Like they're not that dumb. All right, so I said top 3. Oh,
You can't be pound for pound when you're like literally 40 pounds bigger than everyone you fight.
Bro, this is what they're predicting, like the write-up as well. This is what they say. In the tradition of the sport's most acclaimed and gifted practitioners, Jerron Boots Ennis has maintained a vice-like grip on the pound-for-pound supremacy through much of the past 5 years and is now the face of boxing. They're even predicting the big wins. They say signature wins have come against Richardson Hitchens, Errol Spence, Stanionis, Tim Tszyu, and Virgil Ortiz.
Okay.
Wait,
is this like LDBC
hold on,
rank off material or something? Like fantasy? Like what is
Seriously, here's the link. I'll put it in the private chat. You could.
This is racial porn. Right?
That's just what it is. Bro.
There's no sense of reality here at all.
Do you know?
Now, okay, let's just put out what we think might happen between Boots and Virgil in an actual fight, right?
Virgil, oh my goodness.
They have both, as of this point in their careers, who is clearly ahead in terms of a better fighter.
Skill.
Yeah, it's fucking Virgil.
And Virgil isn't as much of a weight bully, so.
It's Virgil, no question about it. He's just fought better opposition and dusted them all. Boots has never fought anybody, ever, and he still isn't. Like even his next fight, he's still gonna not have anyone. So how the fuck could you possibly say he's gonna have a win over Virgil Ortiz? Like,
yeah, if they drug him, if they weight grade, like if they get the A side,
they're not making their case in anything based in reality.
Here's the thing, though,
a mental bias they have. Like, this is what I wish to happen. Like,
it's affirmative action, bro. It's affirmative action. These guys, they still have Errol Spence number 7 pound for pound. They still have they have Tank Davis number 8 pound for pound, right? How the fuck is Tank Davis top 10 pound for pound? Who did he beat to become top 10 pound for pound? Ryan Garcia?
They beat racism, bro. They beat systematic racism.
What is the top 10 right now? Do you have it in front of you?
I could get it. It's number 1, Usyk. Okay, the top 3 is good, right? It's Usyk, Inoue, Crawford in that order. Fine, I understand that.
Yeah.
Then it's Canelo number 4. I can understand that even. Beterbiev number 5. Cool. Bivol number 6. I mean, I don't have Bivol in my top 10, but
yeah,
whatever.
I don't know about that one either.
Because who did he really beat? A small Canelo. He beat a smaller fighter coming up, who's a flat-footed fighter, by the way. So, and then it goes Spence number 7, Tank number 8, Jesse Rodriguez, and then Junto Nakatani.
Wait, what happened? What'd you hear?
Oh, hold on, Nordic. You got some background noise.
Yeah, I know. 1 sec. I'm just setting this up. I'll be with you in a sec.
Yo, speaking of Bam Rodriguez,
they're desperate to shove some Americans in there.
I would if I was a A side, I would weaponize affirmative, like I would weaponize affirmative action like diversity. I'd be like, I'd make people have like, you need this many women in your corner. It'd probably be like, it'd be just as effective as like the weight, like the drug stuff. Like you have to have this many in your camp or whatever. That'd be what I'd be doing.
Even like change the cultural and racial dynamic of their corner.
Yeah.
Arguments like
What I'd be doing.
Yo, yeah.
Divide and conquer, right? I think you can find the article on the Ring magazine. Is that?
Yeah, you can find that. Just search up Ring Magazine pound for pound 2029.
Yo, Ant, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I'm doing this on my phone. I can never tell. I just had to jump on there when I heard you talking about Jaron Ennis being on the pound for pound list.
Number one, not just on there. Number one, undefeated. Hold on. They have their predicted records as well. So his predicted record is 41-0, 36 knockouts.
No, do you know what that reminds me of, though? It reminds me of when they had Tevin Farmer on there.
That's a dude. I'm actually surprised they don't have Shakur on that pound for pound list.
I'm not even joking. There was Facebook forums back in the day. These same types of people. They had Tevin Farmer on the top 10 pound for pound list. Most skilled fighter in boxing, apparently.
It is tough to stuff it with Americans right now when you got guys like, Usyk, and even Crawford and Canelo and Beterbiev. When you do got some killers out there like that, it's a little tough.
It'll probably be someone named Balotkin Batrabek or something, like some kind of name like that. Yeah. It'll be someone who comes out of nowhere or something.
Somebody with a lot of consonants in their names, right?
Yeah. You know, they must have been seething though. See, to put Usyk on there at number one, they must have been seething that they had to do that.
They have 0 white Europeans on their pound for pound list, and the closest thing they have to one is fucking Janibek at number 10. Who the fuck thinks Janibek is going to be top 10 pound for pound?
No.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? That.
I have a question. I don't know if you guys know, but Robert Garcia says he wants Virgil at 160 eventually. Do you think we might have a chance of getting Virgil versus Janibek, or do you think Janibek will be at 68 by the time Virgil's at 60?
I think Hamza Shiraz is going to fuck up Janibek if they fight.
Dude, I'm saying
that dude is good. That dude is good.
Wait, who?
Yeah, put him in with Ennis. They're the same fucking weight.
Wait, who?
Smoke. Dude, yeah.
Hamza Shiraz, the Pakistani Tommy Hearns.
I haven't heard about him. Can someone put on some highlights or?
He beat up Ammo Williams.
Yeah, the 5v5 thing, right?
I know who that is.
He's the one who fought Ammo Williams.
Yeah.
He's good. I just want to see more output from him because every punch he throws is picture perfect quality, but he sometimes doesn't throw enough. I would like to see him throw a little bit more.
I saw it coming into the ring. I didn't know anything about him, but I saw he looked a little nervous. He was definitely nervous. And the first half of the fight, he wasn't all that confident. He was trying or whatever. But the second half of the fight, he was confident, and he was starting to really put the pain on him. I could tell he was green. He's inexperienced. I was saying, give this guy like 2 years.
Also, probably heavy culture shock.
He probably will be the best 160-pounder, honestly. I could see it. I'm not going to say he probably will be, but I could see him being that. Like he could.
Yeah, he looked really good against.
He got some shit to work on, obviously, and I would like to see him get some experience and confidence boosters and stuff. And I bet that Ammo Williams did a lot for that. But
he looks a bit fragile though, doesn't he? That's the problem.
I didn't know he's been dropped before too. Like he got up, granted, guys go down. But
how do you get dropped?
That's the only thing I'm a little.
Oh, you know who else I'm big on, sort of around those weights? This Russian cat, Imam Katayev. This motherfucker is good. He was in the Olympics, and I remember we were watching him fight. He fought Ben Whitaker and got robbed.
Okay, I know.
Ben Whitaker is. I'm surprised they didn't have Ben Whitaker pound for pound. This dude is getting so much hype.
I'm surprised they didn't actually. Why would
He's garbage, mate. Absolute garbage.
His fights are fake, bro. They're all fake, Nordic. Like
He's a complete fraud. Complete fraud.
I saw his highlights recently, dude, and I just instantly knew that these fights were fake. Like they paid guys to get in shape and look the part and come to lose. Basically, they might have said, "Hey, just try walk forward with your hands up and make him work." But bro, these fights are fake for Ben Whitaker, man. He is like, there's just no way. There's no fucking way.
He doesn't even know how to avoid a hook. He can't seem to see them coming. Like, see that last fight where the guy actually threw a few hooks and he looked completely shocked, like he had no idea what to do. He's complete rubbish, complete garbage. That guy,
Yeah, it's just look at the highlights again. No one is doing that. You're either the greatest fighter who's ever lived.
Whenever someone brings up Anthony Joshua has a gold medal, you just ignore him. You know they know nothing because he lost in the round of 16. It's like,
exactly. That's why very rarely do people even bring it up because they know it was nonsense.
Well, people know what they're talking about, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. Like hardcore boxing fans very rarely talk about that. It's just fanboys, that probably never saw the fights that talk about it.
Also, if you won in your home country, if you won gold in your home country, you probably didn't win it.
Yeah, they bought the medal. It was bought and paid for,
So, guys, just think of this. The fact that they do have Ennis #1, and they're saying what they're saying is this is what we hope for. So I would correctly say it's correctly assuming that they are going to try everything.
They're going to rig everything
to help him achieve that, whether hook or by crook.
But I don't know. I think the Saudi thing is throwing stuff in their plans. I don't think that.
Bro, why haven't they got
Saudis throwing shit in their plans? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That's the only the hope we have for like legit.
I think 10 years ago they could have gone away with it, but he's their new Errol Spence. Is what he is. I think. I think Errol was.
I would like people were saying Boots should just whoop his ass, right? And I think he should have. He should have before he left welterweight. He should have just slept that dude because he would have slept him easily. It wouldn't have done shit for his legacy. I saw Punch Drunk on another short saying that would have been like a legacy fight for Bud. And I'm like, what? Like it wouldn't be actually. He's gonna destroy him, and then as soon as he's destroyed, people correctly say the guy had no business being in the ring. But get it over with. Like he should have gotten it over with because that guy is your Mando. He's the only person in that division. So just get it over with, then go up to 54 is what he should have did. But I don't even think Boots would have taken it, considering the phone call they had on that $1 million worth of game podcast.
Why haven't they gotten?
I also don't want to see it at the same time because it's.
I kind of just feel bad for Spence at this point. He's getting abused. It's just all right.
Man down.
Yeah.
Straight season.
I said I'm surprised they didn't have support on that pound for pound.
I didn't dislike Spence's personality as much as most of them.
And Pete was right that he goes, it's only because Shakur is giving them jack shit to hype him up over. You're right. As soon as he has a half decent fight, they'll be saying he's fucking top 3, right? Because they've done it before. Remember after the Valdez fight? After Valdez, they're saying he was fucking top 3.
Look, here's the thing with Shakur. I think we know if Loma continues boxing, they're gonna give him to Shakur basically, and Loma can't beat Shakur at this age. He just can't.
That old, especially the lower divisions.
I'm saying we saw the Haney fight, right? And Loma clearly beat Haney, but it was competitive enough for them to rob him. And the same thing will happen with Shakur. He can't beat these guys to where they're gonna actually give him the decision anymore.
Yeah, because you got to beat him like 10-2.
Yeah, or drop them, or just make it clear as day. But these guys are young, athletic, and have the size advantage over him to a point where he can't just go in there at 36, outwork them, beat the shit out of them, and get away. So I don't know. The only guy I wouldn't
be surprised if Loma pulls it off with Shakur because Shakur he's already had a history of not liking to be hit, and he's going to be hit a lot in that fight.
I always was one of these guys who thought the same thing, that like and I still would say it's not even worth it to Loma. Why fucking get robbed for this guy? When it's 50-50, you're just gonna get robbed. Like, but he might just beat Shakur's ass because he really has no business being in with a top level guy. I don't care how much bigger he is. He just don't have it mentally. He really don't at all.
And if that's
Loma's gonna have to take it to him. You can't box this guy. You're gonna have to fuck him up.
Yeah, I think that age when the lower divisions, though, it's so.
Is I don't see enough urgency and aggression with him.
He's not a pressure fighter like that. He's a boxer. Yes, he fights on the front foot, but he's not a pressure fighter like a Chocolatito. That's just not his style. And he's too small to fight like that compared to these guys. If he did, his body would get fucked up because, you know, it's like when Pacquiao fought Margarito, he said that his body was just hurting after that fight because of the size difference.
He also doesn't have like a broad shoulders either. It's like a very thin torso.
Yo, sorry to change the topic real quick, but for Ant, now that they brought up Roman real quick, what are your thoughts on what they're saying about how his sparring went with Bam Rodriguez, if you've heard?
I didn't hear anything about it.
Bam said that it was explosive the whole time, and Virgil said that it was like the best sparring session he ever saw. They went 8 rounds, and I think that's like, obviously Roman's not what he once was like 10 years ago, but if he's competing with,
still beat his ass though. Honestly,
thing is, like, even at this age, it's just crazy to see how advanced he is, and Loma as well. Like, some of these old guys, it's like they're so skilled. Nothing against the younger generation, but like they could still go at it with these guys, and it's pretty insane.
They've basically been designed in a lab, though. Like they didn't have that life completely. It's ingrained in them.
Yeah. Bam's special though. He's very special. In fact,
I'm excited for that.
In fact, he's getting like 8 rounds of he just basically an 8-round fight. From what I would imagine with Roman Gonzalez, that level of experience alone. Then I'm sure they're going to get together again and talk.
And they are actually.
He's not only a crazy talent, but you see him constantly learning, developing new things. He's a hard worker. Like Bam is going to be something special.
Hard worker and talented enough to do it.
You know, I gotta be the devil's advocate here. I'm actually not sold on Bam yet, and I think he's being overrated. If you look at his big wins against Quadras, Rungvisai, and who was the other cat he fought? That was
Benny Edwards.
Wasn't Rungvisai kind of washed?
Yeah, now here's the thing, right? Rungvisai and Quadras, both of them were coming off over a year layoff at an old age.
Yeah, definitely.
And lowered weight division too.
And Estrada is also coming off a long layoff, and he never looked too good since he fought Chocolatito. We know that Chocolatito beat him in the second fight, clear as day, and was robbed. And in my opinion, the third fight you could give to Estrada, but only because both of those fighters looked shot, and Estrada looked slightly fresher than Chocolatito did. So to me, I'm saying, yeah, he's got wins. He'll have a win over Estrada, and he will beat Estrada. Don't get me wrong. This isn't as close of a fight as people think it will be. He's coming off of over a year's layoff, and I'm saying that's how he's beating these guys. He's beating them off of layoffs and blitzing them early.
No, you're definitely right. I mean, I agree with all that. That's all valid for sure. Yeah.
To me, there's just a lot of.
Right.
He's a good fighter with strategic matchmaking.
Yeah. This is again why I even said I would bet Roman would still kick his ass. Like if they would have a fight, Roman would still beat his ass.
Yeah, they're getting the opponents at the right time for him. That's what they're doing, you know.
And I disagree with Alonso. If you watch Chocolatito against Carlos Quadras, if you watch him in the first and even the second Estrada fight, and you compare him to the third fight, you can tell Chocolatito's physical ability had diminished a lot by that third fight. The snap on his punches wasn't there anymore. He was pushing his punches because he doesn't have that explosiveness in his muscles. Now, it doesn't surprise me that he can go and do good in sparring because there's 60.
How old is Roman now?
I think he's like 36.
which is
And I'm
basically like
saying
45 in that division.
he can do well in sparring because he hasn't have his body hasn't had to endure a full training camp, and it's 16-ounce gloves. But when you put those 8-ounce gloves on after a full training camp, Chocolatito's body just doesn't have it anymore.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, I'm just thinking of myself compared to my younger self. Yeah, like you still got what you got, but everything's slower.
Yeah, you don't recover as fast either. Like
never as fast, and even like the explosion that I like, the explosions that I used to love, and like special moves of mine, it was like my thing. I can't even do it. Like really, like, honestly, like it's not the same at all. Yeah, it's
like you can be the same for like a round, but you can't be the same for like 5 rounds because like you used to be able to recover in that minute. Now you can't. You need 2 minutes.
In sparring, I'll always be able to just hold. I'll be able to hold my own. But yeah, I hear what he's saying. You younger guys go through a full camp, both get all primed up. Smaller gloves, the bigger gloves are even going to help you block and parry and shit too. So you're just going to be able to stay in there a little more.
We probably need to see the footage.
It all matters. It all matters. But I don't care. He's old, but it's still gonna be a hell of a fight, man. Hell of a fight. Look,
the classic old guard versus young bull.
Estrada should never have a W over Chocolatito. He lost the first fight. He lost the second fight. They shouldn't even have fought a third time. It's fucking bullshit. Roman is just one of them guys. Gets the fucking shaft. He's too good. He's too righteous. He's too much of a real one. He stands for righteousness and Jesus. He's everything they don't want the American fan base to know about because it'll expose their fighters as the bitches they are.
I wonder if that's why they hyped up Ward so much because they wanted to make Christians look like scumbags.
Yeah, because it's not Christianity that they promote, right?
Yeah, so they like to build them up so.
Espouse the same shit. We got to take his Nike contract, blacklist this guy. Roman Gonzalez, same thing. Blacklist this guy. Loma, blacklist him. Usyk, blacklist him. Like, come on, man.
Look, I gotta disagree with this guy, genius of all geniuses. Let me just put it to you this way. Bam Rodriguez is 10 years younger. He's taller. He's got a longer reach. He's way more active. He's fighting a 34-year-old smaller Estrada at a flyweight. And this guy hasn't fought since 2022. His last fight was 2022. Come on. He's not winning, bro. He's not going to school Rodriguez. There's just no way. I'm sorry, even if it's close, he ain't going to get a decision because he's the less.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident Bam's going to win that fight convincingly. Like, it's just the time is right for him,
Exactly. It's all for the reasons that Achilles said. For them, all those very reasons. It's the right time, the right guy versus the right guy at the right time. It is perfect. There's no way Bam should lose. Obviously, whatever. But yeah, he should win. He should be a clear favorite. Estrada's on the fucking downside, no doubt about it. He's been in so many wars. And look, there's always on the come up. Estrada's always going to have a reason. He's pushing forward. But everyone you get on that mountain, like Islam in the UFC. I just saw a champion say this. I don't want to necessarily defend this title anymore. It doesn't give me the same interest as trying to win a title and beat another champion. And it's like they say, keeping the hill is harder than taking it, right? Staying champ's harder than winning the title. Because a little bit of that drive does get, taken away, is stained away or whatever. But Bam is going to have it. Like, he's still all hunger, all on the come up. And this guy's going all downhill, man.
Bigger, younger, hungrier, everything.
The right guy versus the right guy and at the right time. It's all crazy.
Sort of like Inu versus who was it?
Donaire,
yeah. Yeah. And it is. That's a good example.
It's politically convenient for him to win. He's the young, guy that they're trying to build,
And it's not like we should shit on the wins, right? But you should only give them credit for what they are.
Just keep it real
Yeah, they are respectable fucking wins. These are live real ones he is beating, but they're old.
Yeah, it's like they're not putting him in there with an OA, like,
or even a prime Estrada or something.
Yeah, they would never do that.
No, there is no prime Estrada right now, obviously, besides maybe a Bam or something. Yeah.
This is your cliche passing of the torch fight.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Absolutely.
I mean, really, it doesn't get any more obvious than this, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least with like a Pacquiao and De La Hoya or something. The majority of people were still like, he's too small. He's too small. The majority.
But here's the thing, Bam is bigger than Estrada, so it's not even like a Pacquiao. This is worse, dude. It's like...
Also, yeah, Pacquiao's just the biggest outlier. I don't think they're wrong to think that about Pacquiao. He's the biggest outlier in boxing history. Like,
I'll put it to you this way, Ed.
Is De La Hoya. Like, people, they just watched De La Hoya for 15 years beat everyone's ass. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's also the Philippines. Like, what good fight? Like, it wasn't known by then.
This would have been like if Pacquiao jumped up to fight Golovkin. Like that's what this would have been like, to be honest. I mean, smaller, older fighter who's very good fighting the younger, bigger man who's very active, very good, and is going to break your face, basically.
I would have hoped Golovkin wouldn't have taken that out of respect.
He wouldn't have. He definitely wouldn't have, honestly. Yeah, one have to speculate pretty soon.
Now, Floyd, I would have loved to see that.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Golovkin versus Floyd?
Now, if Pacquiao, I think Golovkin would have taken that if Pacquiao said, that guy sucks, I'll kick his ass.
Yeah.
That's different. Because that's what.
Could you imagine Pacquiao saying that?
I know.
Hey, Pacquiao gets up there and says, I'll never let a white boy beat me.
I never let a white boy beat me.
And then people wonder why.
It depends on my promoter, Bob Adam.
Like, I'd take
and
that.
people wonder why Pacquiao gets respect and Floyd don't. Just think of that. That guy sucks. I'll beat his ass. Fight me. No, I don't want to fight you. What? What? Because Floyd called him out, said, you suck, I'll beat your ass at 160.
Even Max Kellerman was honest about that one. I remember him saying, yeah, that's where it stops, Floyd.
And then Golovkin said, oh, fight me at 60. He said, no. He said, I'll even come to 54. Still said no. Well, then shut up. Then
well, he's getting dog walked.
And you'll beat my ass.
It's also he's losing in a humiliating fashion, too. That's also why.
I remember when I was young, and that fight was being talked about. I was convinced that Floyd would school Triple G. I was convinced. I was literally in my head. I was like, "Man, Triple G is too stiff. He's robotic, straight up and down, no special effects. Floyd's gonna outbox."
He doesn't like it to the body.
And think he's like this like bumbling like he's not an athlete. It's like crazy.
Listen, I came up listening to the LDBC. That's how I learned about boxing.
You're recovering. You're like a rescue dog.
Yeah.
Not trying to be disrespectful, but like.
No, for real. It was only until Loma versus Rigo that I actually woke up and was like, "What the fuck?" Because for that fight, I was praying to God that Rigo would destroy Lomachenko.
You got the full modern. How old are you?
He said, a young dog with a flat brim TNT.
Yeah.
He can go break his jaw.
Hey, I actually owned the TMT hat. I actually owned the TMT hat, bro.
I know you did. That's what makes it so funny. That's fucking awesome.
See, I feel like you're about my age because that's the kind of thing that was going on in boxing, like when I was.
Bro. They did a great job of promotion, man. I can't on it.
Dude, I was convinced. I mean, the only white fighter that I actually liked back then, I think, was like I actually liked Kovalev.
Yeah. It's fucking good.
I just remember like I'd watch like Kovalev Ward was when I was really into boxing, and they'd like talk about like how Ward won and like what.
Oh no!
Just go watch De La Hoya versus a prime Floyd Mayweather. That's like pretty.
I feel like you could argue De La Hoya
That's
won.
the best version of Floyd. Dude,
De La Hoya did win, clearly.
Now imagine Golovkin. Give me a fucking break.
I watched the Maidana fight the other night. In fact, it was 2 nights ago. I had Maidana winning rounds 1 through 5, round 8, and round 12. So I thought it was a 7-5. And I'll give it to Floyd. Floyd did have great footwork and quick hands, but he didn't win that fight, man. And when he fought dudes, and here's another thing that pisses me off. People say Floyd moved up 5 weight classes. Yeah, but he never really fought dudes that were bigger than him, dude. These welterweights were small back then. The ones he fought were small.
Yep.
He refused to fight anybody who had a reach advantage his whole
They were
career.
all moving up too. Zab,
Yep.
Hatton, even guys
Paul
like
Williams.
guys like De La Hoya and Mosley.
He wouldn't fight Margarito. He wouldn't fight Williams. He wouldn't fight anybody who had a reach.
Yeah, they were all little guys who just fought at welterweight, not like the guys who were fucking Paul Williams and Margarito and like welterweight.
I remember I had a theory. I had a theory that they didn't give Lara the Canelo decision because that would have put too much pressure on Floyd to fight Lara, and that fight would have been a stinker and Floyd would have lost.
I think I said that at the time.
Yeah, I was thinking, how could Floyd beat this dude? He's taller, he's younger, he's a southpaw, and he's the only guy with a longer reach, and he's got great footwork. So it would have been a terrible fight, but Floyd would have, he would have lost that fight, in my opinion.
I think I said that after the around about when Lara fought Paul Williams. I was saying that there's no way Mayweather could deal with this guy's reach and lateral movement. He would lose that fight easily. So that's why he'll never fight him. He would rather fight Canelo, a guy, will just stand in front of him.
All the guys, and Lara's another one, but all the guys that everyone is like, that's a 50-50 fight, or I literally don't even think Floyd can beat that guy. He just wouldn't fight those guys. He just wouldn't fight them ones. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, that's the problem. So,
And the thing is, this is how
there was a long list of guys in every division, basically, except really like even at 30, honestly. It's wrong.
my question is, I always got the Floyd fans with this. Can you honestly say to yourself that the guys he beat like the top wins, were they at their best?
No, not at all. That's the problem. Even the guys, he didn't even fight the bigger guys, really. Canelo, I guess, right? But drained him, so yeah, whatever. But even the guys who are about his same size or smaller, most of them were smaller, they weren't even at their best. So, like, it's like, dude, we're talking about, like, Bam's little run or whatever. Floyd did it in a better way. Like, they wouldn't be, like, as past it necessarily as all these guys were. But, yeah, they were still all right for the picking.
Yeah. My favorite is when they hit you with the Floyd. Floyd fought more champions and more former champions than anybody else in boxing history. That's my favorite when they hit you with that.
Which is just flat out bullshit.
Yeah. 4 belt era.
Yeah, but they're not including. Hold on, they're not including champions. They're including champions that weren't active world champions. So guys who had won a belt and either lost the belt and vacated, and then So I mean, it's hard to compare as well because there's more recognized champions now.
They won about three divisions before, like 3 divisions lower years earlier.
Exactly, like Robert Guerrero.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I won't say Victor Ortiz wasn't at his best, I guess, but that is funny still. Like, right? Like even when
Floyd fought.
They still kind of, weren't anything special though.
Floyd fought the non-Hall of Famer guys at their best some of the times, like Maidana. I don't think anyone will argue that Maidana coming off the Broner win was at his best. Probably, I mean that was his biggest win, right?
He only had a month to train for Floyd. He only had 4 weeks for the first fight. The second fight,
yeah, and I thought he fucking beat Floyd in that fight. And look,
he did.
Yeah, now, you know what's crazy as well, man? That when I was watching that fight, the double standards, bro. People say Usyk and Loma, they box like amateurs. One of Floyd's signature punches was a jab to the body that does 0 fucking damage. And it's just a little point-scoring shot. And I'm sick of people trying to sound like hardcore saying a jab to the body will suck the wind out of you. When I spar, I've never been hurt by a jab to the body, ever. Ever. I've never been hurt by that shit.
I never have either.
Like,
I'll make this
They're
very-
usually just leaving themselves open.
Yeah, I've never ever even. All it does is like stop you in your tracks a bit, you know, like it might.
Or makes distance. It pushes.
Yeah,
you.
but it's
Leaves you open to a straight right hand
zero. The jab
or an
itself,
overhand right.
Zero damage. The jab itself, though, zero damage. Just but like, I'll be honest though, me and one of my buddies in school were just fucking around like slap off. Got hit with a fucking It's more like it's not a jab or like it's like a power left hand kind of half a jab, half straight, like a Golovkin jab type thing.
Yeah, like a Golovkin jab would do it.
One, I got hit with the one bare-fisted though, right in the solar plexus. By far the most painful body shot I've ever took in my life. It hurt for 45 minutes, drastically. Like it was so painful, right in the solar plexus, bare knuckle though, and it was thrown with like power. But I've never ever felt anything in a boxing ring, ever.
And people, when I say that, they'll say, "Oh, you've clearly never boxed before," and I'll say, "No, you're just clearly a pussy."
Yeah. Yeah. Or you're.
That's the thing. See, if you're a conditioned athlete, you should be able to take a body shot and not be bothered by it. You know.
Well,
Yeah. Now,
well, here's
hooks.
the thing, right? The more you box, the more your body's getting touched up. Your body toughens up. Like I remember from like 16 to like 26, 90% of punches I didn't even like. I just felt pressure. There was like no quote unquote pain, right? Like an uncomfortable feeling. But you take like a couple years off, you go back and get hit with a body shot, you're like, damn, I got an uncomfortable pain. Like that's uncomfortable, right? It'll cause like contusions there. But these guys who are conditioned, like, yeah, generally they're not really feeling much. And when they do get like, I wanted to go on this rant up I saw on your shit yesterday, Nordic. You're talking about someone, Svenaki was talking about, if I have to hear weak to the body one more time, right?
Weak to the body is code for I can get loboed and.
Oh, but even just weak to the number one, anyone can be hurt to the body. A power shot. We're not talking about jabs anymore.
Especially at the bigger weights.
You can give me a fucking weightlifter dude, steroid free, muscle bound, 100 pounds heavier than me. I bet he can't withstand 3 body shots of mine. 100 pounds heavier. Just give me a giant dude. I fucking guarantee you, he's like, he probably doesn't take
Because
one.
they haven't taken a hit before.
He probably don't take one. And the thing is, it's gonna hurt us too in the ring, but it's that uncomfortable shit. You just push through it. Like you just push through it. Everyone can get hurt to the body and will if you're fighting like legit guys.
Especially if they're big, especially in
Yeah.
the bigger weights. It's like
I'd been hurt to the body in sparring before when it came to people throwing like a hook to the liver. But I'm a white guy, so I mean it's no surprise that I got hurt to the body, right? You know, we can't take it to the body.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the best shot I've ever been hit
Especially if you're Eastern European.
Yeah, exactly. It must
You'll
be the
vomit your guts
Croatian.
out, you know.
No, that Hatton win is garbage because they cheated Ricky Hatton, man.
They didn't let him fight on the
Go
inside.
watch that fight. That is crazy. Floyd was losing. Hands down, losing that fight. Every scorecard had him losing that fight. And that's when they
And I
changed
don't-
the rules mid-fight. There's like it's insane.
I don't even think that highly of
On
Hatton
national
either.
TV, Ricky Hatton bent over and said, "I'm getting fucked in my ass." Like crazy.
I'll tell you one thing though, Ann. Usyk is very, very lucky he never fought Floyd with that jab to the body, man. It would have only taken one, and he would have been done, you know.
And it's not to say that Floyd might not have still won the fight. Like, who knows what happens as the fight goes on, regardless. Like, but dude, they clearly like were like, "We got to help you," and they did it. They helped him right in front of us. Like, no, you just got to let it play out, man. Can Floyd do it or not? Can he do it or not? He's great, right? Then do it. You don't help. Like, it's fuck that, dude. And I'm not
Clearly, Floyd doesn't like it to the body though, because the reason Cortez took a point was because Floyd like complained about a body shot, and then they took a point off
And that's why,
Hatton.
like, I would like shit on Floyd. And, like, how can't you guys see this? Like, how do you respect this the same as like fucking what some of these other Pacquiao, for instance, is doing? His rival. Like, there's no comparison. He ain't getting help. This dude is literally cherry picking and gets help. And you're telling me this
And he
guy
never fought
all
outside of
praise
Vegas
and
ever.
respect and glory and money and like fuck out of here. So it's sick. It's sick, man.
I'll be honest. Floyd was a skilled fighter.
Yeah,
His
he's
footwork,
good.
his footwork was elite. But against Maidana, I'm sorry. Yes, I saw a good skill, but I just thought he got outworked, and I thought he got bullied against the ropes. To me, I always count punches that are landed with your opponent against the ropes more. I mean, this is how you're supposed to score a punch in boxing. They say the 3 Ds: damage, disruption, and defense. Meaning, did you damage the opponent? Did you disrupt his rhythm? Or did you show some sort of defense where, like, you counterpunched by slipping a punch and landing your own punch? You know, so to me, when you have your opponent against the ropes and you land shots, that's like combining effective aggression with clean landed punches. When you land them in the middle of the ring, I mean, if they don't back the opponent up or do any noticeable damage, it's not the same as getting backed up to the ropes and having punches landed on you.
You're being mauled.
Yeah, exactly.
Being mauled. You're getting your ass whooped, dude. That's what's happening. Like there's a reason. Like Porter beat Thurman to me. He had this full running and on the ropes getting mauled for rounds.
If you've got great footwork, you won't be on the ropes.
How the fuck
you know?
Yeah, exactly.
These short inside little punches are equal to 4 or 5 just bombs all over you. And you're landing 1 and 2.
Or you'll at least be able to stay off the ropes for a long while. Right? Maybe when you wear out, you'll get.
And the fact that you can't even get off the ropes if you tried. He just corners you on the other side.
That's why I find it hard to say that guys like Devin Haney have great footwork. I mean, how could they have great footwork when they're consistently back to the ropes and they do the same thing? They dip below the waist and drive their shoulder into you, forcing a clinch.
And have you ever seen Usyk consistently back to the ropes in a fight, ever? Or Beterbiev, or Lomachenko, or Bivol, any of these guys, ever?
And a backup fighter too.
You know, great it is, L-Dog, once your eyes are like open to what's actually going on and shit, you're like, whoa.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, dude, you know what it is, man? It's the commentary. It's the commentary, and it's these midwits on YouTube who
midwits. That's a good
like when it comes.
I never experienced being young, having to grow up with this shit in my face, like brainwashing me. Like I came up like none of this existed in the gym, so like I don't know. I just came when I found it. I was like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Like that's how I found it. So but I don't know what it would be like to like grow up.
I think some people are resistant to it. Some people get over it eventually.
There was no media that wasn't telling you that. So why would you think otherwise? Honestly, why would you? Everyone's like, yeah, this is what it is. So you're gonna think that's what it is.
You're gonna think you're getting gaslit, yeah.
Big time, yeah, big time.
Except you've never known anything besides getting gaslit, so it's like, are you getting? It's like
exactly, yeah. You don't even know it's a thing. Yeah, yeah. I was always confused by that. Like, what the fuck does weak to the body even mean? That was yeah. It doesn't mean anything. Like it really
means you're a great fighter.
Look, the only way you're weak to the body is like quote unquote. I guess, but just mean you're just weak. Because if you just like fold from body shots, you're never going anywhere in this business.
Or you have an out drinking problem.
Yeah, you're just weak. It ain't weak to the body. There's no. Dude, oh my god!
You know what's an example?
No boxing champions getting dropped from like body shots and shit, and you're just like they're just weak to the body.
Yeah, like
weak.
for example,
you never call them weak or weak. No, it's a.
Get hit by Beterbiev to the body and see if you can stay up.
Yeah, for real. Like I'm saying, like you can give me a guy 100 pounds bigger. Is he weak? It's gonna fucking hurt him so bad. Like
yeah, they use Beterbiev dropped Usyk in the amateurs with a body shot. That means he's weak to the body. Okay, like getting hit by Beterbiev to the body.
Look, okay, this is what it is. Maybe someone hasn't experienced it. You ever been fucking little league football or something? Had the wind
baseball,
fell off a swing or off a ladder, landed on your back, like all the wind's out of you. Your liver just got shooken around. You're hurting. Your whole fucking soul, your abdomen's hurting. You can't breathe. You're like, right? Like if it happens to you, it happens to you. When you fell off the ladder or whatever, you weak to the body. You fucking took a good shot. You'll get up though, won't you? you'll sit there and go, oh fuck, oh, and like start to get up. That's what you do. Do you stay down? Like, I don't know. In a fight, you're probably not, right? You know, in your backyard, you're probably gonna lay there for a couple minutes. Like, that was fucking brutal.
You know, you want to know an example of like not of the whole weak to the body myth? Look at Dustin Poirier. It was clear he was like he's 35, has had a crap ton of wars. He fought Islam with a broken rib.
Yeah.
Oh, Pete.
I know, I just read that too. We might have lost them. Baby blue do-rag. Baby blue.
Hey, but this is the thing with boxing, dude. If you're a young guy getting into it these days, the commentary. Ah, come on, Telly. The commentary.
Hold on.
I'm sorry, I had to. It was just there.
The commentary, dude, I'm telling you, it's hard to find the official rules in boxing too. This is one thing I noticed. It's hard to find that.
I used to have videos with them. They used to be very easy to find. They've made them hard, and they've made them all different. There is no uniformity. You go to look for it, you'll find 10 different sets of Marcus of Queensberry rules, and they're all explained differently too. It's like, who wrote this shit?
I think to learn boxing, you have to go to a YouTube deep dive, go deep enough to find these guys, right? You have to go deep though.
Dude, you need to go to like the Association of Boxing Commission's website to actually pull the rules up, because aside from that, you know how people learn boxing now?
Theirs is different now too, though. They changed theirs.
To learn boxing now, basically you learn from commentary, which means you're learning from the promoters, which means you're learning in a way that they can shape it. So, you know,
definitely learn from commentators, no doubt. That's why good commentators are so important.
And why they're gone.
Oh, they got rid of the HBO commentary that was the best commentary.
Man,
absolutely. Lampley, Stewart, top of the line.
Now we have Timothy Bradley saying, that's a legal shot. That was the bout line. That was the bout line, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, there would never even be a discussion over if a shot was legal or not. They just be like, illegal. Legal, illegal, low, high, perfect, good. Like, you wouldn't even say anything unless it was low. You just be like, that's low. If you have to even question it, it's probably low. You know what I mean?
I mean, for the longest time, this is why I was scoring fights in a way that the Derevianchenko Triple G fight, I mean, I remember I had to get told by Ant this, but I thought that if the referee didn't call a low blow, you just scored the low blow. I literally thought, well, the referee didn't call it, like you scored that shit. But now I know that, well, actually the judge is separate from the referee. The judge has to score based on what he's seeing and if it's a legal shot or not. So if the judge sees it's a illegal shot, even if the ref doesn't call it, they're not supposed to fucking score that.
No, not at all. No.
But I was thinking, you know,
there's like a ref actually isn't even going to say anything about it unless he's just being like, keep it up or stop, you know, low, do you need time, point. So there's just going to be a lot of low blows, but the judge is going to have to, you know, he knows if a shot's like punching you behind the head, he ain't supposed to score it. He's hitting you in the nuts. He ain't supposed, there's a scoring area. It's just what it is.
And people don't know the scoring area. Like, I didn't know the scoring area 100%. So people don't know that, like, anything from like the navel to the head is the scoring area except for the arms and the shoulders. But people don't know that. They think like when Canelo throws those punches to the arms that those are scoring. But the criteria is clean and effective, meaning the punch has to not only be clean but effective. And you can have an effective shot. You know, a punch to the back of the head is very effective, but it ain't clean.
Yeah.
It's probably the most effective punches you can have are to the balls and to the back of the head.
One thing I would say here as well, to just on the arms thing. Yeah, an arm shot isn't like a clean headshot, body shot, blah blah blah. But an accumulation of them, again, like if they land like say 6 pounded on their arms, you give them credit for like a jab type punch, clean jab. You can do that because it's not an illegal thing, right? Like punch behind the head, low blow, kidney shot. They're just illegal. They don't count for nothing, no matter what. Like Yeah, a lot of damage, like you're saying, very effective, but it counts for nothing.
I think also that's like part of strategy is like you will do shots on the arms knowing you're not scoring because eventually it might help you score, right?
Absolutely.
That's exactly why you do it. You do it as part of you don't do it to win rounds. You do it to break someone down or to open up shots in the future.
Exactly.
So yeah, boxing. This is the thing, man. Like they make it hard to figure out how to actually score fights so that they can convince you the outcomes are okay.
That's it. That's what I've been trying to tell everyone for 10 years. It's like I'm so
You're gonna have
glad
to
they see it on their own because that's it. They
have-
muddy the waters so they can convince you of whatever they want to convince you of on any given night.
You have to be be a naturally curious and questioning person to figure it out.
And you're gonna have to remaster some of these videos.
I would really suggest going to the boxing gym too. Honestly, like you don't even have to compete. Just be a fucking weekend warrior or whatever. Just learn to box.
You heard?
You'll learn it because they'll make it clear in there. Like it'll be clear. Like you do any sparring or whatever, it'll be clear. You'll know everything just from your own personal experience. So when you see something wrong, like on TV, you know from your own experience. Like I know that's wrong. Like it's wrong. Yeah, so there is no like guessing game. You're just like, why did he call? Yeah.
With the commentary too, like back in the day, they used to try to set up narrative. Like always go to the P-Rock Jacobs fight. They were like trying to do a narrative with Jacobs, and then Manny Stewart was not having it.
Yeah,
and then it's just like he was just like. And like they even mentioned like, oh, I bet Al Heyman's not happy here or whatever because it's like and it was funny. It's like Manny Stewart, like you could tell he knew.
And he's
like,
giddy about it. He's
you
like,
could
this
tell.
guy's so good. He's laughing about it. Like this guy's a problem.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, Manny. He's like, yeah, like he knew Danny Jacobs was like fucked in the first 30 seconds. He was like, oh.
Man, P-Rog versus Triple G is right up there with Stevenson Kovalev in terms of fights that never happened that would have been great. I mean,
I think it's better than that.
I think P-Rog's upper body movement would have made it really difficult for Triple G to land that jab, and I think it would have been a super high level fight.
It's such a unique defensive because he goes forward too. It's like it's such a it's a defensive style that Triple G is definitely not used to.
It would have been one of the best fights we've ever seen.
Yeah,
like in this era.
And Pierre is my favorite fighter ever. I think I'd take Triple G though.
He could punch too, man. I mean, he fucking knocked out Jacobs. He knocked out Jacobs, Triple G, and Canelo couldn't.
One punch.
That was it was so clean. It was like over like Then
he shifted right into him. Shift, boom. He slept him.
Yeah, I'm so that body, that back, man, that we got robbed.
That's what Manny Stewart was so impressed with. He's like, Danny has no idea what's coming at him. He don't know this guy's doing the southpaw orthodox. He's just each side of him, and the punches are coming from everywhere.
You know what's even more of a shame? If Triple G had won a fight against a guy like P-Rog, that would have pushed enough momentum behind him to force the Sergio Martinez fight. And if he won the Sergio Martinez fight, then he would have had enough momentum to get the Chavez Jr. And Chavez Jr. was a big star at the time. And Canelo would have had to fight him a whole lot earlier if he won those 3 fights in a row.
Imagine.
It's just crazy how one fight could change a fighter's career. Like, to me, if Loma fought Kambosos instead of taking that year off when the war started, he would have destroyed Kambosos, had a lot of momentum behind him, and forced the Haney fight a lot earlier.
Yeah.
You know another thing?
Yeah, I remember I've talked about Floyd in that Winky situation many times. Yeah, called him out. He agreed. Made him come down a weight. He agreed. Made him a dehydration clause. He agreed, and then just said, "I'm not doing it."
I do think P-Rog Jacobs made the PBC paranoid about the Eastern Europeans, though.
Yeah, for sure, because that was like their best talent.
Well, yeah. Well, they thought like, oh, surely we can get this guy from whatever, and he'll win, right? It's like,
Yeah, Danny.
Granted, he was
that young group of. He probably had the highest potential at that point.
P-Rog must have been one of those guys we were talking about, like an outlier, like reflexes and body control, probably.
Yeah, he's crazy body.
A prodigy, probably.
Full body coordination, yeah.
Right. It's like, man, Triple G for P-Rog, man. I mean, Triple G's career is awesome, but
It's full of what could have been, essentially. That's the sad thing with Triple G. I think, to me, I always thought Loma and Usyk were the best of the Eastern Europeans. I always thought that. I always thought they had the most skills, the most natural gifts, everything. But Triple G was a fighter who really, it seemed like an unfortunate series of events just occurred where he couldn't get the fights at the right time. I mean, look, guys.
Dude, it's not like UFC where they can force you into these situations. Even if the guy becomes your Mando, they can just drop the belt or give you a new belt and just freeze you out, man.
Yeah, I thought Golovkin had the most physical gifts of those guys, just like pure physical gifts, not maybe boxing talent.
I don't think he had the speed. Well, it's a different type of physical gifts. He was stronger, he had more power, and he had more durability, but he wasn't as quick or as agile as those other guys.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But young Triple G though was like quicker than what I think people remember.
No, but I know what he's talking about. They had more of like the black type athleticism, the fast twitch.
Yeah, fast twitch.
They were more like fast twitchy. They had the skills to back it up, as we were talking about earlier. Like they didn't rely on just their talents, but they had like some natural talents that Golovkin, didn't he wasn't a fast guy, great timing. I think Golovkin was more, obviously mental, but he was intelligent.
Yeah. How he walked people down. Now.
Yeah, just very simplistic. Even back in the amateurs, he wasn't a
I say, like if he won that much in the amateurs, it's like I would wager.
Yeah, but he's obvious. To go to the fucking Olympics, you got to be fast. Don't get me wrong. Like he's fast, but there are
Yeah, they are faster, right?
There are degrees. He wasn't
at the same time,
especially fast twitchy.
It is kind of hard to feel sorry for Triple G because he did make boatloads of fucking money. Like at least that happened, right? Like
he made a ton of money. Yeah.
I mean, dude, he was getting paid. Like DAZN paid him way too much, man. They really gave a 36-year-old with one foot out the door $100 million contract.
You know
what?
He deserves it. I don't care.
I mean, good on him. But I'm just saying, for them, like $100 million, they could have bought the entire fucking lightweight, super lightweight, and welterweight division.
But screw that 100 mil. You got to understand this. I learned this about like his whole thing. When he's fighting those 4 times a year, they're selling like 20,000 tickets every time.
Yeah.
And they are producing more merch than Floyd Mayweather produced for his fights and selling out of it every single time.
I mean, Triple G is one of the best boxing. Like,
they were making so much money 4 times per year.
Dude,
He owned like everything. Because he had the bad contract already with Universal and did it right the second time.
Yeah.
The dude made so much fucking money.
He got it back. He deserved that from getting screwed over earlier.
He made
Here's
a
the
ton
thing.
of money.
Can you imagine how much of a bigger star he would have been if he fought the guys that we mentioned earlier, like Martinez, Chavez, Chavez Jr.? I mean,
he's brutalizing.
Imagine if they did that middleweight tournament back in the day with like him and Sergio and all them guys.
And then he could have. Then if he cleared that division at that time, he either could have gotten a longer title reign with more big wins, or he could have gone up to super middleweight and then cleared that division.
Maybe it would have forced Ward to fight him, or maybe even Kovalev.
I don't know if Triple G ever beat.
He would have been able to move up in weight younger. So he might have done better at higher weights too, because he wouldn't have been old and heavier,
I was gonna say I don't know if Triple G ever beats Andre Ward, just because we know Ward would have. He was quite a bit bigger than Triple G, first of all,
he was a lot bigger.
And let's be real, they loved Andre Ward for what he represented. It was too much. Triple G wouldn't have destroyed Andre Ward. There's no way he would have destroyed Andre Ward. Andre Ward would have, if he got hurt, he would have rammed his head into Triple G's head, busted him open, low blowed him, clinched his way to a boring split decision victory.
Yeah, think of like Derevyanchenko. Now make him bigger and better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Bigger, better, everything. I'm just saying, like, to me, that was always a fight I knew Triple G couldn't win because
of the conditions.
Well,
the-
he
the
couldn't win
size.
when he was like in his prime, and Ward hadn't even made a comeback fight yet. Like if them when he had like Paul Smith and the fucking.
Oh yeah.
No, he could have whooped his ass then, and that's why Ward wouldn't do it.
yeah.
But yeah, you give him 3 fucking comeback fights. Now you got Andre Ward basically again. And roids. Never forget the roids. I wish Precise was here. He did a fight film, did a great video on that. Going into the first Kovalev fight, Berto and Ward are in some gym and they're flexing in the mirror, and Berto is saying some seriously homoerotic stuff, but whatever. Ward is covered.
Kellerman was in the corner.
He has so much acne all over his back and shoulders. He's covered in it, and that's what the video is about. Like, Precise is like, look at this shit. It's disgusting. And yeah, I even remember talking to somebody main events about it. They I even sent them the video and stuff, but you know, what can you do? They weren't going to pull out of the fight. But yeah, it's like that dude was juiced to the gills as well. I don't think he only did it for the Kovalev fight. You know,
Yeah. Who do you think was better, Kovalev or Triple G?
Triple G.
Totally,
Triple G was-
totally a Triple G for sure.
Golovkin, but man, imagine
Like,
if
pound for pound, just in totality, yeah.
Yeah, pound for pound. If they matched up,
Kovalev-
I don't know who would have won, but
Oh, if they matched up Kovalev because he was bigger and he could
Yeah,
have outboxed Triple
he's
G.
just bigger. Yeah,
Kovalev had very good footwork and outside fighting. Where Kovalev was limited was on the inside. He really didn't have an inside game.
yeah, he never needed it because
on
it's
his
just
toes.
Yeah.
maybe he did have it when he was younger, but he just didn't need to use it.
yeah.
But I never saw him use it when Andre Ward pushed him on the inside. He kind of looked like a fish out of water in some of those rounds.
Well, and you know when if he did have it, you would have actually saw it in like his last fight. Because as an old man, you just plant your feet and start shooting short shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he doesn't even know where he is at this point. I think he's just drunk all the time. Like, I don't know.
He wants that distance for sure.
Like, I think it is.
Kovalev's ability to move, stay behind the jab, and box behind the straight punches was second to none when he was at his prime.
Yes. I mean, him and Golovkin were the two boogeymen. They were like the last two boogeymen in boxing, pretty much. I would say. Prime Durant. I think Triple G is too big for Durant.
Yeah, sadly, I mean, I just said I think Durant might be just the greatest thing ever. But yeah, I think that's a little much, man. It is. Because in his even like what's if he's fighting at 160, he's just not going to be in his prime. It's just impossible, right? He's just too small.
When did he get L-Dog a Triple G hat to replace the TMT hat?
Yeah, I got a hat. I didn't buy it. The dude, one of the guys I was with just left and bought a bunch of merch and came back and passed out hats. It was pretty cool, but yeah, I got one.
Yeah, Max Kellerman would say Andre Ward could beat like
It's the Mexican
the devil,
cover.
Buddha, all at once.
Yeah, it says like GGG with the Mex, like one is red, white, and green or whatever. I don't wear hats like that though, but
What bothered me about Max Kellerman is he clearly does know boxing for real, but he just lies.
dude, this is how much money they were making with the merch. For example, the Lemieux fight, the merch that was the this is wild. For all the concerts they put on, probably like Madonna and fucking whoever, right? Rihanna, whatever stars were big, Britney Spears. The merch that was sold that night broke the record for total sales of merch at Madison Square Garden. That's the amount of merch they were selling. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's I mean, when he was like a pretty big star for a certain period of time, like the
There was a
Canelo,
merch
like
every 30 feet, like in every fucking row, they were everywhere.
So how could you not like him? Watch him fight. How can you not be a fan? Like,
yeah,
big drama show. Also, when he talks, he's like, it's good enough English you can understand, but it's still like he still has that accent, so it's like kind of scary. It's like, okay, what the fuck? Like that face to face with Lemieux, I'd be like, holy fuck, I'd be scared if I was Lemieux. Those were the good old. That's man. That's when I fell in love with boxing. Now I'm a little bit disenfranchised with it.
That's when I became disenfranchised.
The fighter that got me into boxing was Floyd Money Mayweather.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the fighter, bro. I just remember. I think I saw him on WWE.
Floyd brings you in, but now you're telling everyone like everything you represented was the wrong way.
Yeah, like that, bro. I saw him on WWE when he fought the Big Show.
Yeah.
That was
about everyone starts with the WWE.
Yeah,
you're a better man than me for admitting that you got into boxing for Floyd.
Look, I don't even mind like slick
KGB couldn't get
boxers,
that out of
right?
me.
Like I'm actually I like boxers. Like that's the style of fighters I like. I like the Lomas. I like the Usyks. I like the
Usyk's my favorite fighter.
The Oscar De La Hoyas, the Sugar Ray Leonards. These are the kind of guys that I like. I've never been. I like
the classic
I like
Mexican style, quote unquote.
I wouldn't even say the classic Mexican style because guys like Barrera, Morales, and Marquez were actually well-schooled boxers. I'm saying the new Mexican style where you got guys like Navarrete and fucking Julio Cesar Martinez and Burchell. These guys are just bums trying to be passed off as unorthodox.
Or tough, yeah.
I've come to learn that unorthodox is just code word for bum.
They remind me. I call these guys like modern day Mayorgas. Like,
yeah,
you know, they're good. They're good for what they are, but you know, yeah, they're not that good. But they can be exciting or whatever. But yeah, they're not that talented.
Yeah. They're good. They're good for making like a young prospect look good, right?
Yeah. But you put them in with like, you take them up. There's levels above them though. You're right. That's all we're saying is there's some levels above them.
They're good for filtering out the mental stuff, right? Like, you got to be you have to deal with someone like that, right?
Yeah, and they're going to give anyone some issues. You're going to have to push through adversity. Even a guy like Shane Mosley or De La Hoya or something, or Trinidad, all these guys. Yeah, they all beat them. They all pushed through them or whatever. But it was all a battle. Absolutely, yeah. And I don't even know. I don't think a lot of these guys could have pushed through what he gave them. Honestly, like the guys of today. Because if you're literally like, those are all-time greats, and if you are running these guys into real issues, yeah, I don't see how you wouldn't just beat the shit out of someone.
I thought Vanes was pretty good.
Like at 154 and shit, bro. He beat Vernon Forrest in his prime twice. Like, you think Jermell Charlo's fucking with Mayorga or Vernon Forrest? No way.
Hey, someone said that they were a fan of Pretty Boy Floyd. I actually liked Floyd when he trained with Roger. I thought the Roger trained Floyd was much more entertaining and skilled. I liked that fight when he fought Cotto. To me, that was a great, high-paced boxing match where Floyd really showed his skills. It was Floyd Sr. that always had this defensive, negative kind of style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Floyd fought through adversity. He actually won. He wasn't getting help or anything, like apart from like maybe Roy's or what, but in the ring, that was a fight. He fought, pushed through it, and he won. And it's Miguel fucking Cotto. I don't care if he was at a downside, he hadn't rebounded yet. That's still Miguel Cotto, dude. That's an all-time great. That's an all-time great.
I also think that like growing up with his father's career, and then also like him getting robbed in the Olympics in Korea probably affected his like, oh, I can do like this and win, right?
Did he get robbed though? I remember rewatching that. I remember
allegedly.
Exactly. Hey. You never watched it, but you're repeating the narratives that commentary said.
Even I'm a victim of it. Maybe I'm just profiling.
What fight are we talking about?
Oh, because apparently, like Roy Jones Jr., and like you always hear about them getting robbed. Like,
no, Roy did get robbed, but I don't think Floyd got robbed.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you also like you don't know. Did they like maybe they got robbed in the final, but they lost in the round of 16 and won, but they got the
that too. But yeah, Floyd did lose, but Roy definitely got blatantly robbed. But again, like whatever. Yeah, I don't know why they would say go raw.
Yeah,
I've always,
I'm more, and I've seen the Roy Jones one. And the Roy
been-
Jones one, he definitely did. I haven't seen the
James
Floyd one.
Rosen should have been and rightfully was the undisputed king at 154 at one point in time. He went on a run where he won all the fights that he should have had all the belts and was the man. They just didn't give any of them to him. It's pretty crazy. But yeah.
And they had to fight Triple G at short notice.
If he didn't send a signal to every white fighter or European fighter in the world, do not sign with Al Heyman, I don't know what didn't. Like,
yeah. Or just you could be Latino but light melanin count.
Breaks off of Laura.
You're getting
oh my god, blatant robberies.
Getting screwed over.
Hey, if you're a white fighter signed to Al Heyman, you're going to be used as basically bait to go and fight on cross-promotion fights, and if you win, you're getting thrown in the deep end straight away.
Brutal.
I've never seen Al Heyman. I've never seen an Al Heyman white fighter have a good career that's turned out okay.
No, I mean, I had the only like interview he ever did was in a Ring magazine. It wasn't long, but it was like a 3-4 paragraphs. They asked him just questions, he answered them, but it was, he would have had like Paul Williams at the time. It was like that era. But he had some more fighters. He was starting his thing. He was coming, grabbing up fighters. But he had already clearly made it like a pro-black thing behind the scenes and everything. Because in the article, they brought that up and pointed out, like, will you ever even sign a white fighter? And he just laughed at the thought of it. So,
and then T-Rock made him even more racist.
He just laughed at the thought of it. I mean, it's in Ring magazine. It's in print. Yeah. So, I mean, that kind of should have told everyone everything right then and there.
I wish I grew up in like those 90s, like that 90s fights, man. Early 2000s. Could remember them. That must have been crazy live.
There's still a lot of good boxing now, man. Like,
there still is, yeah.
I can't lie. I just love boxing. I'll watch any kind of level of fighters so long as the style clash is good. I mean, there's always good fights, man.
Especially with these Saudis, especially with the Saudis coming in.
I just watched that on the Broner undercard, that 14-1 dog, Ashley Larry Behringer versus Ian Green. That fight wasn't like the most skilled fight, and Green didn't even really do anything. But it was like, and the winner got robbed. But the action, the fight, I was so excited. Like, I was getting so into it because, like, the underdog was kicking the shit out of this fucking protected bum of a favorite. And this bum they brought in to lose to him kicked his fucking ass, and they robbed the guy. But the whole fight, I was getting so into it. So, yeah, it's like, dude.
Yeah, the undercards will be better than the main events a lot of the time.
It's done at its highest level, but you can get tremendous excitement, from any level of guys if they're given a good go, a good fight.
Oh, also the World Boxing Super Series with Usyk, that also made me kind of come back and love boxing. That shit was sick.
Dude, we need another season of World Boxing Super Series. I don't know what happened to that. Maybe some money problems, but dude, we need another season.
That shit was insane.
I mean, the Saudis should have bought something like they should have. They should have tournament. I mean, they could still do it. They kind of are doing it.
They kind of.
Dude, what he's doing is I loved it on his last card. He just said, "I'm just here. Whatever fights you want, I'm going to deliver them." Like,
because he's just a fan like us. Like it seems like he's like a dude like us.
Want to see? I don't care if they're in the same weight class, if the belts matter. Like, do we want to see that guy versus that guy? Yeah, bring him. Like,
it's like if one of us become a giga billionaire, what would we do?
It's like a little kid getting to play with GI Joes or your wrestling dolls. I want to see the Undertaker versus Hogan tonight. Like, no, this dude's just like. He's spending his money right? Like, hey,
if I had billions of dollars, like hundreds of billions, bro, I'm not only doing that, I'm making these scumbags like Suleiman do humiliation rituals. I'm sorry, I just am. Like,
I wouldn't doubt this happens, right? Not that, but maybe, right? But I would put on private fights, like me and my closest people, like Yeah, bro. Like I'm a billionaire. I'll throw you 5 million each. You're on Friday night. You are fighting in my fucking living room. Like,
It's like the slave master from Django.
yes, yes, I'm doing that. Not as a slave master, but like as a child, I used to throw like 2 bees in a jar. I'm just
the bugs.
Oh, I'm making.
Aldo just have the most out of pocket comment. Oh my goodness!
Have you seen Django with those rich dude made those dudes fight, bro? That's
yeah, hell yeah. I expect 5 fights out of him.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Although that's a little too far, but
yeah, I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, what? He started with TMT. Like, what is?
You tell me Broner wouldn't have a bare knuckle fight in your basement versus.
He would probably do it for a couple $100.
For real. Like, yeah, dude, shit. You got to do $500,000 to fight anyone. But like these freak fights, like with the Eddie Hall guy versus the 2 brothers.
Yeah, like how the Japan used to do it.
I love that. Honestly, I'm like, give them 4 guys next, right? I'm like, fuck that. Let's see some freak fights too. We can have real boxing and have some
like 5v5 stuff.
I'd be doing some crazy shit, bro. I'd be buying an entire section of land. And I'd be buying tanks and having fucking tank battles and filmed by drones in the sky or whatever. And like the winning crew gets like $1 million each or something. I'd be doing crazy shit like that, or fighter jet battles, like fucking. I'd be getting people to have sword fights and shit to the death.
Back to Rome. You're Caligula. You're Commodus. That's what you
Dude,
are.
You're
Commodus.
What's the movie with Ice-T where they offer like a homeless man like $1 million if he could survive them hunting him? Like,
most dangerous game or whatever.
I'm not saying I would go that far, but I don't doubt people do that.
Aldo wants me to tell you to read the Obama comment, and then I was gonna say before that, highlight the Hulk one, because that's his description of the Eddie Hall fight.
Yeah, I liked it.
You
got to see the athleticism of Eddie Hall in like a kind of a real world situation,
Yeah, and he also said he was asking if you could highlight the Obama comment.
I'm looking for it.
I don't see it.
It's further up, I think.
You have to scroll.
Is the Obama Antichrist of boxing?
Yeah.
I feel like Al Heyman's more that.
Oh, come on. I think it's unfair to call Obama the Antichrist. I mean, come on.
Yeah, there's worse. There's worse than him.
Again, it's Floyd is just the flag.
They're just puppets. The real people are behind the scenes.
Yeah, exactly. Floyd's just like the flag they put in your face, I guess. Yeah, who's the fucking puppet master behind him?
It's like politicians, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what it is. Right? Like, it's the same thing. Like they told us that was their goal with Andre Ward, right? So we know that is an actual thing. They're like, this is our guy. We're gonna get behind this guy, protect him, and do everything right by him to make him. It's crazy they even tell you this. Like, told us this. Yeah, we're gonna make him this fucking great undefeated fighter. How do you do that? You can't. You can't have that as a plan. You can just make fights and see what happens.
All governments are either a secret oligarchy or like an open authoritarian dictator. It's like, take your pick.
Yeah, like say like CCP or whatever. Like this.
I mean, to be honest, I'd almost rather just have it open out in the open rather than this hidden.
A real Russian mob, like the Bulgarians. It's just a real Bulgarian mob, and it's like factions. Like Kim Jong-un. Like, what do you think that guy is? That guy is just a crime boss.
Government is organized crime because it's a monopoly on violence. That's what it is.
Yeah, I don't understand why if you put a government title in front of your name, you're no longer organized criminal. Like you're an organized crime boss. That's what you are.
Listen, in Eastern Europe, they call it a bribe. In America, they call it a speaking fee.
Facts.
You ever see these companies pay people like They pay guys
come talk.
to do talks at like Goldman Sachs for millions and millions of dollars.
20 minutes.
It's like Obama started with $5 million, and after his presidency, he made $200 million. It's like, okay.
I wouldn't pay people like this to have them speak, because you can just go and find any speech that they've ever fucking made online.
Yeah.
Like,
or just have some charismatic.
what is a Biden or a Trump or any of these guys gonna tell me that I don't already know? They just repeat cliches.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make America great again. You know, we're gonna go back to the old days.
How about you start saying, I'm gonna do this? Exactly. And yeah, like
with Trump, it's
a platform, right? Like I always say, you talk about my platform. To me, a platform should be like, this is the base of what I think a good society is. This is how I'm going to achieve us heading in this direction by doing this, this, and this, and like explaining pretty good detail. Like, this is what we're gonna do. Is everyone cool with that? Because if so, vote for me. Like,
yeah, but then there's the activist. There's the activist dilemma though, where it's like, let's say you're an activist, right? And then but you're not actually incentivized to solve the problem, right? Because when you actually solve the problem, people stop giving you money, stop supporting you because the problem's not there anymore, right? So that's just the dilemma, right? So,
and that's big business.
I also noticed with politics, these dudes never get credit when they do something good anyway. It's always
negatives outweigh positives. That's just
like I've seen. I've actually seen Joe Biden do some things that I thought were good, and he got no credit for them whatsoever.
I can look at it like this, even like in terms of like gambling or whatever. I literally can't ever remember a good win.
Yeah.
But you remember your bad losses.
Oh, I certainly do.
Exactly. You remember when you're 5 minutes late, but you don't remember when you're 5 minutes early. Like
for sure. Yeah.
It's just the equivalent stuff.
Or like you'll lay in bed at night, like thinking about something from 10, 20 years earlier and be like, oh, I cringe at the thought I did that. But it's like, how come you never lay in bed like, oh, I get happy thinking that I did that? It don't happen. Right?
It's rare. It's rare.
Yeah, very rare.
And it also has to be like way happier than the negative has to be, right? Like the negative can
remember it, especially, yeah.
And that's just how humans are built.
Because people are loss averse. Like people remember a $50 loss more than they remember a $50 gain.
Yeah, well, to me, it's like evolutionary, right? Like a little negative can end up killing you, while a little positive isn't gonna like improve your life.
That's a good point, actually. That's
like
a good point.
Survival instinct, right? And that's just
true.
how humans are.
That you should, like if you found berries over here, it's gonna be like, yeah, I know where berries are over there. It's a good thing. But if you like got attacked by a fucking bear or something over here, you're gonna remember that bear over there.
Or like a minor cut, right? It's
or even a sprained ankle. Be like, I ain't fucking with that cliff. I got exactly
because that can lead to a negative. Like a sprained ankle could lead to death, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and especially in your brain, like it's always gonna be like it can lead to death.
So when we associate negatives, right, that's like where we're coming from, like, and also it's the easiest way to control people is through like convincing, like the easiest way to enslave people is to convince them that they have been freed or that someone else is trying to enslave them, right? Yeah.
You're for their freedom, but be scared, so give me more authority.
It's just control. What's weird is I think most individuals are good people. It's just groups.
And well, you know why that is though, because half of the population is like destroying on its own, right? Just always destroying. They're not adding shit. They're just at minimum not adding shit, right? So they're a net average at best, and more than likely a net loss in total. So it's like the other people, the 20% or something who are trying hard and building what little they can achieve, because building is going to take time and effort. Like what little they achieve just keeps getting knocked the fuck back.
It's hard to.
Bro.
It's.
Yeah,
also,
right.
I wanted to add on to the other guy's opinion. He said that he views most people as good. For me, it's hard to judge people as good and bad because everyone has a bit of scumbag in them, to be honest. Like we all know people who have done some absolute scumbag shit, but when we've interacted with them, they've been nothing but good people to us.
Yep.
And it makes you wonder. It's like, I know this dude has being a scumbag in this aspect, but it's hard to say someone is either good or bad. It's like a balancing act.
And how can you? And you want to? Well, and you really want to get deep with it. How can you really judge like really anyone without fully living their life and understanding what brought them to any of these decisions?
Exactly.
You're literally putting your thought process into their brain, but you don't know what the fuck is.
I think how and why you behave is more important than like what you know.
That's why there's that wisdom in the Bible that says, "Let he who is without sin cast the first stone." Like it's essentially saying, don't be hypocritical. Like, let's not act like we're perfect. Everyone has their faults. No one is all good or all bad. I mean, look at these social justice icons.
There's
like
no all good or all bad, honestly, because like even Ted Bundy loved people. He did. They do. Look at even BTK. It sounds crazy, right? This guy took great care of his children. He did. It's pretty wild, but yeah, it's And I'm not saying there's that I'm using an extreme case just to show you even extreme psychopaths, sadistic psychopaths.
They have an idea of to be good, but they just prefer not to.
Yeah, whatever it is, I'm not. Yeah.
And a lot of the social justice, it's just they're just looking to overcome an enemy, but they don't actually want to risk it. They just want to feel like they accomplished something, right? They're looking for a dragon to slay, so to speak.
Thing is,
that's true.
I'm on the side that we're all bad, at heart, but we're just trying to be better.
Well, I look. This is how, in the term of I think everyone is generally good or whatever. I'll say this, and I think we probably all agree to this. I don't think there is a such thing as an evil 6-month-old baby. I don't. It's really hard. They might be predisposed to psychopathy and shit like that or whatever, but I think
early nurture is.
It's really they're just your brains are just full of curiosity. I think I would love to just be kind and generous and loving to everybody. Sit on a fucking cloud with hearts floating around with all my friends and family and shit. Of course, right? So, doesn't mean I won't, be bad. Right? It's I know I certainly feel in my heart.
Everyone also
it's deep. That is deep. I don't.
Everyone has certain events in their lives that shape them. I mean, we all have them, just certain things that we see, that we experience, that shape the way we think and we view the world.
I also think we're vulnerable to every person has a vice or something that they're more prone to or more prone to falling into. Some people it's sex, some people it's drugs, some people are more violent. It's you're more likely to do that's more dangerous for you. The other stuff's easier to resist, but.
And I actually agree with Aldo. Not doing bad things doesn't mean you're a good person either. And doing good things doesn't mean you're not a bad person either. It's it's tough to say, man.
You can do all good things and really be an evil motherfucker.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to do now. They're trying to the veneer of good is they're trying to, because everyone wants to appear virtuous, but they don't actually want to do virtuous shit.
Hey, I'm sure Jeffrey Epstein left a huge tip to a waiter once that helped them out, meet their bills. But fuck it out, I don't know if it makes him a good person. Yeah, that's fucked, dude. That's fucked. You sometimes hear about
that's crazy.
Bro, you sometimes hear there's a famous story in the UK about one twin who killed his other twin brother on purpose or something at a really young age. That's disturbing, bro. That shit is
I could never do that. My siblings, man.
Never.
That's what I was thinking though. That's probably the sign that one of them kids is born.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Once I built this fucking Lego castle and my friend fucking broke that castle, I wanted to kill that motherfucker, man. I mean, I'm exaggerating a bit, but you know what I mean, right? You ever remember being young and it feels like the world is coming down when someone fucked up your Lego or something? You're like, God damn, this is an injustice.
That's funny. That's funny.
Eat your food out of the fridge or eat your candy. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
That brings me to something else I've been thinking about too. like crime and punishment. Like I was watching this case where the horrific crime was done to his family member, and the guy got like 10 years. But like I was thinking like what a travesty that is or whatever. Then I started thinking like, dude, you going back to something that simple, like, dude, I'll be hurt over just anything, like just not physically hurt, just like, wow, he said that about me, like death, like I'll kill you, like, and this person like tortured and murdered their family and gets like 10 years, and they have to accept that. It's like, oh my!
I mean,
God.
how
are people accepting? I started thinking like, how are people accepting these sentences? Like, dude, you can go do that 10 if they get you first, but the second you get out, I'm still there.
Yeah.
Like, it's wild.
Well, if you want to know how the justice system works, is my buddy did jury duty, right? And there was this lady who got in trouble for like drinking or whatever, or doing drugs or whatever, right? And he literally was just like, you know what, screw this bitch, and just literally held everyone hostage until they all agreed to vote guilty. And like apparently the lawyer, like they thought it was a slam dunk. There's no way they're getting her, but she had like a pipe in the car. She's like, she was clearly intending to go do this, and he just screwed her over.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yo,
see, I'm glad you pointed that out though. And it happens both ways too.
Yeah, it happens both ways. But he also could read. He's like I kind of agree with him. Like this lady was just a complete like joke. Like, it was like she needed to be punished. So
well, no, then I kind of agree with him too, because that's kind of what that jury duty is for. Like, do what's right.
But it's like they were playing the emotion card. Like they were trying to do stuff like to try to like the woman, like the the feminine appeal or whatever. And he's like nah.
I gotta go. Hopefully I'll see you guys soon. Jonathan, what's up? I haven't seen you in a while. Hopefully we can talk soon. And are you gonna swing by tomorrow?
Yeah. I was gonna say hit me up tonight or tomorrow morning or whatever. Just figure out unless like what'd you say 7? Is that still a good time or something?
Tomorrow at 7 p.m. Is that Eastern time? Is that good?
Yeah.
All right, sounds perfect. I'll see you then. All you guys take care. Great talk. God bless. Jonathan, if you want to contact me, just hit me up on Discord. I know you got my account, so just message me there. I want to talk with you. God bless. See you guys.
And again, I can like that's what I certainly want to think, right? Babies aren't evil. I know I wasn't. I definitely wasn't born evil. I know that for sure. There's I don't know, like because that's the thing you hear that, are some people born evil? I don't know, man. I can only speak for myself, obviously. So I can only say no, and I don't think I've ever heard someone say yes. Like, I don't know. Yeah, Felipe says toddlers are though. That's fucking funny. That's funny. Babies aren't evil. Toddlers are though.
I think like 12-year-old, 13-year-olds. That's when you're like, okay.
Oh. Yeah, I think that's when it really starts to come out. Like, like 10 onward. Yeah, like 10 to 14. That's when schools really need to be identifying these kids, honestly.
I mean, it should also be separated boys and girls. But...
yeah, that probably wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, I agree with Aldo there.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I was gonna say that's fair. I think that's fair.
I mean, I don't know. As far as the justice system goes, I feel like they should just do like a strike system, and it's like you either get fully rehabilitated or you die.
I have railed against the goddamn justice system like my whole life. I've never caught a break. They've done me dirty every fucking chance they got, and I usually just suck it up and say, well, I got away with this and this and this. They got me for this. They cracked my head. Well, it's fair. But it's definitely not fair, but I'll say it is, whatever. But I got a fucking love shot from heaven in this last case I've been dealing with. I've never had something just like outright dismissed, even when I had already accepted a fucking guilty plea. I got a love shot. I have no idea why. I mean, I have a proper lawyer and whatnot, but I don't know. I got blessed. Like, it can help. It can go both ways.
To me, it's just like it should all be about like rehabilitation, helping the person out. Okay, why did they commit this crime? Are they poor? Whatever it is, right? Rehabilitating them, right? And making sure that they're never going to do it again, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then do a strike system, and eventually if they clearly show that they cannot control themselves and they cannot contribute to society and they show antisocial behavior, you remove them permanently.
Yeah, in
Like, why are we having people in jail coming in and out? Like,
well, I don't understand that myself. When I see these cases on TV and they're like, this person has 17 felonies or 26 felonies, and it's like 10 years of all these. It's like, how did this happen? Because in my, unless you're a fucking government informant or something, I don't know how that's possible, but like, you're gonna get probation for almost anything except like a violent crime or something. Then you're going to jail. Like, you'll get it like a small sentence. Then you get a fucking big one. Then you get a bigger. Like, they have a strike system, and it's always been applied to me. I don't know why these other motherfuckers don't get
well,
applied.
there's also just too many laws about nonsense, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how it's not applied to these people. Dude, that's crazy.
It's just like, I don't know. It's like, but if the system was like actually good, then you wouldn't have probably had all these charges, because you don't seem like the type if you'd actually gotten.
No, I never.
can't-
No, not fucking no. Not
It's just fucking bullshit.
yeah.
Drives me crazy. So is the welfare system, but whatever. It's all garbage. It's just all, I don't know. I want to say things that I won't say on stream.
Yeah, any, like, for real, I can say this with all confidence. I've never had a real victim in a case. Like, they've all had it absolutely coming. They had way more coming, actually. So it's yeah, like, and all the other stuff is just bullshit, like humbles. They fucking try to get you on nonsense. But yeah, it's like, yeah, I quote Scarface, like, I'll never fuck anyone over who don't have it coming to them. It's that simple, like, ever. And I think I always say this, like, if you low blow me in a boxing match, don't get mad if I elbow you in the eye socket and break your eye. Like, you shouldn't have did that.
I don't know. It's just.
Yeah, don't be mad at, like, fuck around and find out type shit.
They try to make like good and like what's right and wrong like too complicated. It's like sometimes it is like a fight, like both people are trying to fight, like.
But I think there just does need to be more like sitting, like, especially with like sit all parties involved. Like, even if there's like parties involved down with the judge, or even just you sit down with the judge, the lawyer, the prosecutors, discuss what led up to this, what happened, like what you did or why you're arrested, why you're here. Like, you can never like explain yourself. You have to pay this fucking lawyer to go like explain yourself.
Well, they intentionally do that. They're creating more work.
Like, I want to go speak for I don't know what you're saying back there. Like, I don't know what you're saying back there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they just make more work for themselves. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's like you might be saying, "Fuck this dude." I don't know. Let me come explain myself.
It's just.
I don't like you have to just trust them.
Yeah, they're also, I mean, because people don't study ethics. Also, it's what religion used to do that, right? Religion used to be a big mediator. It used to be like it was like a very important part of society. It kept government in check. It kept the economy, capitalism in check, right? Morally, right?
Yeah.
Because capitalism is the enabler of human desire, and so
that's why it's like the foundation is to keep everything in check. Everything, even if you start to go astray, the people around you are going to check you. You know, it's not going to get too out of hand because there's going to be good people around you with checks and balances, and they have honor. Like, again, it's not that they don't do bad things, because but what they understand they at least like founding fathers and people, they understood their purpose. Like, again, did they do some horrible stuff? Yeah, whatever.
But they're trying to be better, though.
Yeah, they're trying to make a better future, like, for us. It's wild.
And also, no man can cure all the world's ills. Like, better men than me have tried, and you're never going to be able to.
It's never been done for a reason. It will never be done for.
Also, we need that though. Like, we need violence. We need that stuff because that's how we grow as humans, which is unfortunate. But like all the great innovations, all that stuff has been related to bloodshed and things like that, and that's just the truth. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Right.
Yeah, I just saw there's over 6,000. There's a thing with the United States government made a law in like 57, I think it was, where they had the right, the American government had the right to deem your patent not suitable for the public, that they had the only rights to it because it was like a national security type thing. It says whether it was able to affect the economy or military. And there's over 6,000 patents.
Super vague.
We can't see what they are. 6,000 inventions. We can't see what they are. Obviously, some of them are going to be related to stealth bombers and like stuff like this, missile technology.
Yeah.
But the economy.
Yeah, that's the oligarch overlords. They were the one because it's like if you create a technology like a water-based fuel or like something like that, right? Like not solar, solar's fake, but like
actually, yeah.
Like they're like you literally destroy the basis of like their like whole thing, right? Like
that's a really good one. Think about like the 60s and 70s. What would have happened to America's economy if the fucking motor industry just collapsed? Obviously, they'd have to,
Well, wait, like it wouldn't have like collapsed. Like they entrenched people in power, right?
Like have to switch over to just whatever the new engine was, I guess. But
it's kind of like with the
with their money and the economy.
With every phase of like technology that humans have been in, right? Like before, like the Bronze Age, right? Whoever had the most metal or whatever was like that was the best position to be in, right? But then oil, then it was like coal, or then it was steel, and then it was like, okay, that's the most important thing to have, right?
Yeah.
And what you're incentivized to do, let's say suddenly you have a bunch of oil and that's like the most important thing. That's the base deep thing that you need, right? To control, right? What you do is you incentivize people by trying to get the smart people to innovate, to create stuff that's not an actual threat to your like basis of power, right? And that's just what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, late stage, like what we have, late stage capitalism is the same thing as communism functionally, basically. It's just called a different thing.
Yeah, it was. I like the Thomas Jefferson. Every now and then you got to water the tree of liberty.
Yeah.
Tyrants. Like.
Well, actually, I think you need a tyrant to help grow the statue, like the tree. Like, you need a tyrant, right?
At what point? What do you mean?
No, historically speaking, you need a tyrant every now and then to like just basically be like, okay, all these little like you just need to cut him down. Like Napoleon, he came in and he was like, yeah, screw this shit.
Basically what they were like trying to accuse Trump of actually doing when he wasn't. Like,
yeah, it's like
what you think. Like this is what we're doing.
Like that's the thing about history though, is like what's sad is like actually usually when a tyrant comes to power in a lot of historical cases, life for the actual people gets better because that king needs the people to love him to help keep the barons or the sub aristocracy in check, right? So when Augustus came into power in Rome, right, life got so much better for the average person in Rome than it was under the Republic because of the Pax Romana and stuff.
True.
Right, because he knew how to do that, right? And that's the sad truth. Is like, is a tyrant always bad? It depends on the tyrant, right? A lot of time the tyrant just takes out the other little tyrants who are doing depraved stuff, right? Sometimes you need that.
Yeah, this is pretty wild that in a Christian-based company or country, one of the cardinal sins is like the foundation of our economy right now. Our whole economy is just propped up on loaned out fake dollars that don't even exist. Oh, that's terrible. And yeah, definitely a sin. Hey, what up, T-Money? I saw you on Act Nation the other day. Maybe like yesterday.
Sure. I mean, that's also why, like,
Yeah,
it's also a symbolism with Christ, right? Forgiving your debts, right?
Yeah. I agree that, Trump is better than any Democrat at this point, and probably better than maybe any Republican, sadly, which is wild, but there is like no one.
Well, anyone who's good isn't going to be allowed or also doesn't want to get involved.
Yeah, no one that is really going to do anything, honestly.
Right. We're just waiting for it to balkanize pretty much.
And I just said, like, it's sadly, all you have to really do, again, is come up with a clear-cut platform. Like, just, hey, I'm just trying to better everyone's lives. And this is how we're going to do it. Like, do you agree? Instead of saying whatever the fuck you think they want to hear, just say, this is what I'm doing. Like, this is what I think, this is what I believe, this is what we think and believe, right?
You also need to say that, hey, short term, this is going to be bad, but
Yeah, there might be
Like,
some bumps in the road.
yeah,
Obviously,
but this is gonna be better long term.
yeah, we
right?
got to get the
Like,
shit back on track. So some
but
shit.
it's like a shot. You got to go through pain for growth, right? Suffering is growth, right? You need to go through something hard. Right?
Yes. I don't think people understand that either. Like, yeah, it might have to get a little rough to get you back on track.
It's like I say, you need. It's like you need to go through the pain and failure, right? But we don't want to go through. But it's like you need to, though.
Yeah, I don't even know what we do. I don't even know what we do about this debt. I think you just basically say, go fuck yourself. What are you going to do about it and start over? Honestly, because you can't. What do we do? Just like tighten our tighten our purse strings for 20 years and pay it off when it's all been stolen anyway. Why should we?
Money is fake, so.
Yeah, and that too. So why give like whatever real money we actually start generating to these people? Just say kiss my ass. What are you gonna do?
The only money is belief at this point. It's like what you believe it to be worth.
Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? If they told you styrofoam is the new money and they just said that's what you got to use, you're gonna have a pocket of styrofoam.
Yeah, I don't know, like because I was a finance major in college, which obviously I knew it was all scam, but don't do that anymore. But it's just I don't know, it's all just fake. But at the end of the day, though, we're also in a digital age, right? So it's hard to say.
Yeah, and you
what you
got
should
all
do
the
with money.
bullshit programs and all these fake industries that were getting government grants and shit. Told them all kick rocks. But again, like that's going to cause some bad, right? Because all these families did just lose an income. There are a bunch of families that lost incomes. But it has to be done. We can't just keep giving you money for nothing. Like, sorry, go get a real job. Sorry, but that is like the short term. You're gonna have to have some pain. Sorry.
But with the welfare system, though, like my uncle was on it, right, and he couldn't take a job because it was worse for his kids and his family. He would have gotten less money initially. You can't do like a tiered thing where it's like it should be encouraging you to work and you still get a little help, and then as you work up in the job or whatever, make more money, then you eventually get off of it. But it is what it is.
Yeah, that's it. Like when I was a kid, right? I remember being told as a kid that you could only be on for welfare for 6 months your entire adult life. So if you ever chose to get on it, you had to you better really fucking need it, and you get 6 months to pick yourself the fuck back up. I literally thought that, and as a kid, I was like, that's fair. Like I swear to God, it's like 8, 10 years old. I'm like 12. I think I might have thought that shit till I was like 14, 15 even. And I
if you
didn't
could get on
realize,
welfare, why would you bother with a shit job?
Everyone was on welfare for years, but whatever. Yeah, I thought it was 6 months, and I thought that was fair. Now, as I'm a little older, in the situation we're in now, I think generally that is fair. But I do understand there's going to be so much bad that's going to happen to a lot of kids if you did just like outright cut off the welfare. I don't even know how you would do that right now, man.
Well, yeah, no, you can't do it, but you can do a system where it's gonna break down eventually, but they'll never do that because it's I don't know, it's just like a weird thing. It's how you control people, right? Like why would you get a shit job when you can go in welfare, right? Like it just is what it is.
Yeah, America was killing in 27. Tweaker battle. You called intelligent conversation tweaker battle? Dude, you're a fucking tweaker. Your brain, or you're just low IQ. I don't know what to tell
we're not bringing up Socrates or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that
normal
bad.
Adult conversations.
Right, and we're not even being partisan. We're just talking about like what reality is. I don't care about the partisan. I just care about like individual issues, right? Like it was always weird to me that the Democrats claim to be like the champion of minorities when but they're also pro open border when the open border stuff actually affects those people the most, more so than the other ones. So I don't, or they're the pro working class, but they're also pro open border. You can't be that, right? Because that affects them. It gives them less leverage. So like it's all hypocrisy, right? Republicans are the same way. They're garbage. It's all trash. Let's talk about the actual like things to help people's lives be better, right? But this is what happened. Religion. It also be you used to not need welfare because like charity and like religion would help people get them back on their feet.
Well, and that's what the church was for, and that's what it has to go back to.
Social
it might not even have to go back to the church right away, but I do think entire communities at least the adults of households, and I think children should be mandated to attend some of them too, but community organization meetings, like just, hey, this is what's going on, this is what we want, these are our problems, these are our goods, like, you know, anyone need help, but the community. You start with community. You got to get community cohesion.
And you help someone, and then you'll get help later on.
Yeah, and you start looking out for each other. You better your own neighborhoods. You know, oh, now you're friends with Dave. Dave needs a job. You got a company. You hire Dave. You know, benefit that. Like everyone, it's a community. That's what it's for. You all lift each other up, help each other, take care of each other. No one leeches though, but you know.
Yeah, with the internet though, it's like made a lot of things weird.
And you're not all in modern days. Everyone's alone in their individual huts, their homes. You know, literally taking in whatever television station they're watching or fucking media source they're watching, or like.
There's also really bad literacy, like Bible literacy.
People just go outside and talk to people. You realize, like, you know,
philosophy literacy.
Yeah, community. Like, I don't know. I don't even know what 80% of the people in my community think because I don't even know them. Which was never a thing.
Well, it's harder to meet people now because people like the internet is the real world, right? We're on the internet right now, right? Like it is what it is to a certain extent.
Like I knew everybody in every house growing up. Everybody in every house, we knew everybody. Like knew everyone.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a weird generation because I can remember a time when like we would run around outside, knocking on people's doors, asking if their kids are, are they home.
Yeah.
Like,
yep, that's what we did.
I remember VCR too, but then I also remember social media coming in when I was in high school and cell phones and stuff. So.
Yeah, that's basically when it came in with me too. Yeah. Like I didn't get the internet until like 2000 or whatever, but it was around before that. But yeah, you got like
I was a 2010
CDs. I got a computer to burn fucking CDs, but yeah, then I started using it, and I was like, oh, this is all right.
Yeah, like I was in high school in the 2010s, so. It's kind of like somewhat similar, right? It's like I just saw it like more. It advanced, and also I'm pretty observant generally, so like I like thinking about stuff like that.
Yeah, and like and dude, people didn't have a computer in their pocket. You know what I mean? That's a big thing too. You didn't when you grew up. The kids didn't have a fucking smartphone.
Yeah. Well, I remember my parents didn't give me one, right? And other kids were getting them, and I'm forever grateful for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
At 13, I don't think I could have handled it.
Yeah, it's not good. I could only. Oh my god, yeah. I don't even think the internet was shit good for me at like 19.
Well, I mean, I think it might like. I think this is good. I think stuff like this is good, right? You find you can talk.
Yeah.
This is like what the internet should be.
Yeah.
But that's what the internet should. Yeah, that's what the internet should be. But the thing is, though, it's generally not, right? Because they're hiding you, right? Like, I mean, I could barely find. It's difficult, right? Like they say the late night show. No one watches that shit, but they can fake you.
I used to think. I remember. I just remembered having this conversation. It would probably been like 2002. Me and my buddies were just talking about like what would be on the internet in like 20 years or even like I think we were saying like 5-10 years actually, but like it should definitely be here by now. But like none of it is here. Basically, like the way we thought you'd be able to get information is like.
Well, it's like it's almost hard to get information because there's too much information and too much of it's.
But
bad.
even like. I remember one of the things I said was an Encyclopedia Britannica, but online and like interactive, like where you could find any subject, any point in that subject or history and just start like going down whatever roads of the information you wanted to. And it would literally like almost be
history
like,
is bad. I'm a huge history fan, but you gotta be very careful. You kind of gotta learn to judge like, okay, what probably happened? Like what is this, right? Like reading the biases, stuff like that. Especially with like some of the woke stuff coming in.
Crazy amounts of information and knowledge. Like, yeah, it is online, like you're saying, but it's not put together in easy to find places and easy to source materials like I thought it would be.
Your ability to judge needs to be higher than it ever has been.
Oh God, yeah, dude, the stuff I have seen. And I kind of people like shit on boomers all the time, and a lot of reasons too. I understand that.
I actually dislike Gen X more.
I actually see, and I see this with a lot of Gen X too. They fall for like anything, like easily. Shit that's like obviously even fake, like an AI video or something. Like it's pretty weird. Like, man.
I mean, AI is going to be concerning, but I think we need a Butlerian jihad. That's what we need, like in Dune or whatever.
What's that?
Oh, in Dune, basically, I don't know if you've seen that movie, but in Dune, it's like a sci-fi thing, and basically, there was like this crusade against thinking machines because whoever controlled AI controlled people, right? So they destroyed all the AI thinking machines. Is what happened.
In
right?
Dune, you said Dune.
Yeah,
Yeah, I never saw that.
pretty good. It's an interesting one. But yeah, I mean, it's also like I think the only ethical way to use AI would be to create an AI that prevents anyone from using AI at all.
Yeah, I might be way wrong. Obviously, this might be like a biggest miscalculation I've ever made if I am wrong. I don't really have any worries about AI. I don't think it's ever gonna do like Terminator shit that they.
No, that's not the concern. I'm concerned about the people who control AI controlling everyone. That's what I'm concerned about.
Like through manipulation.
Yes, and also you'll never be able to compete with them. They'll be able to monitor everyone. Like it's they already do, but they don't do it as effective as like an AI could, right? They'll be able to control like it's like I'm not concerned about like AI killing people. I'm concerned about the people who control AI just ruling over everything because it's like they can prevent you from using AI, but they can use AI to do something like 10 times faster than you. Like it's concerning.
Yeah, true. And like people always talked as soon as that was even that kind of AI. I remember like the last election, they were like, dude, in the next election, like the week of elections, there's going to be a fucking fake video is going to get released. And it's going to sway half of the population to think it's real. They'll just think it's real. And that is scary.
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
That's honestly very small and very just easy to do.
What book should I read? Ever Sobers. Tell me from your knowledge of
I think
literature.
he's talking about Dune. Yeah, AI can't be sentient.
Yeah, that's
but it's a game changer as a resource.
Yeah, it's like think about it. You can do like no AI could be good. It just won't. It won't do good. Right, like AI could do so much. It could help someone. It could help people. Like it could help amplify labor, right? So like instead of having to spend so much time doing this thing, right, it can help me do it in 10 times, and so I can do more and more, right?
Yeah,
but it won't be that. What they'll do it is to control. They'll make it so only some people can use it. So like you're competing with, you can't do it. So like so they can also make it to like
they do that already with these algorithms that like Goldman Sachs uses to trade on the market. They're trading, seconds before you without literally programs that you're not allowed to use. It's fucking crazy. But they're literally doing that right now.
Yeah, they'll be able to do it with like even like something like drawing or whatever. They'll be able to do it. Like it's
yeah. Or just
it'll replace all skilled labor, right?
Yeah,
like
or just typing, like very simple.
Yeah.
Anything it can be done with, right?
Right. I think the trades are going to be what like people should get into because like so you need someone who's like deaf to be an electrician or like to install that stuff because it's like different situations, different stuff, right? That's not going to be able to be done physically by like an AI or whatever. But like accounting, all those like white collar jobs are just going to be replaced.
Yeah, like I don't think an AI robot or anything is going to be able to just go into individual different homes and fix different plumbing issues or whatever, yeah. So
it's like do a spreadsheet. Would do that.
I don't want to deal with shit, but you get the point.
It'll be I mean it's just an interesting. I mean, hey, the world will never bore you. That's something.
Yeah, sometimes I wish I was. I mean, I don't, but sometimes I wish I was like. It seems like the dumbest people are the happiest.
No, hey, I say this is I can't be a happy fool, so I might as well be the wisest curmudgeon I can be.
I like that. That's funny. That's funny.
I literally I can't be a fool. Like I want to be, right? And that's ego. You're smart. Like I just know what I am. I know my cognitive ability, IQ, whatever.
It's like you don't want to sound like, oh, I'm smart, like an arrogant asshole.
No, because I think I'm dumb. I don't know anything at all. It's just
exactly.
But then the horror is realizing most people know even less than you. That's
but you see, like they'll be happy. They'll just be in la la land. Just nothing bothers them.
I wish I could turn my brain up, but whenever I see something, I have to analyze it. I have to think. So. Right? Maybe that's why people like drugs. I don't know, or alcohol, or weed or stuff. But
yeah, I mean that is why. I guess right. That is why. Yeah, good point.
It's just
some of them at least. Some of them at least. I know marijuana will certainly make you think if you have any issues, you're going to be thinking about them way more.
I don't know. Yeah, and I feel like or what is it? Marijuana. Sorry, why did I say your name? I don't know. I'm just brain dead, I guess. But marijuana, I swear, what marijuana does to people, it makes people think more, but it makes them think dumber, but they think they're smarter than they were before.
That'll happen. That'll definitely happen.
I think I don't know marijuana. I have a feud against pot smokers because they just think they're not doing a drug and they're like, oh, it's natural, bro, it's a cure all. It's like, shut up, dude. It's like you're addicted. Like, I'm sorry.
And you definitely better. And if you're dumb, it's definitely going to make you even dumber. That's for sure.
Acting like it doesn't affect you. I get it. It's not as bad as like hard drugs or heroin or whatever.
No, I have always said, like I go through years, so I won't touch it, and I think you shouldn't. It's the killer of ambition. And I love to do activities like I've boxed on it, basketball. That's what I would do before any activity. Boom, didn't matter. But I understand because what I noticed, I went to Vegas when I go there. The weed's legal. Start smoking weed there. I come back, left the weed there, come back. I'm like, I got to get more weed. Start only smoking at night. Then it's dinner time through the night. Then it's early afternoon.
Before you go somewhere, you have to smoke.
All day. And then it's like more and more. I was like, this is crazy. Just stopped again. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Oh, but it's not competitive. I don't know.
I started it up. I stopped for like a while again. Started up again. Same thing happened. Yeah, and it's like this. There's so much better things you could be doing.
Well, I think everyone has like a vice. They've said like alcohol or like Adderall or something like
at night or something. Like that's what I would love to be able to do. Like just smoke it at night or something. Watch a movie.
But I think some people can't do that though.
I can't. I'm one of them. I can't. Yeah.
And you just need to acknowledge that, right? Like.
Yeah, I can't. I know.
What can I not use in a healthy way? Like,
yeah.
Everyone has a vice. Everyone needs something.
No one will say that though. Like you'll never hear like a Joe Rogan say something like that. Like, but you smoke it all day, every day. Like, there's a reason. It's like, yeah, I like it. Yeah, okay, but like, yeah. And I think that's common though. That's like very common.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, being you have to be kind of self-awareness, and it's pretty hard to admit things.
What's this out of? If I need an account, I can. I don't have one, but I'll check it.
Zayas? I haven't heard of Zayas. I don't know the fights today.
I don't know what this is. Should I share this? I don't know what it is, but I'll share it.
Yeah, in America, it's good. Well, I mean, depends on who you are. Some people are innocent still, but most people aren't.
All right, here we go.
One of the most insane crime stories has just happened. So naturally, when I go over to his page to watch his video on it, I see this. Heartbreaking. So while...
Oh, what did that say? No crime video today, as we have... Okay.
So while one of my favorite creators on this app is out of duty today, in Ray fashion, let me tell you guys, what the hell...
This is what I'm supposed to be watching? This is what I'm supposed to be watching? All right.
like this.
Between these ungrateful black kids who can't test their way out of a paper bag, and if I have to get one more complaint from one more Jew in this
what the fuck?
Horrific things like this.
Between these ungrateful black kids who can't test their way out of a paper bag, and if I have to get one more complaint from one more Jew in this community, I'm going to join the other side.
Shocked and outraged, one of the teachers who didn't like Principal Eric in the first place quickly sent the recording to multiple media outlets and even decided to share the recording with a student who she knew would rapidly spread it across social media and throughout.
What state are they in, number one?
Wasn't this I think I've seen this. It's like an AI deep fake. Like they faked this guy saying something racist or whatever.
Oh, really? Because I was going to say, would this even be legal in our state if it's a one-party consent or two-party consent? Okay. Wow.
The school. And
no, I did hear about the a fake AI story, though. The one I saw wasn't this, though, but this will be interesting. This was another one.
It worked. The recording went so viral and caused so much outrage that the school security needed to be tightened. Angry phone calls overwhelmed the house. He was suspended from the FBI. They say to him that through a subpoena they issued at Google, they managed to trace that initial email back to an IP address belonging to a relative of an athletic coach at his school named Dajon Darien. Principal Eric told officers that he'd had multiple confrontations created by AI.
Yeah, this is another one. Okay, this is another one. See, okay, now this stuff is scary. Why am I spoiling it? Okay, this is interesting. I saw one where it was a story of a white cop killed a black kid, and before either the guy did his time and got out, the cop, or he didn't get charged yet, and the black father went and killed the white cop. Is revenge. And they were like starting a story like, this is a good thing, go kill the cop for revenge. It was fake. That was a fake one that was also out like 4 days ago. I didn't see this one. I saw the other one though. Well, I mean, we get the gist of it, right? They created a fucking fake.
Dang, I should have came up here. I used to not exist on the internet.
His whole career ruined. He gets suspended, shit canned. The FBI's coming there. Yeah, people want to kill him. Yeah, we get the gist of all this. They fucked him bad, and it was all fake. That's crazy. Yeah, okay, so this kind of stuff is...
I think them responding so harshly means that it was probably true.
I have plenty of audio. They can make me say anything.
What's what the AI said wrong, though? Like, I mean, some people can test. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, I think they responded so violently to it because it sounds plausible, right? Like they think that could, like, I don't know. It's like,
well, they know that's what would.
They're sensitive, right?
That's what would be said. That's why it was believable, because it was. Yeah, where's the lie, right? Obviously, it's a pretty.
Yeah, it's like
that.
Yeah, you wouldn't say it like that, but it's like, hey, like sometimes it's like, hey, like I can't, like, even though I want to help people, it's like you can't make someone like test better. Like they have to do it themselves, right? Like
yeah,
you can't just.
I just watched T Money was just here on Act Nation stream. He brought up a story, and there was multiple professors at law schools, and it was about law school with minorities, and none of them at their law schools had a minority in the top 25 percentile of their class at the moment, and they only had a sprinkle in the top 50, in the top half of their class.
Is this including Asians or not including Asians?
They just said minorities, so I would assume yes. I would assume yes, and it still wasn't there. So even the ones in like the top 50, I'm thinking, yeah, like,
I feel like there's no way there's not like there's a.
I would think that too, but they're saying it right now.
Well, what I'm trying to make a point is they don't consider Asians a minority.
They maybe not, maybe not, right?
A lot of them don't.
And when they're saying minority, they might specifically be talking about black. I don't know. They just kept saying minority. I don't know. So yeah.
Well, it's also, I mean, to be fair, I feel bad for them because it's like, if they actually if like a lot of these people of them are actually decent if they didn't go to like the very top tier schools, right? They just get into the top tier schools when it's like you could be at the top of like a lesser school, right? Like, but you're setting them up for failure, right? So it is what it is.
Yeah, and a lot of times they're going to get huge debts and fell out.
Yeah, East Asians aren't considered. Yeah, they're considered quite adjacent.
or they should have never been there in the first place. They should have never even got a degree because, you know, they're literally like bottom 20% or something. And then, you know, on a DEI hire, they become your mayor or your judge. Like, that's scary.
Well, becoming, I mean, college is just worthless. It doesn't mean anything about how intelligent you are or whatever. It's just been changed. There's not enough value in it.
No, I agree with that. It's to see that you can be responsible and complete tasks. That's all it's for. You're responsible and can complete your tasks. But you know, there are gonna be people who can complete tasks better, or even through just like, you know, oral lessons in classes. The way they speak with the class, you can tell like, all right, he's got a head on his shoulders. He knows what the fuck's going on. He might not. He might be one of the most brilliant kids in the class or something, but maybe not, you know, acing everything. So,
well, I mean, grades are also just not like a way to like.
Yes.
I think it's like you just need to figure out like when you talk to someone, you can figure out like how intelligent they are usually.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're thinking about it right. You just see how quick their mind works, how they work through problems, right?
And when you get like, you know, 100 people together and they all have to study the same curriculum or whatever, some of them are just gonna, like, their brain is gonna be wired more for that, whether it's for engineering or reading, like law or language, whatever it is, like their brain is gonna work.
But they're not good at like actually building like intellectual models of like.
Yeah, it might not be in other fields. Yeah, in other fields.
And adapting, right? Yeah, school's memorization. And I don't consider memorization like actually intelligent.
No.
But I guess I have a decent memory, so maybe I'm just taking it for granted. But
no, because I do too, and no, I don't think it's that.
Short-term memory is kind of bad.
It matters, but not as much as because it is a sign of. I would say it's a sign of brain like power, right?
Yeah, cognitive. I just call it like I call it like I don't call it IQ because IQ like is just one thing, but like just cognitive, like how quick you process information, how in depth you can, how many variables you can consider.
I do think like quick recall for like I think of this in boxing, like for situational awareness, for being in certain situations in the ring, have a quick recall, whether it's either something you've seen someone else do or a situation you've been in yourself. I think that is a sign of intelligence, like the quick recall to understand like the awareness. And I mean and to have, you're going to have a better quick recall with the bigger your memory, right? You're going to have more to call back on.
Yeah, I think it's also when you think about it, it's like I think what a sign of intelligence is you take something, right, and you can apply the lessons, but filter out the stuff that's irrelevant to your situation, and learn the lessons that are relevant to your situation, right? So it's like you're not following it one-to-one, you're adjusting it for your time or your situation, or you're able to do that.
Form. Yeah, exactly. And that's another.
I think about this stuff a lot.
Intelligence, because someone will recall it one-to-one. And it'll just it won't work. So yeah.
Yes, I've thought about like potential talent. I should write or something, but I think the whole thing is broken, so don't care to do it. Yeah, Pat. I mean, it's all like IQ. There's all sorts of stuff.
Look, I've thought of that as well, and I have done that at times in my life, and I actually think that anyone who has thoughts that they believe are like important and valid, you should be writing them down. Where do you think all the greatest literature came from that we have right now? Like, it wasn't anything really all that special at the time. Like, the people then weren't like reading it and passing it around like you do now or whatever. No, it was stored in some dude's basement until he fucking died. And then they took it and people put it together. That's where most of your literature comes from.
Yeah, general intelligence, social intelligence. There's all sorts of stuff. And also there's like kind of the autistic type of intelligence where they're like really good at math, but they're really like narrow intelligence. Like there's all sorts of stuff. Right? Abstracts, like I don't know. People are interesting. And everyone up here is pretty much seemed pretty intelligent to me in some way. Right? Then there's like the savants who are only good at one thing, right?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah, social
Or
intelligence.
might have their emotional intelligence is awful. but like I in terms of like I think of like poker players, they always talk about the mathematics, right? So the mathematics is the math genius, math brains, that type of intelligence. And I'm like, no, you guys are missing the. I think the greatest players, like a guy like Phil Ivey, a guy like Negreanu, like these dudes have emotional intelligence off the charts to go with the math. But the emotional intelligence, that's why he can. Negreanu will tell you the cards you hold, like the exact two, like over and over and over again. Like he's picking up tiny. He don't even realize what's happened maybe, but he's picking up.
Yeah, it might be subconscious.
Emotional
instinct.
cues.
That's another type of intelligence, subconscious.
Yeah, and it is. That's the emotional intelligence that's really separating him. And they all know the math. It's like, no, it's the emotional intelligence. He's picking up shit that people just aren't. The tiniest, like what they call micro expressions or whatever.
Yeah.
They're like, them expressions are big to him. He's picking all that up.
I also noticed that when people like are usually outliers or whatever, there's certain types of intelligence in a certain type of field where there's like a minimum, right? You need a minimum level of intelligence, right? But then after that type of intelligence isn't that important. But then there's certain type of intelligence where you need where it's like it's a break point. It's like a premium where it like that's what takes you over the top, right? Where it's like it's the critical. It's like you have something that either it's like it's usually a negative correlation with this type of intelligence, but you actually have it, right? And so it gives you a huge relative advantage to other people, right? Because sometimes it doesn't matter how smart, it's how smart you are in this field relative to the other people, right? It's the relative distance gap, stuff like that.
Sure.
I have Papa, but
yeah, I never have.
It's like
never have.
It's like pretty legit, but
I didn't do like the fake one online, but I did do one online back in the day. But I don't even know what it said. I can't even remember. I never believed.
I got 140.
I would like to have a proper one. That would be interesting.
She's like, yeah, but I agree with you. Don't need that many smart people. You just want like I don't know. That's why I think religion is important because you just need more moral people, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
So just kind of, and also and I think it's also like I think that's something I had to do when I was a kid. I thought I was clever. I'd manipulate people, and I thought I was like, ooh, I'm so smart. I'm like, and I know how to. And then I realized that was just stupid. It was worthless. Like, why would you want to live like that? But it took me a while because I thought I was just,
Yeah, I'm 40 and still do that, doughboy. Still, I think that's forever gonna happen.
I think growing up, you realize you're just more of a child. You feel more like a kid the older you get. It's like
yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get off here, guys. I gotta go. Fucking, I'm starving, man. I gotta go eat. No, I'm not on Rumble. No.
But good to catch you. I came on like a year or two ago, or a year ago, I think. But then you didn't get on for a while, and also I don't get YouTube notifications half the time. But it was good to talk again.
No, I remember you.
Yeah.
Again, memory, right?
I'm glad I'm at least memorable, right? Like, I don't know. It's like I can talk intelligent conversation with my friends, but someone I don't know, like I don't know someone from Pittsburgh, so it's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, thanks for coming on, though. Discord tomorrow, yeah, I guess. I don't even know what my Discord is, but I have one. I'll have to open it up. And I know
Discord.
I have you guys, my friend.
Oh. But you take it easy. Have a good evening, and God bless.
No doubt, man. Thanks for jumping on, man. Appreciate it. Good conversation. Is Usyk better than Manny? I mean, in what way? No. No. I mean, generally, no. I guess, but I mean, I don't even know in what way, right? I'm not gonna say like I don't know. Usyk's done everything that's ever been asked of him, so he's as great as he could be. He's as great as he could be. He's. I think what Manny did was as great as he could be. So I don't know. To compare their greatness, they're greats. Great. In what way, right? I don't know. Yeah, their greatness is different. Yes. Yeah, it is hard to compare. pound for pound, like if you're just going on a pound for pound, it's subjectively Manny. But in like overall greatness, yeah, this what. Like you can't really ask, more from either of them. Hard to compare. Greatness is different. Both as great as it gets. I'll just say that. But yeah, all right, guys, I'm out. I'm starving. I gotta go eat. Fucking. That is a funny little TikTok you sent, though, Aldo. The demand outweighs the supply, right? The demand outweighs the supply. All right, I'm out. Peace, guys. God bless you all.